I'm haunted. Today is Thursday, August 21st of 2025, and I think my machine is haunted. Welcome, love you, mean it, and here we go. Thank you and welcome, everyone. I have so many stories that I want to tell you, and I just love it. Thank you so much. My cats are actually they're sitting over here to the side. Um, they've just been real chill lately, which I'm so happy. And they're in watching cat TV. I can hear the little birds going. So I love it. So I want to thank you, each and every one. Thank you to True Oracle for being here. We're going to hear some scary stories. And I was just getting into the one. It was getting really good. And I kept thinking, why is everybody saying, where am I? She must be late. She must be going to Dairy Queen to get a cotton candy blizzard like I need it. All right, my darling, Friday here. So you are our future for sure. You look at that puppy. I love that. Are we going to make this a call-in show someday so we can tell our ghost stories? Yes, yes, yes. This is a limited series. We're going to go through probably until the first week of November. We're going to have we're going to have a lot of things that we're going to talk about it. So there you go. So thank you. Okay, here we are. Nearly 1 a.m. in the morning in UK. Thank you for the dedication in being here. Love it. Love it. Now, before I forget, I have to say this. There are new membership levels on True Oracle. They are for member-only videos, member-only manifestations, subliminal, and I have fixed it so there are no ads on those videos that are earmarked. And there's 2 additional levels. And when you level up, you get everything that you've had before and then some. Top level is the Oracle Vault. The next in line is the Oracle Circle. There's been a video put out already. I think many of you are enjoying it. We're doing some subliminal for fate and fortune for the manifestation side because I want to see you manifest what you need to do. Let's talk about this house. This house, my darlings, is a concept of a home that I already know. From Ohio, from my early days, and you see that light up there? Well, that really isn't there. You see how this tree, and look at this house. Do you see how this tree goes up and then starts going? Well, that was actually what happened. There was a tree that came up and grew into the side of the house. That light had been on forever. So a young lady from the UK, I was, I think, late teens, 18, I think. She was 18. So we had some friends and we decided to go ghost hunting. Now, my darlings, ghost hunting back in those days, it was not called paranormal. We didn't even know that name. It was ghost hunting. And my grandparents were always one who would actually go out to these homes, scope them out. See, I guess they were like the local Warrens, okay? But my grandmother was this psychic chick, I'm telling you. She was something else. She told us not to go to this house. Do you think we listen? I thought I was a big shot because my grandparents, right? So we went. Um, oh, Jane, wish I could have asked you an explanation on my reading. Love you. I still don't understand, even with the video. I'll go back on YouTube. Okay. So, my darling, some of us, my friend, her name was Greer from the UK. We were the same age, and it was my first time having an experience with a lovely lady from across the pond. We were like peas and carrots. She lived in the apartment above my dad, and we were always together. It was wonderful. So, okay. So I'm getting distracted because I'm looking at the chat. All right. So I decided I wanted to go to this house. My grandmother told me not to go. Wish I would have listened. So it went down this long lane. Now, this was in Ohio, mid-region, early September. The corn was up, and it was said that if you drove down this particular lane toward this house, you could see that there would be like a lantern that was lit that would float. That would float beside you. When we were looking for, we wanted to see it. We were looking for it. We didn't see anything. So we went down this road easy. Didn't tear it up, easy. We went down the road. We went through, and we finally pulled up, and we saw this. Now, this is my concept, the best I can do from memory and everything else, but I wanted to make sure that I put this there and had the tree in moving into the house. Now, we pull up, and I said, oh my gosh, I think somebody's there in the house. And they said, the rest of, no. Okay. We go up. The guys decided that they wanted to go upstairs, or they wanted to go in first. And I was glad because, sometimes when you have so many people, if you run into something, it makes it just as hard as if you were by yourself in some regard. So remember the light. We're standing out. Let me see if I can point it this way. We're standing up in here. We're standing up in there. Makes me shudder to think. So we hear this commotion in the house. We just didn't know. Lots of banging and carrying on. And finally, the one whose name is Scott got to the top. He's looking out the window and he's going, and we're like, what's up there? And he's like, nothing. So he opens the window. A part of the window fell out, crashed on here. And so, that's what happens in old houses. So you've got to be careful of that amongst everything else. And we're hollering at him, where's the light coming from? And he's like, what light? I don't see a light. And he was serious. He was not joking. So one of the other guys said, I'm going up there because he's full of the beans. He didn't say beans, but So he goes up. We see kind of shadowy because it was not dark when we went there. It was semi like this. He gets up here into the room and we see him come behind Scott, and you could see he's looking around and he's like, I don't have anybody meowing here. There's nobody meowing. There's nobody. So anyway, they're all sleepy. You may hear the cat TV though, because there's little birds and stuff going on in the other room, because this picks it up pretty good. So he goes up there. His name is Brian. So Brian and Scott are up there, and Brian's looking at us and he's like, seriously, there is no light here. We're standing down here looking. I was mesmerized, and I'm thinking, what is going on? My darlings, it was within a flash. Scott and Brian were up there. The window was a little bigger, and you could see a shadow come behind them. And I'm not kidding. We girls, and there was another guy there whose name was Brian as well. Hello, all these Brians. And my gosh, it was horrible. We were screaming, turn around. There's somebody there. Because the one thing I want you to know, my darlings, is when you go into places like this, don't go alone, because many times paranormal investigators will announce where they're going ahead of time if it is not a controlled environment, like if there's not a manager or somebody. And many times there have been problems, unalivings, issues, people getting hurt because they think they're going to show up. They either want to join in or they want to scare somebody. So we thought it was someone else at first. So the Brian that was with us takes off running. Now, I know it's weird because, hello, it must have been a Ohio thing. And these guys are athletes. I mean, football players, track, they're athletes. So it's not like, they're slunky or this fellow, Brian, we used to call him Taco, because Taco Bell just came to our area. And of course, we didn't have cell phones. So anytime we would call Brian to say, Brian, what are you doing? His mother would say, oh, he's down at Taco Bell. And back then they had a limited menu, so there wasn't that much and that he loved it so much, we just called him Taco. So that's what I'm going to call him. All right. So Taco goes racing up. You could hear him. He's yelling, be careful, there's somebody behind. And all of a sudden, we see them disappear. All of them. It was silence. And it's us girls standing down here. I'm not kidding. I'm like, I turned to Greer, because I didn't cuss, and I said, I am about to defecate in biblical proportion. Where did they go? What do we do? And now, my darlings, you didn't have cell phones back then. This was like 150 years ago when I was a teenager. Driving away was not an option because we were not going to leave these guys, 3 men, young men, in this house. And so Greer says, I'll go. Now, listen, Greer didn't have a driver's license. She didn't, and I had my dad's car. So I'm like, you can't drive away. And she was not, she was just one of these friends that would just hang out. She was wonderful. She didn't want to do this, really. She just wanted to be there. Yeah, and defecating in proverbial biblical proportion is what I was doing, because I'm thinking, oh, isn't this wonderful? I'm here at my dad's car. I have a girl from a different country, and 3 boys are missing, and everybody else is having a breakdown. And I'm going to be grounded for the rest of my life. There goes my date, Saturday night. I could think of. I was dating somebody in football. So we're standing there for a minute. We're arguing. What do we do? What do we do? What's going on? What's going on? It was so weird because we were all looking at them, and right before our eyes, it was a literal disappearance. It was like someone just went like this, and they were gone. So finally, we hear them yelling, screaming. And I mean, the tears with us, because we just didn't know what to do. We were so concerned and worried. And they came from out behind the back of this house. We girls, we ran around the house. There was a girl with us by the name of Melody. We called her Mel. Mel she was catatonic. She was in shock. She was there. She couldn't speak, so you can imagine the horror that we were feeling. We run around the back of the house, and there was absolutely no entrance, nothing. Nothing. Not a storm cellar, not a window they could have crawled out of, because as you see, this was built on a crawl space, so they would have had to go out a window and drop down. There was nothing. They were in shock, and we said, we've got to get out of here. We've got to get out of here. So you can bet I get behind the wheel, and I'm heading down this road because it's now like the sun's gone down. And all that's going through my head is like, drive. And I'm holding on to dear life because I'm thinking, oh my heck, I've got my dad's car and he's going to kill. That's what I'm thinking. And all this stuff going on is, what is our parents going to do? My darlings, all of a sudden, on the passenger side, this lantern comes up and just does just right beside us and goes right off into the cornfield. I don't know what it was. Nobody does know what it is. I've never driven so fast. Even back then, my friends would say, Zelda, you drive like a grandma. Because I would always have my dad's car. I knew what I would get if I wrecked it. I'm putting the hammer down. And they're like, oh my God, slow down. I ain't slowing down till we get to Mansfield. I'm not slowing down. And I'm like, cops, pick us up. And there was nobody around. Nobody. There was no one. We were so scared. So in paranormal fashion, in Scooby-Doo Mystery Machine fashion, what do? On the way home, we decided to stop at Stan's. What was Stan's? Stan's was just a little old beat up restaurant that was 24 hours a day that you could go in, and they had the little jukebox on the wall by the booth, and you put the quarter in and you could get 3 songs for a quarter. And so what do we have to do? in Scooby-Doo fashion, before we went home, we stopped in for some coffee and pie. And when I think about this now, I have to laugh at myself. And look, if you're ever with me in the midst of Muckmeyer mayhem, totally alert, make sure there's a place that we can stop and have pie and coffee so we can calm down before we go. So, my darling, so we're sitting there. Wasn't too many people in there. We're sitting there. And finally, Taco breaks down. And the first thing I said was, I'm sorry. Would you have rather gone to Taco Bell? I mean, I was serious. I just didn't even think, right? Hello, Zelda. I'm like, I'm sorry. Would you have rather gone to Taco Bell? I'm sorry, Taco. And he looked at me like I was completely daft. And he said, no, we disappeared for an eternity. And he was serious. Taco was sitting across from me. The tears started to come. Scott, Brian, they were not the same. From what they said is when they got up there, Taco felt a hand on his shoulder and pulled him. And he said it was with such a force that he felt his feet fly up from underneath him and pulled him down. And Brian and Scott went with him. They all went with him. They were in a place, and he said they were not alone. They were there with other people, and they didn't know who it was. It was like this was missing people. It was like a portal that they went through. And I said, you're going to tell me that you didn't see that light in the window? They said, no. You get up there, and there was nothing. You could not see anything except we saw you guys down by the gate post. I've always wondered about that. Was that another dimension? Was that another something or other? Was that just, and poor Taco. I mean, I think the last time I saw him was at a high school reunion, and that was in the early 2000s. And when we saw each other, he just stood there. It was like, didn't want to, no, did not even want to remember. They said this was the scariest place and the scariest existence. And with the other people there, he said they couldn't talk. They tried to communicate. They tried to say, who are you? And he said they were dressed in all types of periods of clothing. And I said, what brought you back? I mean, think about this. What brought you back? And he said the same hand that pulled them down pulled them out. It felt like a same. And I said, that's got to be a divine hand. And he said it pulled them out. And he said they landed in the backyard because they were upstairs. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. It was like 3 floors. And they landed. Now, my grandmother told me not to go to this house. Guess who didn't listen? And I would never have recovered if, well, we would have been probably held responsible for missing. I mean, And I truly believe, my darlings, that sometimes missing people, and especially in these forests and everywhere else, especially in the Appalachian Mountains. But I believe that. And that's why we have to be careful. I mean, we didn't take the time. I mean, it was just run in. Now, we never had, pardon me, we never had that want and need to graffiti or do anything there. We just never, we never we would not destroy anything. That's my point. We would just like to go in and look around, be nosy, see where doors led, see where this led. But the lesson was Scott went up first. You never go in by yourself. And then Brian followed, and then Taco. The house, when I went up for my high school reunion in the early 2000s, was still there, looking like this. And they said this whole side had like fallen in because this tree had grown into the side of the house. We don't know what it is. I mean, it's baffled me over the years. It just literally almost brings tears to my eyes because you think, my gosh, there are your friends, and you hear them scream. These are young men now. Hello. You hear them screaming, and you see this dark shadow, because all we saw was from like waist up because of the window, and it was behind them, and we heard screaming, and then all of a sudden it was just deafening quiet, and the sky kind of looked like this. It wasn't green. I added that. Hello, that's just me. But the house sat. Don't know if it's still there. I'd love to find out, but I'd never go in it or around it. Pardon me. The entire part of this house. You know, sometimes, my darlings, I think that there are some bad entities that will lure you into places. I shudder to think what would have happened if I went in. What would have happened? When we came back, yeah, it would make a great movie, wouldn't it? When we came back, it took me a couple of days because having to recover and knowing, after our pie stop, hello, and they always made fun of me because it was like the first thing I go in, because we knew the waitress at Stan's, we went to high school with her. Hello. Hey, Sarah, you got any peach pie? Zelda forevermore. So, I think what it is I just went through this mental block of not wanting to face it because I'm one of the, that really makes, in my thought process, it makes an excellent researcher. The more questions you ask, the better researcher you're going to get. And it was always the what ifs and the whys and how. And those are the things that you have to really think of when you're researching and doing research in paranormal. Now, I will tell you this, unless I know a property or I have been invited, you won't catch me doing this stuff. And of course, you don't see that many where I'm from anymore. You don't see that many abandoned homes. There were, I mean, you could, in farms around Ohio, yeah, you would see them. You don't see that many anymore. And I wouldn't do it anyhow. First of all, it's trespassing. Secondly, you don't know what you're going to run into. If anybody asks me to come out to a property nowadays, I have a little questionnaire that I have people fill out. A good paranormal researcher will do that, by the way, if you ever have one to come to your house. It is, are any of you on medication? Have any of you have been treated for any type of mental illness? Have any of you been this and that and that? And I mean, you have to go through those things because all of it can and is a factor many times, including medication. So, and well, I'll tell you what, a lot of the Amish people would buy them for little and nothing. And they would just renovate, go in and just gut them and renegade, hello, and renovate them. So finally, after the pie night, went home that night, I couldn't sleep because all I could see was that dark entity coming behind them with that red light. And I just racked my brain. I didn't tell my dad. I didn't tell my mom. My mom would have just fainted away. My mom was a good soul who just was tender. She was tender. I'm going to say it that way. She was tender. She wasn't an old soul like Zell, who just didn't care. She was just tender. I didn't even dare tell her. To this day, I don't even think she knew. But I went down to visit Grandma and Grandpa. Went for breakfast. A couple of days later, it was a Saturday. And I said, hey, Grandma, do you remember when you told me not to go to that house? And she looked at me and she goes, oh, I knew you were going to go. Who do you think you're talking to? So Grandpa comes in and I said, Grandpa, you got to hear this. And they sat there just tentatively. And he told me, because he was from West Virginia, and he told me, he said, you know, I heard of a place like that in West Virginia when I was growing up. And we didn't go near it. Kids would go missing from the neighborhoods. Zelda, what in the absolute heck? The grandma with the Civil War ghost was my great grandmother. Was my grandma's mom. So my grandma Sass is the one that I told, the psychic. So we sat there, we talked about it. And of course, now listen, again, did not have, I mean, I'm in the middle of Ohio. I did card readings with my grandmother with a Gypsy Witch playing card deck. Never even heard of the tarot deck before. Shelter much, but had this thirst for paranormal. Back then, ghost hunting, ghosts, all of that stuff. I think he was from, I can't even remember, Beckley? I don't know. Huntington. Is that West Virginia? So it was just surreal. Because back then you didn't know where to turn. So we went to our local library. There was nothing. what do? You go to the local library in a little burg like I grew up in and say, look, can you give us your ghost hunting section? They would have looked at me and called my pastor. No kidding. So we had no resources. The only resources I had was my grandparents and the great grandparents that could tell us anything. And we did everything we could to try to research this. I don't even think that the guys told their parents. I just don't even, nobody really told anybody, because what do? You tell, and then all of a sudden you get committed because they think that you've gone off your Fruit Loops. Hello. So that right there, that gives this story right here gives me the chills, and it would make an excellent movie. I should write a book. I'm going to tell you, I would whip Stephen King's butt in writing books, because most of my scary stuff is true. So the thing now that I think about, because there were fields coming up to this house, and they were cornfields, someone had to plant them. And if I would have been using my noodle instead of worrying about peach pie at Stan's, I would have gone back the next day and gone to these farms and said, who, what, where, when. But I didn't, because I was scared to go back, and of course had Dad's car. So that is story number 1. Are you ready for another one? This other. This is a good one. True story. And you can see the setting, and I always make the settings so I can just give you an idea. I don't know if you can see. Let me take this banner down. I think you all know. Let me hide it so you can see. See there? Right here. That little candle. And now this is a mausoleum. This is a cemetery out in the middle of God's country. And I'm calling it that because, quite frankly, only God can find it. I'm not even sure that I could find it again. This was in Virginia. I'm driving around. I was working for the Psychic Friends Network. Just took my husband to the ship, getting ready for a 6-month cruise. And on the way back, after saying goodbye, I passed by this, and we all know that Virginia is just rich in history and rich in paranormal history, including the house that I lived in. I'll be telling that story soon. Now, I'm driving down the road and I'm thinking, you know what? Instead of going this way, I've never been in a particular area before. I'm just going to go ahead and go around another way. Well, that really wasn't the right thing to do. And to remember how I tell you everything not to do. I was the poster child in the paranormal community for that one, because at this time I was also studying in the Edgar Cayce Society. And they did not want any of us doing any of this paranormal stuff. You could not tell me differently. I had some buddies there, another lady married, another couple of guys married, but this time they weren't with me. So I'm driving. Me, myself, and I, driving down the road. And I'm just kind of looking around because it was just so picturesque and beautiful. And the sun wasn't quite setting yet. It was about 4:00, but you could tell that the sun was on its descent. Now, this was May. And so I see off in the distance, faded, like way in the distance, faded cemetery. And I thought, oh boy, I don't have to be home for anything. Why don't I just go and poke around? Now, I always carry a notebook with me. I always carry a pen. I always carry a notebook. And being the Italian, Irish, German mama that I am, I always, and I don't have the one that I want anymore, but I always carry or always wear that safety pin. And it's one of those things. If you are Italian, German, or Irish, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The safety pin that you don't display on your clothes, you wear it on the inside of your clothes. And you've got some protection with that and all that. I made sure I had an iron one because iron is something that I've always known is a protective element. So, pardon me. I don't know what it is when I talk. My voice sounds wonderful, but then I get on here and it's like, hello. Thank you. So, I pull up, I turn around, I find this wee little opening to the narrow, wee little opening to the cemetery. And I'm going down this. Now, if the Zelda now could look back at the Zelda then, I would go, girl, anybody, anything could be back there. And at 4:00 in the afternoon by yourself. But no. So I find this cemetery. Now I'm walking around because you can see, the graves were just sprinkled all over. And let me see if I can show you. You see, there's a little bit of a pathway through here. I think that's the best way I can describe it. A little pathway through. The trees looked barren. It looked like it had been lost in time. It was obviously some Civil War people there, and in the way back was Revolutionary War. This was an old cemetery. It didn't look like it had been around, and it was forgotten. Let me say that. If you didn't have any business to be there, it was forgotten. So I get out of my car and I take the keys with me because you always know you take the keys, you don't leave them in your car. I always lock the car doors except for the driver's door because you just don't know. And if you have to get in there, you can go, I've just got this weirdness. So I get out of the car and I'm looking around, and I'm going to tell you something. Pardon me. I'm going to tell you something. These stones were fascinating. I have never seen epitaphs on these stones like I've seen before. So, drawing, making notes, la da 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 da. And before you know it, because when there's a treed area, it always looks darker than what it is. So before you know it, it's starting to get dark. I didn't have a flashlight. There were no cell phones back then. I mean, after all, I think they just invented the wheel, right? Hello? So no flashlights, I had nothing. And I looked up because I just kept walking, not paying attention, not looking up, not paying attention to my surroundings. And all the gravestones start looking alike. And it all starts kind of sort of looking a little misty. Even at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So I start getting a little panicky because I'm thinking, oh, heck. Because this place was big, but it was sprinkled through a wooded area. So no matter where I went, there were gravestones and these trees, and I could not find my car. Pardon me. So like little Gretel, I start marking the best I could with either stones or flowers or something that I could find my way and know if I was doubling back or if I had made a mistake and going the wrong way. And all of a sudden, I see this light. And I didn't know it was lit before. So I followed the light. And the one thing about it, when it gets dark, you could have a light that is like, look, almost as big as this, even a candle. And if you are in the dark, your eyes are going to focus and you're going to be able to see that. It's going to illuminate. So all of a sudden, I walk up and I see this, a candle on this grave. And I'm not scared. So I wanted to walk up here and see what this is all about. I get close and I see that the stone is cracked and there's some like vines growing on it. And there's nothing on the tombstone, not one word, nothing. And it is about this far from this mausoleum with a candle in it also. So someone had to be there. So I thought. So I get up to this area and I noticed there was nothing here. And I hear walking behind me. And I got a little story about that too, I'm going to tell you. So I hear walking behind me. And I'm thinking, oh, so this person, maybe they can help me. Duh. Maybe they can help me. I turned around and nothing is there. So the first thing I'm thinking of is, oh, heck, it's a wild animal. Because they do have them in Virginia. And so I thought, I better be careful. So I'm seeing these kind of like limbs that are on the ground. So I get one, put my foot on it, break it. The end is sharp. So I'm just kind of walking around with my little staff and I'm thinking, okay, yeah, right. I'm going to fight somebody off with this broken limb. That's the way to go, Zelda. So I started walking up this way toward this tree. And I turned around and looked this way. And there was a black mass standing there. Just standing there. All in black. Now, there are different type of hauntings. There are poltergeists, there's orbs, there's elementals, and then there's a black mass. We don't know where black masses come from. Nobody's really been able to study. How do you study that? You don't know. They just show up. And this was the second time that I saw one of these. The first time was in a building with my buddies that I had previously mentioned. We were in a building and there's a black mass that shows up. So I'm just standing there. And it's rolling through my mind. And I'm touching my safety pin because I made sure that that's iron. And I'm trying to keep my breathing even because in these situations, this type of frequency can tell when things are off, and you just don't want to get into that position where the anxiety takes over, because believe me, my darlings, if you start breathing under anxiety, like the more you do that, the more it's going to cause the anxiety. So you've got to just, and I felt myself kind of going, oh heck, where's my car? How, I can't, because if you can see here, how do you run? I mean, you can't run, and this is before the zombie in Tennessee, so, but you can't run in this type of thing because you see the small stones here. All you need to do is catch your foot, ankle, leg, knee on some, and you're wiping out right there. And what if you get hurt? What if you get knocked out? So I'm thinking, forget about what's on here. And I dropped my journal. And the moment that I dropped my journal, that black mass moved. And I thought, okay. So I'm trying to get back, and I'm getting closer to this mausoleum, trying to walk back. And there comes that black mass again. Now that black mass stood right here, right in between this grave and right in between this mausoleum. And I thought, you know something? If I can make it to that mausoleum, I'm safe. I don't know if you know this or not, my darlings, but the old-fashioned mausoleums have iron gates on them. And this was old enough. I knew it had to be at least Civil War. This was old enough that I knew it had an iron gate. And I thought, there's a candle on the inside. That has to be open. I'm going to take my chance. So, yeah, nobody said, ma'am, run. Yeah, no, that didn't happen. It should have. My brain should have been, Zelda, you bad girl, you know the rules. You just go out and do your own thing. So I come up to this. Easy, not quickly, easy. I made it right here on the steps. This black mass moves, and is standing right behind this grave. So I knew it was connected in some way. Just as I was standing here on this step, I hear a whisper. Here. And I thought, now is not the time to have to wipe out the back of my pants. I was scared. I'm just going to tell you, I was scared. So I thought, that's got to be coming from the mausoleum. I get up there and I put my hand on the gate. And just as I did, I felt this entire energy. I opened up the gate. I walked in that mausoleum, and the flame on that candle it started going really, really high. I thought, oh, well, there's some energy here. So I walked in there and walked to the back. There was a ledge at the back of this museum and mausoleum. There was a ledge. So I went back to the back of that, and I knew that whatever it was that was out here could not cross that iron gate. So I went into that mausoleum and I sat on that bench, and it just kept getting darker and darker and darker. And I kept looking out here, and that black mass was not going away. It was like he was waiting. And that candle right there at the bottom of that cemetery was still lit. Now, there was a part of me that thought, well, if I start yelling for help, and then I thought, to whom? That doesn't make any sense. Calm down. I sat in there, and then you start hearing the night noises, the little crackling of maybe animals walking through, the little chirping of crickets, the little tree noises, the breaking of limbs, and your imagination can just go crazy. What I did not want to do is show any type of upset or fear, because that fuels this stuff. Because remember, anything like this, including our EVPs that we do, feeds off of energy, pure energy. Now, if you hear laughing, my son is in a tournament, and I'm going to tell you, I have not heard laughing like that, like I've had today in such a long time. I was laughing because I heard them laughing, and I could hear them, and I had his stream going on my computer as I was working and doing some other things. And so I'm glad to hear laughter today. So just so you know, I don't have ghosts in the background laughing. So anyway, so I'm sitting in the back of this mausoleum. And I thought, somebody's in here. You know, it started coming to my senses. Somebody's in here. What's happening? So I'm looking around, and this mausoleum was built for a woman, one woman, and her body was in there. I couldn't make out her name. All I know, it was something like Annie, Anna, Anne. And the first thing I said was, wow, that's my great-grandmother's name. And it was like I felt this calm. Hi, Stephanie. I know exactly where you are, my darling. I felt this calm come over me. And I thought, somebody's protecting her from this black mass. Somebody is protecting her. That's why there's the iron gate. That's why there's the building. That's where the mausoleum. So I sat down at the back of this, and I just basically said, okay, I'll make you a deal. This is pretty uncomfortable. Obviously, you've been here for a little while, and I promise that I'm not going to hurt anything, take anything. I'll take care of you if you take care of me. All the while, I'm seeing the flame in this candle jumpity jump, the flame in this candle jumpity jump. So I'm sitting in there. Now listen, this is inevitable. At some time, you're going to have to use the restroom. At some time, you're getting thirsty, you're getting hungry, you're getting tired. And it's certainly not, I mean, you're in a mausoleum in the out and open with here, and there's not really anywhere to drop trowel and say, okay, here I am, I'm just going to do it. So you kind of just wait. You just kind of wait. So I'm thinking there's more to this story than meets the eye. So I tucked back in this corner right here, sat there and just kind of psyched myself out. Because I know the gate was to keep this black mass who was prancing around. It was to keep it out. And I'm thinking, here I am caught in the middle of this. Isn't this great? Pardon me. So something comes over me. And I start singing these old hymns really low, like old hymns. And it was like the place was quiet. It was like just quiet. And then I would stop and I would listen. Well, finally it got to the point where I was so tired. I thought, nothing's going to get me. I'm safe. I'm going to stay here. I got to. I did not want to take a chance with it being pitch black dark at this point. No flashlight. No, nothing. Just because so the next thing you know, I'm waking up. I fell asleep. And I'm waking up, and it was the wee hours of the morning. It had to be, because I didn't have a watch with me or anything else. I knew, because you could tell when the morning is start to coming up. You know, the light starts to beam. You can tell it, and my eyes were really acclimating. All of a sudden, I hear this walking. And I'm thinking, oh my God, somebody's coming. What's going on? And I see someone coming over. Now, it had to be like 5:30 in the morning, or you could see a little bit of movement. There was a person comes over and blows that candle out. And I'm sitting there thinking, oh heck, they're going to come in here. So I thought, well, I don't want to scare that person. Can you imagine hearing, hello, come from a mausoleum? Hello? No. So I finally said, I was knocking on the side of the mausoleum, and I saw him turn around, and I said, hello, I'm kind of stuck in here. And he came over and he said, oh my gosh, I am so sorry. Have you been here all night? And I said, yes, of my own demise. And he said, well, I need to put this candle out. Do you want to come on out? And I said, I do, but sir, I need to find my car. And he said, well, I saw a car. Do you have a brown Volvo? Blah, 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 blah. And I said, yes, I do. And he said, well, it's back over. And he pointed to me and, whatever, and gave me a good way to get there. And I said, thank you so. And he said, I just have to ask, how did you end up here? And I said, well, I have to ask, why are these candles here? What's going on? So I told him my story, dropped my husband, who was a lieutenant commander at the time, and I said I was driving home. He was going to the ship, said goodbye. I came a different way, and I stopped in, I landed. That was it. And he said, wow, lady. And I said, yeah. Well, I explained where I worked. And of course, he had an idea, like a lot of people do, your favorite grifting psychic. So, he was not so helpful. And I said, well, you know what? That's okay. I said, I'm just here and I wasn't doing anything. And he said, well, I don't have to call the police to. I said, for what? I was stuck here all night because there's this black mass. The moment that I said black mass, the color drained out of his face. He was like a sheet standing there. Now, he was not old, but he was, middle age. And he looked at me and he goes, oh my God. I said, yeah, that's why I was in the mausoleum. Because those gates are iron and nothing's going to come to me. And I said, before I go, can you tell me what this is? And he looked at me and he goes, well, if you want to wait on me, here goes I don't know what it is. I look like I'm some dame that will stop and get a cup of coffee and a piece of pie. What do you think about that? Sorry, you just saw my earpiece. And so he said, well, if you can wait for me a minute, he said, I'll walk you to your car. I'll come get you and let's go have a cup of coffee. I said, that would be great because I need to use the ladies' room. He said, that's fine. We'll go on down there and we, whatever. I knew as soon as we as soon as we drove out of there, I knew exactly where I was. It was just that I got so turned around from not paying attention. Lesson number 1. So we pull up into this public place. Now, my darlings, I'm just going to tell you something. I wouldn't do that now. And you wouldn't catch me out into a cemetery. And this is why my son always warns me and says, Mom, you're not going to a cemetery. Not by yourself. You're not going. Well, they're not going to hurt me. No, but you don't know what is there that might. And he's very right. Because this time it scared me, and I'm fearless when it comes to this stuff. But this scared me because I was trapped. I don't use crystals. I don't use any of that for me. I don't do the crystal thing because with a black mass, a crystal is not going to protect you. All of that sort of thing is just not going to. You can maybe throw it at them, and it still is not going to work. I use prayer and iron, and that does it. Prayer and iron. So we sit down in this nice little cafe type thing. I don't mean to be a smarty pants, but for me, it just is, I walk in and he walks in behind me and I said, cup of coffee, endless cup, eggs, toast. I'm buying. And I went to the ladies' room and came back. I sat down and they brought our food. I was famished. And I'm going to tell you something. I sat there and I said, You can talk to me. I'm eating. I don't want to be rude. I've been in there since 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And so I just need to collect myself. I want some coffee, eggs, and toast, and then I'm going to go home and go to bed. And he said, okay. So here is the story. Are you ready, my darlings? Back in the day, there was a young lady who was very wealthy. Miss Annie, I think. He wouldn't tell me her name because I would be the first one running down to the genealogy society and trying to look her up because, back then we didn't have any internet, no anything like that. So I lived at the genealogical society. So he said she was the daughter of one of these land wealthy individuals during the Civil War. Now, I love Virginia, and I love the accent in Virginia because it's just subtle and easy. So, there evidently, she fell in love with a soldier that came through. Going through the area, whatever. He was from the South. It turns out that he had another woman that he was betrothed to, engaged with. But this young man didn't tell this young lady all of this. She fell in love and wanted to get married, and he wanted to marry her. But then it came out that he had somebody else dangling on a string somewhere else in Virginia, like upwards to Richmond. So evidently things got a little tough. The other, and believe me, nothing has changed. It doesn't matter how, when, where, what it is. It just does not matter anything. Because when somebody's feeling like they're cheated on or whatever, they take revenge. Now, this other lady up near Richmond, her family was very political. They had connections and they had money. It was this is old money, land rich, really. But the other lady was proper. And she just had an absolute hissy fit. So what does she do? She evidently hired a witch. No kidding. A witch. To go down to this area. This was just south of Williamsburg. Well, not just south, but south of Williamsburg. So she hires a witch to go down there and do her bidding for her. That's right. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Enter the witch. Now, this witch, story has it, came up from New Orleans. And the woman from Richmond, her father summoned whomever to go get this woman and to bring her there to take care of Miss Annie. So amazingly enough, it came time for all of this to go down and for all of this to happen. And evidently, she was just this beautiful blonde, the epitome of the South, beautiful blonde, gone with the wind, Melanie type, gorgeous. And evidently, the political woman was completely the opposite. And her father made arrangements for her to be married to this young man. So this witch goes down to this area, befriends Annie and her family, and be careful, that's what they do. And I'll give you a little hint. Sometimes these people that work in dark arts will befriend others until they feel that the time is right. And then they will come out. We may know one. So, she comes down to this area. And evidently, this young lady starts getting ill. And it was bad. It was horribly illness that was horrible. That she lost a lot of weight. Her hair was falling out. She was going into skin and bones. Now, I want you to know this. Any type of practitioner like that is an evil. I know many people who, say they are witches. I don't like that name, just like I don't like psychics. And quite frankly, I'll just tell you this. I've met some witches, practitioners, that are more kind than the Christians that I've met. Anyway, we're not going to even go there. So this was a witchery, right? This was a Christian family, and this witch stepped in. This poor young lady was bedridden within about 10 days. Hair falling out, teeth falling out. And at this point, they knew that there was something wrong because the doctor had visited her many, many times and said, there's nothing wrong with her. Why this is happening? So, this young man hears by the grapevine, because he was an officer. He happened to be down right around Annie, and he told Annie, he said, look, I'm not going anywhere. You die, I die. And he said, I will be with you forever. You don't need to worry about it. I'm not going back to that. Well, guess what? You don't want to make a witch mad. And that made her mad. And it made we're going to call her Penelope. Penelope the political. Miss Political Penelope, it made her mad. And she basically said, unleash everything that you have, not on her, on the family. I want them ruined. I want this young man ruined. She was like giving the witch the orders. Well, the witch listened. And before you know it, Miss Annie had passed away in her sleep. This young man was so distraught that he got out on his horse. I need to write a book. These are so great. He got out on his horse, took off on the horse. The horse stumbled. He dropped off the horse, broke his neck, and was gone. The next thing you know, oh, it didn't stop there. The mother was making, this is the story goes, the mother was making, what do they call that? Apple butter. She was making apple butter. And as you know, I mean, what do you do when you do that? You chomp on this, you eat this, you take a little bit of this. Oh my. Oh my. She choked on an apple and she died. The next thing you know, she had two other brothers. They had accidents and they were gone, and the old man was left. He built the mausoleum for his daughter. He knew at this point, he knew what had happened because the young man, before he went off and fell off his horse, told him they hired this witch. And this is what's happening to the family and to me and to everyone around. And so he knew that there was a good witch. I don't know how they all knew this, but hello. He went to her and said, I feel like I have to protect my daughter beyond the grave. What can we do? And he said, or she said rather, to the father, you build a mausoleum, you put an iron gate, you keep a candle burning in the mausoleum, and where the young man was buried, which was right here, facing the mausoleum, you keep a candle at the base of his stone. You do not write his name. You do not write anything on his stone. And that's what he did. He took it upon himself to bury this young man, contacted the family. Hi, MJ, look at this. I'm loving it. And so he said, and I said, well, okay, that doesn't make sense. But what about the black mass? And he said the black mass showed up after Papa passed away. Yes, my darling, this is shade 117. Thank you. It was Mary Jennings in the chat that suggested this. But if you're going to wear red lipstick, you got to use purple toothpaste first. Okay. Back to the story. So, okay, hold on. It is the golden rose. This stuff is so yummy. Look at this applicator. Is that, hello? Shade 117. We will have a makeup tutorial. Okay. So after all of this deep down muckmire mayhem happened with this poor family in Virginia, this witch, because after all was said and done, political Penelope, evidently, she was so stuck up, was not happy. and was mad at the witch. There was a huge big thing over that, and the ultimate ending of that is that there was a black mass that was conjured. And evidently, the moment that the candles go out, story tells that the black mass will step in and will take Annie and this young man. Now, is that possibility? No, it's not. But when you're the parents and the father, and all this is going down, and you don't have somebody that basically stands there and says, ma'am, run, you're going to listen. So for 200 and some years, the family of this family have been going here and putting the candles. And I asked this man I was having coffee, eggs, and toast with, no peach pie, unfortunately, what happens? What happens if you miss? What happens if that goes out? What if it rains? What happens? He said, if it rains, they have a certain big glass jar, like a big pickle jar, something like that, that they've made so that air can get into it, and they cover the candle with the glass jar so the rain doesn't put it out. Sounds plausible to me. There was not rain going to get to this here. And so evidently that's what it's all about. And he looked at me and goes, and you saw the black mass? I said, oh, yes, sir. And I said, and my notebook is still back there. He said, should I go and get it for you? And I said, yes, sir. I said, and if you want to, I will meet you back here later on this afternoon. I'm going to go home, freshen up, get some rest, say a prayer, figure out what this all means, and then I will pick up my notebook. Okay. So I'm driving home and I'm thinking, this is either the craziest story or the best story I've ever heard. I get home. I call my grandmother. She was still alive then. I get my mom because we didn't have cell phones. So I had to, calling from Virginia to Tennessee, I had to call my mother and grandmother on a conference call. You know how you used to do the conference calls? Hold on a minute, click, click, and you could patch somebody in. Oh, those were the days. The young ones don't even know the struggle, right? Hello. So I get home. I'm calling mom and grandma. And mom, listen, my mom and grandma were the absolute best, other than being Hollywood wannabes. The Grace Kelly and Claudette Colbert. That's another story for another time. They were like, oh. These two gals sat with me, and I said, you all have to see the original Terminator. These two gals sat with me and watched the original Terminator. They had popcorn. They had candy. They made snacks. They had pop. They had this. And they were just sitting there, as my grandmother would say, mowing it in. Don't know what mow. I don't even know how to spell mow. But that's what we were all doing. Well, that's what these ladies were. They were just, of course, my family's got stories of our own. And I got to tell you a historical story. And I do want you to stay tuned over the next couple of days, because I'm going to record that and put that together for you. And oh my, you all are going to like that. And it is a spooky story that stems from my family in Görlitz, that's handed down through the centuries and came across from Europe into the United States. And it is a good one. So we've got stories. So they were sitting there. And of course, you know what they said? I got to tell you this. You know what they said? My grandmother says, listen, I don't know. She had kind of a little, I don't know about you, Zell, but I wouldn't mind saying this. And she says, Carol, that was my mother's name. What do you say we go on a little trip? And I said, listen, if you girls can be ready by tomorrow, I will make that trip. I will come to Tennessee and pick you up, and I will take you there. So at 4:30 in the afternoon, I meet Mr. Guardian of the Candles. We'll call him that. I meet Mr. Guardian of the Candles. He has my notebook, and he's got the funniest look on his face. And he hands it to me. He goes, here, miss. I said, yeah. And I look in it. My notes were in it. Everything was fine. I said, I dropped it out in the middle. He goes, you didn't drop it out in the middle of anything. I said, where was it? He said, it was in the mausoleum. No way was it in that mausoleum, because I dropped that when I saw that big black mass, and I thought, do I cut and run, or do I stand here and pretend that I'm a tree? I just dropped the notebook. And I told him where I dropped the notebook, and it would have been back here. You see this one with the cross? I remember that one with the cross that was by this tree. It was back over in there and there. He said, oh no, ma'am, it was in the mausoleum. I said, oh, that was Annie. He goes, what do you mean? And I said, well, I made a deal with her. And he looked at me like, and I said, listen, my darling, you can't say anything about me. Who's showing up nightly to light the candles? I think you and I are in the same position, pal. And he's laughing at this point because he knows how silly this sounds. And I said, I made a deal with her. She takes care of me, and I take care of her. And he said, well, isn't that something? I said, yes, it is. So I asked him more about this black mass. And he said, the only thing that we know is that is the spirit of the witch trying to get into Annie. And this is why. Because anybody who ever is a practitioner of these dark things, and somebody up in Massachusetts, if you're listening right now, you know, if you know, you know. Don't bother doing that. But when you practice dark things and you cause such harm to someone that this was caused. Now, did I get to verify this? No, I didn't. I just didn't. And I wish I would have, but I just didn't. If you know, you know. We can call her Penelope, Penelope, political Penelope. Why do I want to do that? I guess it's to prove that she was a snob. No, not the good ones here. Not the good ones in Massachusetts. Those ones who want to desiccate the truth. All right, so anyway. And so he said, evidently it's this. So here's the rest of the story, my darlings. Well, part 2 of the story. So evidently, because you can't cast like that without coming back on you. And that person who hired that witch and the family was equally responsible, an accessory to the crime, probably if not equal to, but more so, for wanting to hurt. Because in the reality of it is, in 50 years, it didn't matter anyway. And that's the way you have to think. Doing that sort of thing now, and 50 years, it doesn't matter. Hello. So evidently, this witch, don't know what happened, but on her way back from Richmond, after she received her payment for services rendered, had a horrible accident and burned by fire. Good. Bye. She self-cremated. They said it was just the biggest fluke. Well, in this type of realm, there are no flukes. She died horrifically in a fire, going back to New Orleans. Story says. Now, political Penelope from Richmond, Virginia, was unalived because she was robbed. Somebody unalived her. Someone pew-pewed her father at some type of political convention. So everything came right back onto them. Boom. And evidently that black mass, now you can't prove it. Nobody knows, but that's legend. But hey, I'm here. It's this time of year. I'm believing it. I saw it. Evidently, this black mass is this, not the spirit, but the energy of this witchy type. Ooh, witchy woman. This witchy type, because evidently when the candles go out, she's going to go in and desecrate poor Annie. I mean, after what more? The poor woman is gone. What more can you do? But evidently that ain't good enough. She got to wait. So to this day, is this burning? I don't know. Do you remember me telling you that I work with a gentleman who has a corporation in Virginia? And he is close to Richmond. And there's a lot of things going on at that particular time. And I asked him today, when I spoke to him, I said, listen, if I gave you the coordinates, would you go visit this cemetery? And he said, you know what, Zelda? I'm sorry, but I don't think so. And I said, well, let me ask it to you this way. If I come over there, would you go with me? And he said, you know what, Zelda? I don't think so, because I don't want to be hanging around and get stuck in a mausoleum. Fair enough. So I don't know if it's still there. Maybe someday I'll find out. I don't want to send anybody over there. So now comes the next day. So I look in my journal. It's all intact. Everything is fine. I get home. I called Grandma and Mom and I said, look here. I'm going to be on the road in the morning. I'll have Skippy, which happened to be my little 3-legged dog. And he wasn't I named him Skippy before he lost his leg. Let's hope it wasn't prophetic. Anyway, that's another story. So, my darlings, I hopped in my car the next day. Got Skippy. Said, come on, brother, we're going. Filled up, got my check. And the reason I did say that, because quite frankly, I'm just going to say this. When I was working for the Psychic Friends Network, I made almost as much as my lieutenant commander husband on that psychic line. So, but see, here's the gig. Back then I had to wait for the mail to run for my check to come. Don't you love those days? Do you miss those days? Now it's like, oh, well, wake up. Oh, went into my Venmo. There's PayPal. There's Cash App. There's Zelle. Boy, we are puppies, aren't we? We are just literally puppies. But those were the days. So I waited for my check. And boy, I was sitting by the porch. Seriously, I was packed. Skippy was ready to go. I had everything buttoned down, everything ready. And Lord God Almighty, I was ready to hit the road. The mailman comes up and he looks at me, and he always gave me a hard time because I was always lurking, because I had the mailbox right there by the front door. I was always lurking, and I would go right out when I saw him come up, and he'd hand me like this, and then he'd jerk it back like this, yanking my chain. I'd say, oh, you don't even know who I am. And he would laugh like crazy. He was wonderful, wonderful mail person. I got my check, got my dog, got an overnight bag because I knew I was going to have to spend the night. Took my goodies with me, a deck of cards, made sure I had my lipstick and a few other things, because back then I looked a little better and all I needed was lipstick. Had my hair up, boof, done. It was the 80s. Hello. Hair was, and had earrings, done. Hit the road, mama. So I get on the road to Tennessee, and I'm thinking, wow. And then I start thinking, do I really want to take my grandmother and my mother here? Do I really want to? I know they want to go. These two are like frickin' frack, buddy. They would, if I say let's go, they would say how far? So we get to Tennessee, and I said, look, you guys are going to come back, but I am just not so sure that I want to take you to this place. It may be dangerous. And look, hello, you all can't run. And oh no, they were not going to hear of it. They had planned. In fact, my grandmother packed a little picnic, because that was a thing that you used to do back in my day growing up. You go to the cemetery, you sit down, and you have a picnic. I'm like, okay. Oh, okay, Grandma. But see, my grandmother was really in tune and she was really psychic. Now, my mom was like this. My mom was kind of like this new soul that had just been placed in a meat suit that was kind of like, oh, the life is wonderful. Let's trust everybody. And my grandmother was like that, let's carry something in her pocketbook, which I did not let her do. Coming across the state line, you don't do that sort of thing. But, oh, she was a pistol. Yeah, no pun intended. So we're on our way. And I'm telling you, nobody could get a word in edgewise. Grandma, mom, me, talk, stories and all this other stuff. Now, they had never seen my house. This was the house that I bought from the great-granddaughter of President Monroe. And her husband, she was in her 90s when I bought it. And her husband was the man who built this house over 100 years. Or no, it was quite almost 100 years old. And it was gorgeous. And I really lean into that historical stuff. We were in Virginia. I lived near Fort Monroe. It was gorgeous. I painted my living room this beautiful, buttery kind of a, I had white, what's it called? White woodwork. And the walls were this color in the living room. The kitchen was a deep red with white, and the dining room was billiard green with white trim. And I'm telling you, that place was a show place. Hardwood floors. I hated leaving it, but I did. My grandmother and mom walked in, and they were like, oh my gosh, this is so beautiful. They loved it. And while we were there, I took them up to Williamsburg, took them to all these different places, very historical, blah, blah. I had a painting of Washington in my dining room that had this, he had all the colors in my house in this painting. So he had this beautiful turquoise coat or this sash on with the beigey vest. And I mean, it was just gorgeous. So we get ready. And I said, we're going to go out there early enough. So it was the next day. We go out there. Lo and behold, it was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Grandma's got her little picnic. She had kept it cold, put it in the refrigerator. She was bound to determine we were going to have that picnic. And I said, you know what? If we go have a picnic, we're going to go have it right on the stairs of that mausoleum. Because if anything happens, we can just jump over. Hello. We had this lovely picnic. The candles weren't lit yet because it wasn't evening. And so it was peaceful, gorgeous, lovely. And I told him, I said, look, I'm not going to hold you guys on a leash, but we're all going to know we're not going to get lost in here. And I was marking the trail. They had the best time because, like I said, I have never seen epitaphs on headstones that were this eloquent in some ways, because they were just so eloquent. And it was just amazing. We went through, I think we spent about an hour and a half, 2 hours there, we left, and that was it. Never went back. Had a great time, took them through Fort Monroe, took them through all these different places, went out to eat, went out to do all these things, and it was a grand time. But I've always wondered, And this time of year. Now, that was in May. Of course, not any time near now. That would have been something, wouldn't it? But I lived in the same house that I had the call from. I swear it was Jacques St. James, the vampire, on Psychic Friends Network, and lived there. And then I decided to leave my marriage, and I left and went to Tennessee. Then I went to Ohio, and then I went to Florida, and I just started traveling around because Psychic Friends Network unfortunately went bankrupt. And I woke up one morning without a job. And I was very upset and thought, you know what? What am I going to do? You know what? I'll do it on my own. So I started traveling the circuit, started going, because back then you had psychic fairs. You wanted to go meet a psychic, you went to the psychic fairs, and you went to this, and, blah, blah, blah. Pardon me, just a second. But I will never forget this one, because this was another amazing story. I don't know what it is. The cemetery stories are always my favorite. I don't know why. But there's going to be time when I'm back at it again, and I'm going to take you guys with me, and we're going to do everything together. Every haunting has a beginning and an end, but in this place, one becomes the other. Step closer, the lantern's glow will guide you. What you are about to hear are true stories of hauntings all over the world. Welcome to Help, I'm Haunted. I'm going to tell you the story about the doll. We've heard enough of EPPs. I'm going to tell you a story about a doll, and then I'm going to go, because the storm is starting to hello. I guess I'm lucky I haven't called in for my reading yet. I ordered 3 questions. Honey, I sent it to you yesterday. My darling, I sent it to you yesterday. You better you need to check your spam folder, because it was either yesterday or the day before I sent it to you. So, my dear groovy Cheryl. So there you go. So you need to check and write back to me if you haven't gotten it, and I'll resend it to you again, because I did send it to you. I got yours. Yeah. I love you back. Okay, I'm going to tell you about a doll. And if you hear laughing, my son is actually playing. And my son has promised that he will come and stay. He does not want to be on camera. I don't blame him. And did you want to jump down or something? Or what is this bucking bronco stuff that we're doing? Okay. He's laughing, he's working, but he promises he will come and do, what is that guy? Walken, Christopher Walken. You need more cowbell. Okay. So don't be spooked if you hear laughing in the background. It's not, I'm ready to get my Halloween decorations out. All right, my darlings, I'm going to tell you about the story about the doll baby and little Zelda. And this is why I don't do dolls. We were the typical American family. My mother got divorced from my bio dad when I was a little chicken. And this man, who always loved my mother, come rain or come shine, proposed to my mom and adopted my sister and myself. I think I was a year old when that happened. Oh, hold on. Miss Behaven's daughter turned 18 on Friday. We'll have to sing. Let me know her name. We'll sing to her in a minute. So we lived, Dad worked for a little place called General Motors. And I called him Dad because he was the only dad that I knew. And so my grandparents, my grandmother, the one that I always talk about, my grandpa, whose birthday was on the 2nd, 2 days ago, happy birthday, Gramp, was, they would always go on these big trips. I mean, they would go on hunting trips out to Wyoming, and they would go, here and there. Now, we lived in a little house, typical American family, little white house with a little white picket fence. It was a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, basement, kitchen, and my mother felt like she just had won the lottery, and we were very happy there. So my grandparents went off on this little vacay. They came back. You're welcome. They came back, and they had presents for us. Now, it wasn't a little house on the prairie, but it was a little joint. And I look at it now and I think, how could we even have survived in that place? It was little. So my grandparents would always come back and get my sister and I gifts. Well, this time they came back and they had these little bride dolls, bride as in wedding, bride dolls. Now, I really didn't know that much about, that sort of thing. I mean, I think I was 3, maybe 4. Chloe. Okay, well, time out. We're going to sing to Chloe now. Get ready, everybody. Here we go, Misbehaving Chloe. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Chloe. Happy birthday to you and many more. Yay, Chloe. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Young lady. Wow. I remember when I was 18 in the 1600s. So we lived there. My grandparents brought back these dolls. Now, my dad built these shelves. They were wall shelves that would hang on the walls. My sister and I shared a bedroom. And we had twin beds in the bedroom. And we had our wall shelf, like here was our bed, head of the bed up here, the foot of the bed down here. And the wall shelf was hanging on the wall. So when we went to bed at night, we could look at our shelves. So I had never seen, oh, that's good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yes, I'm so super famous. Whoa, yeah. Woo. Okay, well, I'll take that, though. Thank you, my darling. So they brought these, and my sister, the dolls were like beautiful. And they never, I mean, if you moved them, their eyes would blink and, whatever, you could move their arms or whatever. But, this was in the 60s. And I think I was like 3, 4, maybe 4. I think I was 3, enough that I could remember. So every night I would go to bed because I had never seen anything like that before. Mom put all our toys that we couldn't play with, the ones that we had to keep for whatever reason, we had to keep them because we just never knew. Because, like we got Disney watches that one year and, I got Cinderella. My sister got Snow White. We weren't allowed to wear them. We could only put them on the shelf. Okay. So, and now I don't know where mine is. So that made a lot of sense. So I would go to bed every night and I would look at her and I just would say, and sometimes in my mind, sometimes I would look at her and I would say, "You're so beautiful. I hope I look like you one day when I get married." I mean, she had this like roll set, right? She had that roll set going and little pearls. She had a little pearl wristlet on, a little pearl necklace. Oh, and her little pearl dangly earrings, a little veil. She was a very pretty little thing. Little lipstick. Hello. Can't go out of the house without lipstick. And she had little high heels on. She was just adorable. I can't even remember what my sister's doll looked like. So I would sit there every night, lay there every night, and just look at her and say, "You're just so beautiful. You're so gorgeous. I hope I look like you one day." I would just go through this and then eventually just falling asleep. Now, our house, I'm going to set up the center stage, was in this wasn't really like it was in a neighborhood, but it wasn't, our neighbors were not close. Okay, it was not close. It was, "Don't leave me, Mitchell. Don't leave me, darling." They weren't close, but we had neighbors close enough that if we ever needed anything, whatever. Now, my grandparents always lived like within a 5-mile radius, never anything more. Pardon me. One of these days, I'll stop itching my nose. Maybe I'll shave my baby. Pardon me. I made noise. I'm so sorry. Thank you. So, my dad would go to work at General Motors. He would leave at like 4:30 in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. And so this had to happen between 2 and 3 a.m. I think that's what my mom said. So this one night, I'm laying there. "You're so beautiful. You're so," and I'm not kidding. I swear to God, and there are times I choke up when I'm even saying this. That doll turned. She literally turned and looked down at me and winked. I'm going to tell you, there was one little girl who never knew fear. I never knew fear. That was the moment that I knew fear. You want to talk about a B-movie scream? No kidding. A B-movie, those screams, those shrill screams? Baby darlings, I came up out of that bed. I mean, it was just, I could not. I was shaking crazily. And my sister jumps up and she's like, Zell, what's wrong? Zell, I couldn't speak. I was in shock. My mother, I'm not kidding, there was fire on the carpet. No, not really. I'm just saying she got there so fast that she just burned away on the carpet to come and get me. And I grabbed onto her. And I mean, you could not get my fist. I was like grabbing onto her. My dad walks in there and, typical dad, what the hell's going on? What, it was like, oh my God. So anyway, hello. Oh, this is the good part's coming. Hang tight. So I'm in the living room. Mom turns the lights on. Dad turns on. Kathy, I'm sorry. Hello, I just mentioned my sister. We all sat in the living room, and I could not stop screaming. So what does my mother do? She calls my grandparents because she knows the grandparents, hello. She tells them, you could hear me screaming in the background. My mom could not even hang up the phone. My grandparents were like, ah. My grandmother shows up with curlers in her hair, scarf around her head. Grandpa, they come running in the house. I'm calm enough. I grab on to my grandpa and I tell him what's going on. Well, there goes the men. Grandpa and Dad go to the bedroom. I would not even walk in there with that doll in there. They came out. My grandpa had it like he was carrying the Hope Diamond. He came out with, he came out like this, like, something like he was going to be on a TV documentary. And he came out holding this doll. My dad takes this, I don't know, garbage can or garbage bag rather. And I had to watch this ceremoniously. Puts this garbage can, puts this, hold on just a minute. Give me a break. Hello. Okay. I'm live now. Oh, I just wrote to a man that I'm loving. And I meant to write I'm live and put love. That'll be an explanation in a minute or two. Okay. So anyway, I watched this ceremony going on, and we had the garbage cans out by the end of the road. So I had to watch them walk out. My dad lift up the lid to the garbage can and put this doll on the top. Now, mind you, it's 3-4 o'clock in the morning. The neighborhood is asleep, all except for our little house. So, they're looking in the house, looking at me, like this, looking up above this sofa, looking out the window, and they slam Dad slams on these metal garbage cans. Hello, you remember those? Slamming down. Well, thank you, Sam. She got a drink, got a little snack, and she's back for more. So everything calms down. Do not do that on me. Everything calms down. My grandma says, let the girls come over to our house for a couple of days until things get calmed down. So Mom goes in, and of course we thought it was a big deal to drive in the car at 4 o'clock in the morning with our pajamas on. Like we were, that was a big deal. And this was during a time where you didn't wear your seatbelts. So my sister sat between my grandma and grandpa, and I was sitting on grandma's lap. Hello, I'd like to see that now. She was holding on. Everybody was just like, I was really in shock. So it's early enough that my grandfather had to, and he actually worked in Mansfield, Ohio, at the Mansfield Tire. And they manufactured tires like Goodyear. So he had to get ready for work. So my grandmother decides, as they say in the South, that she's going to womp up this huge, great big breakfast to feed Grandpa and us, because she knew that we would have to go back to bed because, chickens up that late, you're going to have to get some rest. They lived in a weird kind of haunted house where you could hear a woman in the basement walking in high heels. So it's like I went from one situation to another. So we eat our breakfast. We're sitting there. I just didn't know if I could talk or not. Everybody was trying to do their best to keep me distracted and not thinking about it. All this Noah woman, my relatives have last names, Mansfield. Oh, nice, Cheryl. So we ate our breakfast. We went to bed. We get up, next day it was okay, whatever. We go back home and my mother and my dad were they were like, hello. My dad thought I was going Looney Tunes and wanted to take me to the hospital to get checked out, as in, hello. When my grandparents heard that, my grandpa said, absolutely not. There's something else there. And we've noticed it for a long time. And this will probably be the first of many things that she sees and experiences. Well, my dad, being the son of a Methodist minister, did not believe any of this. In later years, we lived in that haunted farm that I told you about. And there you go. So I did not realize that I came this close to being sent away for a while. So, oh, how dare you, got a birthday. All right, we'll sing in a minute. So hold on, my darlings. Give me a second. I got to mute for a minute. I'm back. I had to say, please turn off the crock pot because I made beef stew and homemade cornbread tonight for dinner. So Hercules is getting some, and I thought it's probably been in there cooking a good while. So anyway, my darlings, I came this close to going, and my grandparents stepped in and said, absolutely not, no way. And my mother, oh my goodness, my mother was like, oh my. So, okay, so that calmed down. Now, stay tuned because there is a rest of the story. But it was a few weeks later. We were in a hardware store that my aunt, my dad's sister, was working. And just a minute, I have to put this person down because she's tickling me. Goodbye. We were in a hardware store where my aunt was working. There was a woman who came up to me, and this hardware store wasn't any bigger than a minute. And it was one of these where you walked in and then you had to go down a few steps to get into the hardware. So when you walked in, you could almost see the whole store. And then the cash registers were in the back, and then you had to walk toward the front. So we walk in there. And of course, my mother always and hung on to my sister and I like there was just no tomorrow. And I understand now, why she did that. But when we walked in there, they were busy talking. You know how it goes. And I managed to kind of skirt away. Well, there in the one aisle was a woman that was standing there in all black. She had a black hat on, and she looked gray. She looked gray. Her eyes were gray. She looked gray. Her lips were gray. She was just gray, a gray grandma. She was just gray. her hair was white, but she looked like she had, I don't know. She comes up to me and bends over like this and looks at me. I'm thinking, oh, dear God in heaven, I'm little now. I'm like, what, 3 or 4? She turned over and looks down at me and she says, I know you. Hi, Zelda. You have the name of your grandmother. Well, now what happened? That B movie scream came right out again. And I'm not kidding. It rang through that store. And I mean, it was like an alarm to my mother because we had just been through this. And you could hear the footsteps running through the store and they found me. And I'm just standing there like, I believe that my spirit left my body and hello. So, oh, just a minute. Sammy, no, messing with the light. So I'm standing there. They grab me, take me up to the front, sit me near the cash register. I'd like to see them do that now. Sit me there on the counter by the cash register. Come here, sister. And what happens? I finally get to be able to talk, and they ask me what's going on. And this woman had a corsage. It was kind of a white, orchidy looking corsage. No, thank you. I hope I didn't get anything on me, dear Jumpin' Jollies. Did I? No. Can't be too careful about this. Anyway, so they're asking me to identify because people, the manager, my sister, my aunt ran up to I'm looking to make sure I didn't have anything on me. She's like, hello, bless you, Sammy. Runs up to the door and locks it because whoever was in it, they wanted to make, it was just like muckmire mayhem and chaos that ensued. We go running, and do me a favor if you're coming in, just please do me a favor. Gesundheit, Krankheit. No. Yeah. Bump and subscribe because I love you. So chaos ensues. We go racing up, looking. Finally, they asked me, describe this woman. And I'm telling him what she looked like. And my dad's face went white. And he's looking at my aunt. And my aunt is looking at him. Now, my mother didn't know because, they'd only been married a few years, maybe 3 or 4 years. Seriously, I described my dad and his sister's aunt, who had been buried for like 10 years. And my aunt said she remembered exactly what she was wearing. Because back in the old days, when somebody was buried, you buried them in black. You wore black, no makeup, no nothing. It was a very somber thing. It's not like where you see now. I saw a picture of somebody, they had a funeral and the gentleman who had passed away was in a race car sitting in it. What? Anyway, so I had described their aunt who had passed away 10 years earlier. I wasn't even born yet. My mom and him my mom didn't even know the family yet. So on the way home, my dad was very quiet. And I could hear them talking. And I could hear my mom crying at night and saying, she's not going anywhere. Because my dad wanted to send me to, because he thought it would look bad on the family with all this stuff going on. You know, he wanted to send me to a military school at 4. Hello. Wanted to, whatever, until my mother said, look, here, we're going to do the big D if you don't stop. Enough is enough. So it stopped, and he was scared of me. He didn't come around me that much. He was scared of me. And so later on, everything had calmed down again. And, they wanted pictures. Oh, my sister could be a turd. And she still had her bride doll. I did not. And they wanted to take pictures. And she brought out and they had us together. And she brought out her bride doll and was holding it like this right up near me. And I wish I could find that picture. I actually looked for it the other day. I wanted to show my son. You could see I was in complete horror standing there, having my picture taken with this doll. And from that moment on, everybody thought I was a little crazoid, but I would ask for horses, those little movable horses and everything else that you could get when you were little. Fire trucks. One of my favorite things was a fire truck. My grandparents for Christmas got me a barn. Hello, did I love that? It even had a little corn crib with these little ears of corn that you put in the corn. I played for hours and hours with my farm animals and all this other stuff. And, I had cat-like dolls, stuffed stuff, whatever. No dolls, no. My sister had them. She was not allowed to have them near me. So, yeah, things that don't talk or move. I had a Mr. Ed. Everybody remember what Mr. Ed? I had a Mr. Ed puppet. Now that was cool because you could pull a string and it would go, I'm Mr. Ed. And what I would do is my mother gave me an old broom and I would put that head of that horse puppet on that broom and I would ride around the backyard all day. I wish I could still do that. I probably would if I had a horse. You all could take a picture. I'd be riding out in the parking lot with my horse head on a broom. I could either fly off or ride the horse. Wouldn't that be funny? No ghost figures on the little, a horse, of course, Wilbur, right? So, it became very evident. And that's when they realized that there was more going on with Zelda than meets the eye. And that's because, my grandmother and grandpa had. And so when I would go to their house, we would talk about ghost stories and paranormal things in a way that it wouldn't scare me. So that way I kind of knew that there was more to this than just hello. So that's how I got. And then in later years, and you can believe my dad had an absolute herd of cows, that because, it seriously got to the point where I would be sitting in the living room watching Captain Kangaroo, and I would say, Mommy, you better answer the phone. And the phone would not be ringing until about 10 seconds later. And it would be my grandma. Or, I can remember one Sunday morning getting up early before church and playing downstairs. We had a 2-story house, playing downstairs. And I just knew there was impending doom coming. Somebody scratching over here. I just knew impending doom was coming. And I went upstairs and woke up my dad. And I said, my aunt, the same aunt, I said, Aunt Lynn, her daughter is in trouble. She's not here. She's in trouble. And he was so mad at me. And he said, what? Can you get down, please? Everybody. And they're like, what in the heck? It was not more than 10 minutes later. I went downstairs. I was in trouble. Hello. When wasn't I in trouble? I went downstairs. The phone is ringing. My dad came down, wall phone, came down, answered the phone. It was my aunt. He looked at me and dropped the phone. And he's like, oh my God. And he went upstairs. There's the phone dangling on the wall. Hello. Can everybody oh boy. Let's just knock things over. There's the wall, the receiver, flick, flick, flick on the wall. My sister goes over and goes, hello? And she could hear crying on the other end and going, hello, hello, where's your dad? My sister goes halfway up the steps and says, are you coming back down? Aunt so-and-so's on the phone. I hear my mom upstairs crying. Dad comes down and answers the phone. He said, I'm sorry. I've got stuff going on. Okay. Hangs up the phone, comes over, grabs me, takes me upstairs and says, tell your mother what you told me. And I did. And she looked at my dad and said, it's not her fault. It's not her fault. And he said, this is the craziest thing I've ever heard. The reality is, that was my aunt. My cousin, who was her daughter, was 16 years old and was out with her friends. They were going up on Route 250 to Norwalk, Ohio. They weren't drinking, but they hit a tree head on. Everyone in the car was okay, but it broke my cousin's neck, and she passed away instantly. And that funeral was so horrible. I had never seen anything like that in my life. Nothing. So they were very careful at keeping me away because, when you're in a young age like that, it's kind of like, okay, we've opened the door on Zell. Let's just go. Woo. She was gorgeous. The only thing that I can remember her was over at their house when we went to visit. And she would sit in there and she would look, they had the vanity, old-fashioned vanity with a great big circle round mirror in front. Remember those, ladies? Big circle mirror and the vanity. And she was sitting there. She had raven black hair. Black. It was gorgeous, shiny. And she was sitting there, had a brush, and was just brushing. And I was in awe of her. I thought she was just gorgeous. And she could see me, and she would look in the mirror at me and smile. And that's the only thing that I remember of her. And then when this happened, it was horrific. As I grew up and grew older, there was more and more things like this happened. And then I, for a very long time, grew away from my dad and grew closer to my grandparents, but everything was fine. But my parents ultimately got divorced when I was 16. That was a happy day for me. But my grandmother, when I was probably about 13, 14, would go over to her house, and I would sneak into the drawer where the Gypsy Witch cards were. And I'd say, let's sit down. Now, we would play the card game. My sister and my grandparents and I would play this card game called euchre. I love playing euchre. Nobody remembers how to play euchre. If you play euchre, put it in the chat, because I love playing euchre. Euchre was the game. So we would play euchre all the time. And as I would play euchre, it would be almost that the playing cards would feel weird. I would just get like, and I would say, Grandma, after the games were done, I would say, Grandma, this is Shaggy Noodle. Euchre is EUCHERE. Yes, from Michigan. Yes, hello. Thank you, Lloyd. Thank you. Euchre. I love euchre. It's kind of a regional game. It's like, Midwestern state. Oh, and it's so fun. You use the 9s, 9, 10, and the royals and ace. This is very fun. And you have trump cards. You have all this, is whatever. So anyway, yeah, it's a Midwestern game. It is. It's a lot of fun. A lot of Germans play it. A lot of, that's where I learned. So we would play this, and it was just so fun. But I started thinking, there's some things with the cards. So my grandmother started telling me a lot, and then in the summer, we would go spend a lot with my grandparents, and that's when everybody would come to her house. And these women boo-hooing, even back in the 1970s, were boo-hooing about, oh, this neighbor woman that just moved in is out with my husband, and he's working on the combine, and she brought him cookies, and are they going to have an affair? So life doesn't change, my darling, just your environment. So I would sit there and listen to all this. My grandmother was an excellent card reader, and my grandfather was a water witch. I don't like that name, but he would douse and found a good many of the wells in that area and a lot of places on the farms. So there you go. And he found some on Malabar Farm when he worked for Louis Bromfield when he worked there. So there we are, my darlings. There's the story. There's the scary stories. And I will tell you, my darlings, this. There ain't no way that I have dolls. No, I don't do dolls. I don't go around them. I wanted to go to Zach Bagans' Haunted Museum or whatever it is in Vegas. He has the #1 attraction in Vegas. I wanted to go there because I know I'll meet him. And he has a doll room. I will pass that. In fact, the people I was supposed to go out there with said, when I didn't get to go because the big C hit in 2020, uh-oh, somebody's sick. Are you okay? Who's doing that? Was sick. And, sorry, what did I say? Was sick? Hello. Yeah, the big C happened. And I didn't get to go. I was grounded, but there were some people that were already out there and said when they passed the doll room, some of the dolls you could hear you could hear them audibly. Hello, get it out, Zelda. They would say, Zelda, where's Zelda? Oh, Zell stayed home. She ain't gone near the doll room. So there we are, my darlings. Ain't no dolls. I won't go see Robert. I won't go see Annabelle, especially. And that. What's going on? Just love talking with you and reading the comments. Okay. All right. So here we go, my darlings. I got some cemetery stories for you. Now, first one I'm going to tell you, remember how I talked about Malabar Farm? And I'm going to try not to watch your chats because I get distracted. So, Malabar Farm. Malabar Farm is in Ohio in Richland County. It was the farm that I was telling you about that Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall got married on, and my grandparents were there. The owner, Louis Bromfield, was an ambulance driver during World War I. And when he came back, he married this wealthy woman, and they bought this farm. Now, with this farm went a lot of acreage, 3 or 4 farmhouses. That's where my grandparents stayed, in one of the houses when they were working for him. So anyway, that's where Shawshank Redemption was filmed, in what they called the Doris Duke Woods. That was when the first opening shot where Andy went in and caught his wife with his golf pro, I guess, or whomever it was. That's Doris Duke Woods in Lucas, Ohio. So down the road from there, now this was back, I mean, my mother and my grandmother were still living, still driving, still, you know, so it had to be, and I wasn't married yet, so it had to be in the 1970s. Yes, yes. I can't watch Shawshank anymore. I cry because it makes me homesick. Not because of prison, hello, but the area, all the farms, when Red was riding the bus to meet Andy and to leave, all those farms that they passed, I know each and every one of them. So anyway, makes me homesick. So, my darlings, there's a cemetery that is called, well, I don't know what it's called, but it was Mary Jane's grave. And Louis Bromfield was an author. He actually wrote Ferdinand the Bull for Disney. He wrote The Rains Came. It was a movie that George Papard was in. There were many things. He was very, I mean, he was Hollywood. He was, you know, he knew a lot. I mean, he knew a lot of people. So there was this, and he wrote about it in this book. It's The Farm, and Malabar Farm is what he called this farm that he lived on. So this was in the books. Now, my grandparents knew all about Malabar, and they would take us there when we were kids. And as I grew up, then I went to work there and took care of their horse barn and some of their cows and so forth. And it was a state type of thing, that it was a state working farm is what it was. So anyway, my grandmother and my mother and I decided that because I think my sister was married, we decided that we wanted to go find Mary Jane's grave. So my grandmother and my mom packed a picnic, and I always laughed because I said, no matter where you go, these two women, I mean, they packed a picnic that would have choked a pig. Well, there was so much food. So we knew where the lane was back to this cemetery. So the legend was that there was a woman who was odd, and she was there. She lived there, and come on, Sam, stop, please. So she lived there, and because she was odd, people started calling her a witch. They did not have any other reason. I guess she dressed odd. There were some other things. You know, people, they can be really cruel. So when she passed away, this one young girl felt really, really bad because they buried her with her stone backwards. I don't know if you know this. Most generally, your grave, when you are buried, your grave faces east. All graves face east. If you ever get lost and you find a gravestone and you know if it's facing east. That's how you know where you're going. And it's because all graves face Israel for God, right? That's just the way it is. So we went there and they turned her gravestone around because that was the indicator that she was a witch. Is that fair? No. But they did it anyway. I mean, this is like late 1800s, early 1900s. So we finally found it. And I don't know, my family has always been weird. Sometimes we would go to the cemetery and have a picnic in the cemetery. Lay down your blanket, have a picnic in the cemetery. That used to be a tradition for years and years. Many families did that, and especially where I'm from. You would see on Sundays, like if there was a special, like a birthday or something like that, you would go and have your whatever. So we went there. Now, the gravestones looked like this, my friends, like this. None of these big pretty ones, none of this, but they were pretty much broken. They were, let me see. And the lane, you see this right here, this is the lane that this is like the lane that went back there. Have a meal of food. So we went back there and had a meal of food, and we just put out the blanket on top of my grandmother's car. Now, I want you to know something. My grandmother was persnickety. She didn't want anything near her car. And this road back there was, she had this Park Avenue, hello, and she wasn't bigger than a minute, like 5'2", driving a big Park Avenue. She would have to sit on pillows, and she would say, we always said, if you ever get in an accident, you'll never come out of it because you're sitting on top of the wheel. But that's just the way it is. So we put this blanket out because we didn't want to sit on the ground, so we put it out on the hood of her car, or no, on the trunk of her car. She didn't like it, but we did it anyway. Like we were going to scratch her car with a blanket. Thank you, Grandma. All right. So we're eating, and I'm looking around, and that graveyard was just weird. Now, little side topic. The kids in the evening would come back there and they would overturn gravestones. They would vandalize. They would do this. And, people would want to come back and see it. But, there's one in every crowd, and they would come back and they would do that, which was very sad. So you would see a lot of broken stones and broken trees and so forth. Okay. So legend has it that this girl who took up with Mary Jane, that was her name, felt bad for her, and she had a seedling of an oak tree, and she buried it with where Mary Jane was buried after she passed away, shortly after, maybe a week or something. So this tree grew and it grew and it grew. And I'm not kidding. It grew with a heart in the bark of the tree. In the tree itself, not really the bark, but in the bark of the tree. So it looked like a heart. So we knew our task after we got done eating our bologna and cheese sandwiches with mayonnaise and our potato salad and baked beans and pickles, celery sticks and carrot sticks. We knew our mission was to find this tree because there were trees all over the place. We found the tree. My mom found it. And my mom weirded out. I'm not kidding. Now, my mom was very sensitive. She was a young soul. She was just very emotional. And she was just wide-eyed many times. So we're seeing my mom standing, Grandma and I, seeing my mom standing in front of this tree. We were about from here to where this stone would be. So we're standing there thinking, what is going on? Because the stone was worn and chipped away and you couldn't really see it, but you knew that it was facing the opposite direction of east. So the opposite direction of east, my darlings, was, pardon me, I've got a hair in my eye. Always picking, Zelda, forevermore. Always picking. All right. So my mom, standing in front of this tree, hello, and just kind of staring. Like the energy was overwhelming her. And I'm like, okay. And my grandma's like, I think we need to go up there and get her. I think so too. So we walked over and I'm like, Mom, what's going on? My mom is crying. Standing there, I am so sorry that you were treated this way, talking to this tree, and I said, Mom, I don't think that's a good idea. I think we just need to look. Let's look at other stones. Let's see who else is back here. Let's just look at some things, and then we'll, give me a second. This thing right here, I'm so sorry. Give me a second. I don't want to do it. It's rude. If I do it on camera, I'll be. Okay, so she was standing there crying, but it was weird. It would have weirded any of you out. And so I'm taking her by the hand. I said, come on, Mama, let's roll. And she's like, no, I think I want to stay here. I said, no, Mom, I think we need to go. Just then, this tree, and it kind of looked like this. This tree starts moving. No other trees. There were other trees around. No other tree starts moving. And my grandmother is back by the car. And she's like, and I'm like, Mom, come on, we're going. Oh, I think I need to stay. I said, you're not staying here any longer. It looks like it's about to storm. And she looks up and the sky was as blue as could be. And she looks at me like I'm daft. And I said, no, well, look at this tree. And she says, I know. She said, that's Mary Jane. And I said, well, then I think what we need to do is leave Mary Jane to it. Leave Mary Jane to the tree before somebody gets hurt. And just then, I'm not kidding, this big gust of wind comes rolling through. I mean, our hair was like, hello, blowing all over the place. And my grandmother, I mean, those were the days where you wore dresses. So my grandmother's trying to pull her dress down, a house dress and everything. And we're thinking, oh my God, what is going on? And the sky was blue. All of a sudden now, I said, come on, Mom. And I grabbed her hand, and I guess I pulled her off balance, and she almost fell. And I caught her, and just then you heard this scream that was unnatural, as in it did not sound like an animal. It did not sound, it was an unnatural scream. We looked at each other, and Grandma's like, so my mom hears this, and she's like, okay, it's time to go. So I'm walking with my mom. She's all but 4', 5'3" or 4". I'm 5'10". Hello. So I'm trying to get her to hurry to the car. We get to the car, and the rain and the lightning, and I mean, it was crazy. It was just treacherous coming down. I told Grandma, I said, I'm driving. She said, no. I said, you get in the back seat. I'm driving. We went down this road, and it was rutted. She didn't like it because I was going out there to beat the band. But I said, no, this is not a time. If there's a problem, I'll take care of it. But that's why you have insurance. We're going to make like a duck and get the flock out of here, Grandma. That's exactly what we're going to do. So believe me, I put the pedal to the metal, and we got out of there. Bilbo, we got out of there. And I'm not kidding. It scared. That was one of the times. But see, I was late teens. That scared me. I didn't have a lot of experience. And that scared me. We got out toward the road, got to the road, and everything stopped. The rain stopped. We got down to the road, down to Malabar, and it hadn't rained. I mean, you looked up and Grandma's like, this is the weirdest thing. So we decided to park at the big house. The big house was the mansion that Louis Bromfield lived in. You can still take tours. You can see where Bogey and Bacall got married, all that good stuff. So we wanted to go and use the ladies' room, collect ourselves. There was a little restaurant down the way. It was the Malabar Inn. We decided to go there and have a little refreshment. We got back in the car, and we decided to go drive past where my grandparents used to live. And then there's another house called Seeley Rose. Now, Seeley Rose was a young lady back, I think it was in the 1800s. Pardon me. Seeley Rose was a young lady who had some, how can I say it gingerly? She needed some mental health. She wasn't able to comprehend things, but she was a sweet girl, but she just was something. So that was Seeley Rose. They had this farm, and when they cut this road in to go to Malabar Farm, within feet, the road was right beside this house. So telling you about the old story before we get back to when Grandma, Mom, and I parked the car. So Seeley Rose was on the farm, and she met this young man who lived a few farms over. And she immediately, I think so, Boda Bob. She immediately, we're going to be nice, but she immediately fell in love with this boy. Well, this boy was nice to her. She was like 13, 14. She planned on getting married to him. She was planning their lives. He was 17, 18. He wanted to go to college. He was going to move off. And finally, he had to tell her, I just can't do this. I have other life plans. So his parents told Celie Rose's parents what was going on in a very kind way, not anything mean. So her parents forbid her to go and meet up with this young man. Thank you. To go and meet up with this young man. It's very heartbreaking. So this young man thought he was safe. So she blamed her parents. Celie Rose blamed her parents and basically said, I love him, and it's because of you I can't see him. Because he ended up telling her, well, your parents don't want us to see each other, blah, 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 all this other. And that was it, or so they thought. So they would make their own sour cream cheese. They lived on a farm. Cream cheese, cottage cheese, all these things. Sometimes they would sell it, sometimes not. Celie Rose got a hold of some of the rat poison that they used. Back then it was harsh stuff that they used on the farm to keep the rats out of the grain. She got a hold of that and she started soaking it in the cottage cheese. She had a brother, a mother, and a father. The first one to go, I believe, was her brother. Then it was her mother, and then it was her father in a very short time. And she was there by herself. And she tried to find this young man, but by this time, he was just unavailable. I think he'd either moved off or something happened. I don't know what it was. So there was an investigation, and they just couldn't figure it out. They just couldn't see why this was happening. Didn't happen, just couldn't figure it out. So, hold on a minute. Thank you, Ashley. Okay. Thank you, my darling. That's very sweet. Big hugs to your little son, too. Love that. I love that. Thank you. So, yeah, talk about a bad cook. So she unalived her family. So this investigation went cold until this female reporter from a paper decided that I'm just going to try to figure things out. So she would go down there and she very gingerly, thank you, Ashley, darling. She very gingerly decided to try to make friends with her. And so she would go in there, she'd say, it was kind of that, oh, hi, and bumping into her, different places at the store, whatever. So they became friendly. So then this reporter decided that she was going to start talking to her about a young man, fictitious young man. So they were in the barn, sitting on the hay, the straw, whatever. And this young reporter says, there's this young man that I'm in love with, but My parents are keeping him from me, and I just don't know what to do. And they kept talking about it, and she said that she knew that Seeley was trying to warm up to her, but she wasn't really trusting. Finally, one day, Seeley says to the reporter, well, you know what? There's a way you can take care of that. And the reporter said, no. And she said, yeah, I can tell you that's how I unalived my parents and my brother. So the reporter kept her cool. She took down all of the details, and she went to the authorities. From there, the authorities picked up Seeley Rose, and she spent the rest of her life in an institution for the mentally insane because she was just not right. So the house went to the state, and when Louis Bromfield came back from World War I and they bought this estate, this house was also included. Now, back to the future with me. So we went to, after we got done eating at the Malabar Inn with my grandma and my mama, we decided to take a little walk. That's what you used to do in the old days. You go out to dinner, you go to lunchy or something like that, and you take a little walk to burn it off. Hello, that's what we did. I wish we did it now, but that's what we did then. So we'd taken a little walk, and we decided to walk down in front of Seeley Rose's house. Now the park rangers, because this was a state-owned park, would stay there, because the park ranger would stay on properties. They could not keep a park ranger staying in this house because it was so haunted. So we went walking past Seeley Rose's house. Now, it was still furnished to a certain degree. The doors were open, windows were open, people would walk in and out. It wasn't, back then, you didn't have to worry about too much. There were park rangers around and other people, so, nobody would do too much of anything. We were walking down the street, and my grandmother looks up and she goes, oh, look there. And just then, one of the curtains that was hanging, this is blue, but one of the curtains that was hanging in the window, it looked like it would pull back like this. And then as soon as we looked, it went like that. My grandma said, I wonder who's in there. I said, I don't know. It looks empty to me. I don't think anybody's living in there. So we're walking around and we're talking about this stuff. And we found, it's just like we found some elderberries around elderberries close to the road, and we're looking at the elderberries and we're picking a few because you're in a state park, you're not supposed to pick, but we picked a few, had a couple of bites because they didn't spray down through there. And we turned around and looked, and there was somebody upstairs in the upper room, looking. And I said, I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to find out who's up there. I take off. I go in the house. It was open. I open the front door. Hello, hello. I ground myself on the door frame. Nothing. I go up the stairs, and the stairs were like flippin' well narrow and steep. Like, hello, how did you even get any furniture up there? I went right up there, right to that room, and it was completely empty. Nothing except these curtains hanging in the windows. So I went over to the window and I'm waving, and they're like freaked out. And I'm like, Nobody here. Because they didn't have, no, remember, they did not build closets in these homes back then. You had a wardrobe, which was a big wooden box. So as I was coming down the steps, evidently, I don't know, and I walked out of the house, my mom and my grandmother were standing there, eyes wide, faces pale. And I'm like, what happened? An armoire, that's right. Like, what happened? And they said, as soon as you turned and we saw you go out, because you could see, sometimes, pardon me, and they were close enough. As soon as I walked out and you could hear me coming down the steps, that curtain went to the side and there was a young girl's face, went up and looked out just like this and went right back like that. It scared my mom and grandma. It scared them. And I said, well, I'm not going back up there. I think whomever it was in there, didn't like the idea. And you can bet for a few days I did not eat cottage cheese. I love cottage cheese, one of my favorite. If you have a Kroger grocery store, Kroger brand has the best 2% small curd cottage cheese, I think, on the market, but that's neither here nor there. So they see this face, the curtain pulls back, the face comes up and looks, and the curtain goes back down. We left, and believe me, we were always very talkative, never had anything we couldn't talk about. It was a little silent on the way back that day because we had had two experiences. We had, oh, I love it, Standing Stones. We had Mary Jane's grave, and we had Seeley's grave.
Until next time, thanks so much for listening. I just love this. Don't you?
I made this today because I like giving you visuals. Now, I want to point out a few things. You see, there is a pathway. Hello, if I can be a contortionist. You can see that there is a pathway, other armsel. There's a pathway that goes around this. Pathway goes around, and there's one on the other side. I'm just going to tell you, stairways have been built in many wooded, pardon me, my darling, thank you so much. Stairways have been built in many wooded areas all over the world. Nobody really knows who does it because they're done behind the scenes. So here's the story, my darlings. I went out with a paranormal group into a haunted woods. This was in Tennessee. We were not on federal property, by the way. And I want to say this, anytime you feel like you want to do a haunting on federal property, which is your national parks, you need to tell the park rangers and whomever that you were there and what you're doing. Just as a little disclosure. And I mean, that's, just so you, this was a haunted woods that has been labeled as haunted for a long time. Now, I'm going to preface this by saying, first of all, I need water. This isn't cutting it, what I have in here. I should have drank some pickle juice. That is so much better. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, water bottle. Thank you, my darlings. I'm sorry I keep hitting this. We're going to put this over here. Sometimes they'll let you, sometimes you won't. If you go in Tennessee and you say, look, I'm not going to go in here because they're worried about you getting lost. And they don't, that's uncool. And especially in Tennessee, there are underground caverns and all kinds of different things that you've got to be careful, extremely careful. So I went out with this paranormal group, and I've said before, I don't like to go out with groups that think it's funny, that laugh and carry on. And now, hello, we know that I do that a little bit here. But I mean, take it seriously. When you go into a place like this, make sure you're grounded. I always make sure I'm grounded before I go in. We've got whatever. I don't wear my jewelry. I do wear my ring, all these other things. And make sure that you don't have a piece of fur in your mouth from Shaggy walking through. There we are. So I was a little on the fence with this group because they like to dress up, they're big about being loud. And I'm going to tell you, you go on an investigation with me, I am not loud at all. I whisper. I don't, there's no folly with me. I don't mess around. I just am funny about it. It's a respect thing. And plus, you want to be able to hear and be aware of your surroundings. So I was on the fence with this group. I think they have since I know they have since disbanded. Okay, so they're no longer around. But this has been a few years ago. And so they begged and begged and begged and begged and begged. This was before 2018. And finally I gave in and I said, okay, but my rules. I don't go where everybody wants a competition, where you're out there and you're saying, okay, because I believe that you need to have one who is a clairvoyant or a psychic, one who is a demonologist, one who works this equipment, one who works that equipment, one that does the lighting, one that doesn't. If you get a bunch of people together, you're going to have problems. So I was told on the way out to this haunting that there would be another psychic. Well, I don't have a problem with that. Nobody should have a problem with me. So we go out there, and right away, this young lady, oh, I just want you to know that I'm the psychic with this group. Okay, nice to meet you. Thank you. And I'm thinking, what am I doing? What am I doing? Right? I mean, that's hello, Zelda, turn your foot around and kick yourself in the butt, because what are you doing? So I said, so tell me a little bit about this forest. Tell me about, because it was a forest and it was dense like this. And I said, what about this? Well, they had some sightings of, There was somebody that had been unalived, the stories, and there were people that were there, and there were things that would chase you, and, all this other. And I said, okay, all right, now listen, I ain't running. So I'm not running. I'm not running. So anyway, that, right, it's like a competition, and I don't care. That's the whole thing. But you don't set boundaries, like you work together, because everybody's gift is different. That's the way it goes. So there wasn't any real organization. We're out there, we're walking. Now, I like to walk single file, and I like to keep checking on the person behind me to make sure they're okay. I always take a bottle of water with me. I always take a little tissue. I always take, there's my little supplies. I take an extra battery if I've got one. If I've got my phone, I just you work it out. So I have a little backpack on, and I've got my EVP, and I like to look around when you're going. I don't want my face like this into something. I want to look around. Lo and behold, my darlings, we get up to this one place, and they kept telling me there was an old homestead. And, hey, they're all over Tennessee in the woods now, I'm telling you. And I'm like, well, that might be cool. I wouldn't mind seeing an old homestead, long as everybody's cool. Well, this was it. Now, this is not an old homestead. We get here, and they looked at me and they said, well, we're here. And I said, we're here what? Well, this is the homestead. Honey, this is no homestead. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. No, it's not. So what do? And especially this young lady running up and down these steps, making a noise, whooping and hollering, posing for selfies, all this other. And I'm thinking, I need to get out of here. And finally, I just said, you know what? I don't know if I'm cut out for this. Would you all mind if I left? And you guys, oh no, you can't leave. You're supposed to be with us. You're the psychic. And, well, what they wanted was to go out with me, so I would put them on my YouTube channel, or put them on, at that time it was Facebook. And I said, I only do that with serious groups. If you're serious, then I do that. And I will promote you, and we'll go out together, and we'll do that. But I don't think you're serious. And at that point, I really thought, oh boy, I'm going to get my hind end handed to me, because these people were not happy when I was saying this. And I said, but you never know. Let's keep going. Let's think, and things calm down. So they're running up and down these steps. All of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I see this girl, the psychic, run up the steps. And she was running hard. She ran up the steps, jumped off, and was gone. And we all looked at each other, and they're like, oh my God, where did she go? And I'm like, I told you guys not to play around with this. We don't know where she went. But I said, she's not here. She is somewhere else in this forest. And let's hope we can find her. So we got off into twos. We paired off into twos. There was one that had three. There was a young man and I that were together. He was the nicest guy, nicest. And he's telling me, he said, I am so sick of these people. And I said, well, this is not a time and place for this conversation. We have to find her regardless. And he said, did you see what happened? I said, I saw it. Everybody else did. She just took off running, runs up, jumps off, and disappears. So It was getting late. It was getting late. And it was getting dark, just like this. And you know, when you're in the forest and in the woods, it gets dark. I've got a flashlight with me. A lot of people have their phones. And, we were staying within and we were hollering for her. We were, and I just basically said, I think it's time we need to follow this trail. We need to mark our trail where we are. And we need to mark it with some sticks, do something upright, and we need to go back and we need to call the police. So we called the police. The police were not very happy at all. So they pull me to the side because I'm the oldest one in the group. Hello. They pull me to the side and they said, "What are you doing bringing these kids out here?" And I said, "Wait a minute. Hold on now. Hold on, copper. I didn't bring them. I was their guest. I never even knew this place existed. I told them that I wanted to leave, and they were getting a little huffy. So I wanted to dial back a little bit. So we did." And he looks at me and goes, "This has happened before." And I said, "What's happened before?" He said, "Kids playing on these stairs and they disappear." And I said, "Maybe it would be a good thing to put a sign up on the trail. Maybe it would be good if you put a warning up. Maybe, do you think?" And he said, "Well, no, because we are afraid if we tell people that, then they'll really come out." And I said, "Well, yeah, I know. It's that you tell people not to do something, that's when they want to do it, right?" And I said, "What do you want to do? What do you want me to do?" And he said, "Well, you're the psychic. Tell me where she is." I said, "She's not here. She's not here." I said, she's gone." He said, "What do you mean gone?" And I said, "She's not in the woods. She's not in this dimension. She is gone." And he looked at me like I was crazy. And he said, "We need to get I said, "You need to get a search party, because the earlier you can search those woods, the better you're going to have a chance of finding her." So I stayed behind because I didn't want to. I mean, at that point, I didn't want to say, "Ciao, I'm going to go off and get Chinese. Let me know how things go." I need a piece of pie and coffee. Where's the nearest place? I'm going to go. I wish I could have. Believe me, I certainly thought about it because it burned me up. And that's the irresponsibility that I have. And there's two young men that are pretty well known, and I'm not going to mention their names. It's no shade on anybody, but it drives me crazy to see them. And it drives me crazy to see all this other. So the police came, they called parents, they called other people, they called, there were neighbors that came out, they brought some cadaver dogs. No kidding. I said, isn't it a little bit early to bring out the pups?" And they said, no, it's not. I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking, what am I supposed to, I'm sitting there thinking, what am I supposed to do? Because you feel helpless in this situation. They called off the search for the night. And I felt so bad. And I said, "Can I come back to the station with you?" And they're like, "Yeah." And I said, "Do you have any maps?" "Yeah." I said, "I have my pendulum with me. Let's go back to the station. You got any coffee?" And he goes, "Yeah, let's send out from sandwiches." And I'm like, "Okay, baby, I'm there with you." So we go back to the police. And it's this little, the towns in Tennessee are smaller. Pardon me. And this wasn't a big town. It was small enough to know. So we get back to we get back to the police department. There was nobody else in there. And I sat and I talked to this deputy, and she was so nice. She was young. But she had been on the job for a while. She was so nice. And I said, I want to know what happened to the other people. And he said, they've never found them again. And I said, what do you think the odds are of us finding this young woman? Yeah, ham sandwich, hello. I said, what are the odds of us finding this young woman? And he looked at me and he went, I said, we need to do the best we can do. Where's your maps? So he gets out, they get out these maps, and they were just as fascinated with this as I was with them, because I was very fascinated with them, because it was like that they knew something and they didn't want to tell me. It's kind of like that. And they were a little intimidated, thinking, and he said, are you sure this is not foul play? And I said, look, my darling, and there I am in the police station calling the coppers darlings, but hello, they forgave me. I said, look, she backed up on the trail this way. She backed up this way on the trail and took a running leap and ran up those steps. And she did not, you did not see her do this. Okay, so this is the top of the step. You didn't see her do this. She went up like this and disappeared midair. We all saw her. And it's one of those things, like, you think, did I really see that? So we've got, and I thought I had my pendulum. I did not. So I said, look, I need a string, a shoestring, and I had my ring on. I need a shoestring. I need something. So they got a shoestring out of one of their gym shoes. And so there I am on the map. And I said, she's over here. And he said, that's impossibility. There's no way. That is like miles away from where that is right now. She would never make it on foot. She's over there. So he said, we need to load up some people. And I said, I'm going with you. Now, this was summer, and it was hot, and there were bugs. But I went. So I just basically said, I'm going with you. We're going to go out. We're going to find her. We drove, and it literally felt like we drove for hours. They had an SUV. I rode in the front seat with the lady that, we talked about this sort of thing. She told me how she believed in ghost stories and all this, and how her grandfather lived in a haunted house. And I mean, we were talking but it just seemed like we went for hours. We didn't, but it seemed that way. So we got cut off, and my darlings, there were ravines. I mean, it was like this. So they're telling me, you got to be careful where you stand. And we all had these big sticks. You poke it in front of you before you take a step. And we got to this certain place, and they said, this is where you said she's going to be, and she's not here. And I said, let's start yelling. Let's start yelling. So we did. We started yelling for her. We started yelling. All of a sudden, we heard a scream, pardon me, as if, how can I describe it? As if it were coming from a hole. But it just kept getting louder, like she was getting close, like she was falling. It almost felt like, and it was just like, oh my gosh. It just kept getting louder and louder. And about 20 feet in front of us, she was there. She was there. And she was screaming, that B-movie scream, the one that I'm so jealous of. I wish, you hear this thing, and I'm always the one going, oh, right? Hello. And she was screaming. I've never heard such a scream. We got to her. They called for the ambulance. They helped her up. Now, I didn't go near because I thought, we've got to let the police do what it is that they do. That female police, she was wonderful. So they got her to the road. They got her to the road. They got her into the ambulance. And she just kept looking at me. And she was like in shock, catatonic, kind of, and was doing the thing. And if you saw it, believe me, Stephen King could not replicate that moment. That stayed with me for a long time. And she's reaching out to me. I grabbed her hand, and her hand was soaked, like wet, soaked, like she had been in the ocean, but the rest of her wasn't. And it was not perspiration. And it was like it. And I looked at the one EMT and I said, what is this? And he said, well, not like they didn't know. They didn't know. So I'm holding her hand, and she's finally looking at me and going, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And I said, oh my gosh, you don't never apologize to me. It's just, hey, you're living your best life now. And she's like, no. And so the EMT was kind of working there. And I looked at her and I said, honey, you got to tell me, where were you? And she said, I was floating. I said, what do you mean you were floating? She said, I said, so what happened when you jumped? I said, because you didn't go down. So she, just remember, when she jumped off here, she did not go down. Gravity did not, she went up. Now, I don't think it was ectoplasm, because ectoplasm can be a little bit on the sticky side, and it was not. It was not like a jelly. It was not like Vaseline. It was not like, it was literally like water. Then it was just one hand. If it was ectoplasm, she should have at least had it up to her elbows and up to her knees, and her hair should have had it in from an entry point and exit point. So I said, what do you mean you were floating? She said it was dark. She said it was dark. She said I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't see anything. And I kept praying, please find me. Please find me. Please find me. Please find me. And I said, oh, honey. I mean, in the back of my brain, I'm like, oh my gosh, what a horrible experience. And I said, you're found now. She said, am I? Or am I just dreaming? I said, no, you're okay. You're found now. They're going to take you to the hospital. Who do we call? And of course, the police, whatever. And that was it. These people, they disbanded. I did reach out to them and I said, how is she? And they were very, they didn't talk much about it. I finally was able, because I was going through there on my way from Sevier County, which is Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge, Sevierville, over to Nashville. And I thought, you know what, there's that exit. I'm going to go off. And I stopped into the police department. That girl, the police officer, the sheriff, I guess, that I was talking to wasn't on or wasn't available. But I asked a couple of other people and they said, she's gone. And I said, what do you mean she's gone? He said, oh no, She's just checked out. I said, really? Have they tried to? He said, she'll never be the same again. And he said, what the heck was that? And I said, I told him what happened. He goes, yeah, yeah, we got the report. And there's, he got the report out. We're looking at that. And I said, I want to see the other reports. Can we see the other reports? And you know what he said? After this happened, there was an agency that came in and took the other reports. There were 3 other instances other than this that happened. And he said it wasn't long after that some agency said they were from some government, came in, looked at their files, decided to take the files with them. They thanked them, and away they went. I said, well, that's cool. My name's all over, so I'll probably be getting a visit. But I never did. I just never did. Yeah, that's X-Files stuff. Never did. And I told him, I said, you know what? You need to, I think it was kind of beyond alphabet, above alphabets. And I said, you know what? You need to go in and you need to block off that, because you can't destroy it. You don't know what it would do. So it's a portal. It was definitely a portal, but nobody really understands or knows what these things are all about. Nobody knows who. I mean, we have inklings, we have thoughts, but you can't destroy it. It's just like Annabelle. That is another thing. You can't destroy it. So what are you going to do? So that is the story of, I don't go into woods with other people if they are messing around and silly. If you see stairs, now I've seen them since. I've seen stairways like this, and you know what I do? Oh, hi. Cut and run. That's, there's absolutely no flipping way. And this girl, I won't see her again. I would like to, but she's totally just flipped out. She's heavily medicated, because your mind can take everything one step further and mess with you for the rest of your life. Right. Right, honey? Right. And the thing of it is, since you don't know what to do, what do you do? Now, they asked me what I thought, and I said, look, I am certainly not an expert, but here's what I would do. I would put iron stakes around it, pure iron. Put iron stakes all the way around it. I might put a sign up that says danger. But the problem is, like the coppers said, I always call them coppers. Sorry, if you're a copper out there, I love you because you're top shelf. If you're not like the ones up in Canton that are bad. I don't think salt won't cut this. Sage won't cut it. You're talking either very demonic or you're talking other dimension type stuff. So basically I just said salt, and that's it. Or, not salt, iron. Put iron around, iron stakes around. But, it's like the copper said, you start making a big deal, you start announcing it, and people are going to get out there and get hurt because they want to see. And what are you going to do if you can't claw somebody back? What are you going to do? It's just weird. Just weird. So that's my first story, my darlings. The Kappas. The Kappas. I like Kappas. I was married to one once. I was Kappa. The Kappas. So yeah, let me change. But yeah, the teenagers. Hello, because hello, I was a teenager. I told you last week of the story. I was a teenager once. Certainly, you don't think, and even not so teenagers. You just So, got another one for you. Got another one. Let me change my background. I say I like to change backgrounds, my darlings. So, and this is about a haunted house. So we're going to put up the one that we had. How long ago was this? This was about. Thank you, Karen, for asking that question. 2015, maybe 2015. It wasn't that really that long. Maybe 10 years ago. Wasn't that long. Who you gonna call? Right? It wasn't that long ago. Wasn't that long ago. So yeah, if you see the stairways in the woods, goodbye. No picnics, no running, no jumping, no craziness. So, and it's one of those things you don't know how far to take it, right? You just don't know how far to take, and you don't want to overstep or go around, because if somebody came in and took the other 3 files as well as this for this young lady. Someone just sent me a Venmo. Thank you so much. Hold to one. Oh, and there's rain happening. Let me see here, my darling. I need to turn this. Somebody's trying to text me. I need to turn my phone into do not disturb. Do not disturb Zelda. Hello. We have one in New Hampshire. Oh, Karen. Madame Cherie. The house burned, but the stairs remained. She was high society in the early 1900s. Whoa. Now, I would like to see that. I don't play around, but I'd like to see. I'd like to see that. I watch those Skinwalker Ranch things only because of my experience that I had in Tennessee, in Sevier County, at a cabin. Okay, let's talk. Let's talk about the haunted house. Oh, thanks, Karen. Let's talk about a haunted house. This haunted house was in Ohio. Hello, I did a lot of stepping out in Ohio. This was with another young woman and her husband. Now, I think I told you about the cemetery that had the Civil War soldiers, and I was 16 when I went there, and I saw they put the picture of the Civil War soldier on the tombstone, on the gravestone, and how I just felt horrible about. Oh my goodness, I've now down the road was a big house that was twice as big as this joint, white but dilapidated, huge, big, and it was on so you're driving down this gravel road, and it was just a little one-way gravel road, and you make a sharp, what they call in Ohio, a hairpin turn. So it was a very sharp turn, and on that hairpin turn was this grown little drive, and you go through, and there stood this house that was abandoned and empty. Now, we heard some things about this house, and primarily that it was owned by a witch. Now, witches don't scare me. I know a lot of people who are practitioners, and I don't like the name witch, but she was a witch. She look, look what happened. Pardon me. So here's Shaggy Noodle. Come here. If you're going to bug me, you're going to get in shot. Say hello to Shaggy. You should hear him purr. Yes, I know a lot of people who practice who, it's like me. I don't like the name psychic, but I am. Let me take this off. I don't like the name psychic, so it is what it is. But she was that cauldron, not so good witch. We're just going to call her this. Pardon me. So we go in this house. Now, we had heard some things. Like there was a white dog. Sammy is over here curled up in a little ball, sleeping by the window. So, yeah, there we go. So we heard legend had it that there was a white dog. Pickle Juice says, hey, I need to jump up and take some pickle juice. It would be amazing, wouldn't it? I maybe need to do that. So she had a white dog that still in spirit ran around the woods that were around it. I mean, it was overgrown. It was a scary, scary place. And so, of course, this young lady, myself and her husband had to go. So we're riding in his pickup truck. We go through there. And if anybody wants to know, it is near Danville, Ohio, and the house has been torn down. So we go to this house. It was daylight because I didn't want to go in the dark. No, none of us did. We go in, we walk around the house. Now the house was completely empty, but you just kind of got this eerie feel about it. And I think a lot of it was because, well, are we supposed to be here? Right? I mean, there were no trespassing signs, and you didn't know who owned it. It was just a house that through the century, yes, Ohio is full of intense hauntings. That's right. I grew up in this, So we go in through the front door. We're looking around, and the young man decides we're going to call him Jim. Jim decides that he's going to go upstairs and look around and, see everything. All of the sudden, we heard this clamoring, commotion, horrible, upset, crash, bang. And then it was quiet. And then all of a sudden, on the inside of the door, we heard a So she and I look at each other. I go over, open the door, and here it's Jim. We said, what the heck happened? And he said, I opened the door upstairs. It's funny now. He said, I opened a door upstairs and I walked into this room and fell through the floor. And he came down through this closet. I mean, his arms were bruised. He was a little banged up. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that'll teach you not to be going in, moseying around too much. So we're looking around. All of a sudden, there's another door. And it was kind of like behind a cabinet. So we move the cabinet a little bit and we open this door, and there's this staircase. I'm not kidding. This was like Dark Shadows quality. Move the cabinet a little bit, and you open this door, and the door is like hello, this wide. So and there's this spiral wooden staircase that went down underneath the house. We go down these steps. We make Jim go first. And he stops at the bottom of the stairs, and he looks over at her and he says, "What is this?" And she said, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "Wait till you see." Now we had flashlights. I mean, it was dark in this house. You know how you can get into, yeah, poor Jim. I was laughing like crazy. But so poor Jim, is this Moochie's time? Poor Jim, but this scared him. We had flashlights. I mean, he had a hammer, hello, let's beat off a ghost or two. And so we get down at the bottom of the steps, and it was this dark, dungeony looking dirt floor, some tables, some jars that were, some jars that were, hey, no, you don't do, buddy, no. He gets mine? No. There were some jars, canning jars, but they didn't look like food was in them. They were kind of sitting around and broken. And I said, you know what? I think I've had enough of this joint. And we just all collectively said, yeah. And there were other rooms, but I just didn't want to go in there. I just didn't want to do it. We go out through this house. Now, here's the rub. We go back out through this house, and what happens? I have my dad's car again. I have my dad's car. Now, this road in this area of Ohio, one side, and this gravel, it's like deep gravel road. So on one side of the road, on the driver's side, it goes right down into this steep ravine with this water, a creek, not a big river, but a creek running down at the bottom. On the other side, it goes straight up. There's, you can tell it's dirt and there's some trees and everything, but it goes straight up. So I'm driving. I got my dad's car. Hello, my poor dad's car. And he just got it too, and it was a Chevelle. It was not, why do you think I drove it? Hello. So we get down where I'm driving. All of a sudden, because Jim had his truck, I had my dad's car. Okay, let me explain this. We decided to leave Jim's truck at the cemetery when we were done because we wanted to go. There was a little drive-in. The drive-ins where you go up and you get an ice cream cone and a slushie. Hello, what is wrong with me? Every time this, hey, you got beat up falling through a floor. Let's go get a cup of coffee and a piece of pie and a slushie and some ice cream. So he said, well, there's no sense in all of it. We'll go down there. I said, I'll drive. I know where I'm going. I'll drive. It's the little place where, you can get the nickel ice cream cones, I'm driving. All of a sudden, him and her screaming, look out, look out. There's a white dog a white German Shepherd that comes down off the hill and runs right in front. And I swerved to miss it. And daggone, if that gravel didn't get me, and I went down over this ravine. And we were all like, oh my God, because you can't steer your car. And the only thing that I could do, because we were traveling fast and we were heading for that money, water. And I thought, oh my gosh, I'm going to be grounded until I'm 45, because this is the second time. Hello. We're heading down this ravine very, very quickly. And I see this log lying there. I try to hit this log because I knew it was going to slow us down. And it did. And I veered it over. And we hit a tree head on. Like this. If we wouldn't have hit that tree, we would have been in the water. I don't swim that well. So remember, this is a time, no cell phones, no nothing. And it's getting dark. And I just sat there and I thought, oh my gosh, my dad is just going to unalive me today. So she's like, no, we'll tell him. It's okay. We'll tell him. And he had just bought this car. So Jim decides he's going to hike up to the road, and he sees somebody, flags him down. He said, look, we went down over the drink. Can you get a tow truck here? Can you get the sheriff? So the sheriff pulls up. Right away, how old are you? He asked me. Well, she'd ask me now. How old are you? Old enough to know better, but too young to resist. No, ma'am. How old are you? How old are you? 18. So we get up to the top. Because there's no way that I could have called my dad. So, I mean, it was dark. So there's a tow truck that comes. We go down, whatever. So we get back up. It's up on the road. It's not drivable. Thank God Jim had his truck. So we're talking to the sheriff. We're talking to the sheriff. And the sheriff looks and he says, what are you guys doing? I said, well, I'm just going to be very frank with you. We were over here at the witch's house. And he was like, and he said, and tell me, you saw a white dog. And we were always like, yeah, we did see a white dog. It came jumping down over here. And he goes, I tell you kids constantly, do not come here. And I said, well, you didn't tell us. We didn't see you. And that place is weird and we're not going to go back. And he said, yes, it is weird. And he said, we don't know what that dog is. He said, where did it go? And I said, it just disappeared. I said, the moment that I lost control and fishtailed and went down over the drink, it was gone. I said, I said, at first I thought maybe I ran over it. And he goes, no, you didn't run over it. That's her dog. I said, well, what's going to happen? He goes, well, first of all, we're going to tear that house down. There's a big, he went on to this big town meeting thing. And I said, well, have you been in the basement? And he goes, I've heard. So we finally got everything, my dad's car was okay, just had a flat tire, bunged up the front a little bit, busted the radiator. The hood and the front bumper needed to be pulled out, just little minor stuff. So we get back and we walk in and there's Dad. I said, Dad, I am so sorry, but I lost control. Well, he was more scared of his insurance company. I said, oh, first of all, I'm okay. I just want to let you know, these two are okay. We're fine. And he said, I just brought this car. This insurance company is going to drop. They're not going to drop you. So the next morning, I'm shaking like a puppy, poop and razor blades, thinking I am in such trouble. Well, he sits there. He said, now you're going to sit here and you're going to tell this insurance agent what happened. I said, I don't have to. There's a police report. He said, listen, smarty boots, you're going to tell this insurance company. Okay, I'm right here. I'm right here. Everybody had seatbelts. We didn't wear them. It was back in the day. It wasn't the law that you had to wear a seatbelt. So don't even know if the car had seatbelts. Now I wear my seatbelt all the time. I'd wear my seatbelt here if I had to. So finally, he gets our family friend on the phone and said, listen, Zell had a little fender bender. And she started laughing. She goes, a little one? He said, well, a medium one. She said, well, is she okay? He goes, I think so. I'm sitting there thinking, thanks. And he said, oh, she said, well, do you have the police report? He said, yeah. I said, bring it by, Russ. We'll take care of it. No worries. Just pay. We'll just take the deductible out of the payment. Cost back then $350 to fix. The deductible was $50. And so I had to pay $50 to my dad. But that was it. And we knew not to go down there again. So that was, some time had passed. I had gotten married, moved away, came back to visit. And I thought, I want to go to that cemetery. And I want to go to that house. I just want to go past. I'm not going to go, whatever. I'm not going to go, blah. And he said, and so my husband at the time said, isn't this the place where you wrecked your dad's car? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, well, those were the days. That's right. $50 deductible. But, back then $50 was $50. And I could do a lot of damage with $50. Anyway, so the house wasn't there. All you could see was the foundation, and that was it. The house wasn't there. I was so glad. And then we went went to this home because it was for sale. And when I was moving to Virginia 100 years ago, I was actually studying at the Edgar Cayce Foundation. I was big into Psychic Friends Network. I was big into this. So I didn't announce anything, but I was married to a Navy commander. He was out to sea. I was looking at houses. What's new? That's what I always was. So I saw that there was a historic house on the market. I think it's over 100 years old because from my understanding, it was built during the Civil War. Yes. So it was about 125 years when I saw it. Yes, I was there and watched them build it. Yeah, 125 years. That's me. So my darlings, I answered this ad. I decided to go there. Didn't think anything about it. The realtor kind of acted funny. And she told me, she said, this may be a renovation project for you. And I said, that's fine. I'm not scared about that. I've got, I'm going to be a stay-at-home wife. I have a job where I work on the telephone. Of course, I'm not going to tell her what I do, And so I said, I will, I can definitely. And at that time, I had 3 cats, Tippy, Canoe, and Tyler too, of all things, because I was big into the historical stuff into Virginia. So I had Tippy, Canoe, and Tyler too. Goodbye. So answered this ad, talking to the realtor, and she acted a little funny. It was kind of this, a little off-putting, just a little, she was not keen. Yeah, and realtor, I love realtors because when they go into a house, buddy, they sell you. And I want to buy what you're selling, so you better sell me. But this lady was not. She was hesitant. She was all kinds of things. She was hesitant. And so, just so you know, I got there a little early and I was walking around the outside. And I'm always wondering, and my policy on going to haunted places. And when I pulled up, I thought, okay, here we go. This is going to be a good one. So I'm looking up. The outside was gorgeous. It needed work, but in my eyes, it was gorgeous because it was all original. I'm surprised that someone had not put it on the National Registry for Historic Places. As I was looking up, because I always look up, as I was looking up, it looked like someone upstairs just went past the window, the shadow. And you know how that is. You're looking into a window, and these were original windows. Come on, sister. She had to go get a drinky, so she's right back. This kind of stuff makes her thirsty. So, had the original windows. And if you don't know what 100-year-old windows look like, they're not clear. You can see out, you can see in, but they look like they've got a swirl in them. Right, Sammy? So I'm thinking, oh, okay, somebody's here right now. So I go around, I go up on the porch, and the porch was just, I could just eat it because it's so beautiful. The porch was gorgeous. The porch was just, I think it was kind of like a leaded glass, yeah. The porch was just phenomenal, huge, wrap around, gorgeous. And it was just so much character. Stone around the perimeter of the porch, and you had to go up like 4 or 5 steps to go. And this big, and they called them, back then, they called it a coffin door. And the reason they called it a coffin door is because that's when if somebody passed away, pardon me, that's when they would have a wake in your house. So your coffin would be right in your parlor or your front foyer or foyer, however you pronounce it. So it had the big 8-foot doors, 10-foot doors. And these things were not standard doors. They were heavy wood, 10-foot doors that were extra wide. They weren't I think it's a normal 36-inch door. I think these were like 48-inch, so that when you pulled them both open, it made a huge space. So there would not be a problem for pallbearers to carry a coffin in and put it on 2 things like a sawhorse, something like that, a table, something. As I'm up there on the porch, I knock on the door. They had the screen door on there that did not belong. So I open the screen doors and turned the knobs on because the knobs were in the middle of the doors. Talk about character. Turned the knobs, but obviously it was locked. It was closed. Just then, the realtor comes up. She drives up. She's looking at me like, oh God, I got a live one. And she comes up, introduces herself. I did the same. I give her my letter. Back then you had to have an approval letter. I just gave it to her. And she looked at the letter and she looked at me. And I said, is there a problem? And she said, no, I just don't know if you really want this house. And I said, why don't you just let me be the judge of that? I understand. This is an older house, but my parents used to buy older houses in Ohio and renovate them. So I'm no stranger to this. And it doesn't scare me. And so she's like, okay. And I said, by the way, does someone live here? No. I said, really? I said, I thought I saw somebody upstairs. And the moment that I said, I thought I saw someone upstairs, she like startled and jumped back. And she said, just a minute, I have to go to my car. I thought, what in the world? Now, at this time, my darlings, there were no cell phones. Dad didn't have a cell phone, didn't have anything, nothing. Didn't have a cell phone. So I'm thinking, what the heck is she going to do in her car? So she comes up with these papers and she looked rattled. So I'm thinking, okay, I'm just not going to say anything. She opens the door. And when she went to open the door, it was like somebody was behind it and pushed it closed. I literally thought that poor woman was going to come unglued. And I thought, oh, here we are. And I said, well, she said, oh, there's a problem with the door. And I said, well, do you mind if I try? She said, no. So I turned the knob. And not only did one door open, they both opened at the same time. I didn't say anything, but she saw it. And she said, she said, I'm waiting for maybe somebody to come along. You don't mind going through here yourself, do you? And I thought, oh, here we go. I said, no. She said, well, it's not furnished or anything. The only thing that you're going to see is a portrait that's painted that's over the stairway. And I said, oh, okay. So I said, yeah, it'll just be a few minutes. I'm just going to go and look in every room. So I started off in a home like this. When you walk into it, it's usually a grand foyer, something like that. And it will have a stairway ahead of you. But this one didn't. This stairway was located in a different place. Hi there. Greetings to Nightlight Paranormal for being here from Ohio. And that is my home state. I was born and raised there. So welcome into the chat, Nightlight Paranormal. Love it. Thank you. Thank you. I love it when paranormal people come in and when we can share things. So thanks for being here. So I'm walking through. You're welcome. Oh, goodbye, darling. I'm walking through, and when you first go into a big home like this, and this thing was a monster. Just to be like deputy. From now on, I'm just going to be like deputy. So this thing was a monster. But of course, I was in Virginia, and I love that accent. So you walk in, huge foyer. To my left, a big parlor room fireplace. To my right, a big dining room area fireplace. And then through there were two, I don't want to say swinging doors, but they were on a hinge that you could go directly into the kitchen. So I chose to go that way. I'm going through the kitchen. I come out through the back. I mean, this place was like a maze. It really didn't make sense. If you want to know the truth, I don't know why it was built like that. It didn't make sense, but I loved it. Why really does anything need to make sense? If you love it, right? Go for it. So I happened to come on this stairway. And I looked over at her and I thought, what a lovely lady. This is about as close to her that I could get because she was lovely. And I thought, what a lovely lady. What she's beautiful. But she just had this look, pardon me. She just had this look on her face that she just didn't want to be there. She didn't want to do it. She didn't want to be there. There, you know. So I am looking around. I see this door over here, and I thought, well, when I come back down, I'm going to go look. But then when you go back here, there's another little door underneath here, and it's very, very well hidden. So I go up these steps, and I go on the landing, and I'm standing right in front of her, and I look at her, and I don't know why this came out. And I said, "You are beautiful." And I said, "I wonder if you're here. And if I buy this house, will you stay here with me?" Now, I don't know why all this is coming out, because believe me, my darlings, if at night I see some chick walk into my room in a misty type of, it's going to startle me. So I'm standing there, I'm smiling at her. I head up the steps, and I get to right about here. And I start hearing some crying. A woman, not baby, just soft crying, not wailing and gnashing of teeth, soft crying. And it was like you hear it and no more. And I thought, oh, no wonder. She's got a look on her face. She doesn't want anybody to be here. Look at what she did with the doors. Hello. So I'm going up the steps. Now upstairs, it was cool, but it was weird, because it was like this railing followed the whole entire upstairs and just kind of wrapped around. And then, of course, it had a back stairs for when they had servants. And I don't like to say that word, but that's the historical time of that it was, so that's the way it was. And servant stairs usually are very steep and very narrow. So I thought, well, I'm going to stay away from those, because I can see me wiping out going down those stairs, and that chick on the porch doesn't want to come in. So it's going to be a minute before I'm found. And so I'm upstairs walking around, and each room seemed like it connected with the other. Now, I just thought that was weird, because I'm thinking, why would you want? But I get it, because back then, if you've got kids, you want rooms. But why not just, walk out into the hall and right around into another room? So again, it was odd. I go in this room in the front of the house, and I'm looking out this window. Good evening, and I'll welcome in everyone. So I'm looking out this window. That was a great room. It was a wonderful room. But I'm looking out this window. There was no curtain. And I realized that it was the window that I saw somebody go past. And I thought, oh, heck, is there somebody up here? Now, here's the rub, my darlings. In these old houses, there are no closets. That's when they bought those wooden chest of drawers, wooden wardrobes, wooden, those little things that you kept your clothes in. And back then, they weren't clothing hounds. They had just very little to get them through. So having a small wardrobe, you had your good Sunday go to meet and stuff. You had a couple of dresses to get you through the day, through the week. And then the week starts all over again. So nobody had that much back then. Few accessories, that was it. But there was nothing like that up there. So I'm thinking, I'm on the hunt. I'm thinking, okay, I'd better see if there is someone up here. Walking around through there. All of a sudden, I get another room. and I hear crying, and it sounds like it's coming from downstairs. But it's the same crying, so I knew it wasn't the realtor. I knew it wasn't the realtor because I could see her standing outside waiting on me like, hello, chick, hurry up. So this was something. So now I couldn't find anyone. I made it through all these. And of course, my darlings, if you know me, I wear cowboy boots. That's it. I've always worn cowboy boots. I have a really nice black pair, and they're shorter. I don't look like I'm going to be roping any cows or anything, but they're shorter, and they have these little silver things on the tips. I have a black pair and I have a brown pair. That day I had on a black pair. So you could hear me, didn't sound like a saloon, but you could hear me walking through all this wooden stuff, right? So you knew where I was. So I'm hearing walking around downstairs. I go to the top of these stairs and I said, hello? Nothing. I thought, oh, hello. No one is here. No, I'm not into the spurs, my darlings. I don't have spurs that jingle, jingle, jingle. And I thought, I need to find that back stairway. I need to go down that back stairway. So I get to the back stairway. I open the door and this wave, I don't even know if it was heat. It literally felt like a warm breeze. I opened the door and it was like whoosh over me. And I thought, that's different because usually it's cool, but it can be if you've got this, usually it's anything. So I'm going down those stairs and about the third step, and I'm holding on to the walls because there's no railings, my darlings. Hello, you don't have codes back in the later 1800s. I'm surprised, though, that they actually could sell it, that it wasn't up to code, because you need railings in these places. And they did, it's unfortunate, but you have to take some rooms and make some bathrooms. I was very impressed of how they did that. They had 3 bathrooms upstairs, and they actually took one of the biggest rooms and carved it into 3 separate bathrooms with 3 separate entrances. Pretty inventive. Okay. So I'm going down these back stairs. All of a sudden, I felt like 2 hands like this grip me and give me a little nudge, just like that, just a little jerk. And I jerked. And I'm going to tell you, I left out a yowl that probably sounded like I stepped on a cat's tail with one of my cowboy boots. Seriously, because it startled me. And there I am, because these stairways are almost straight up and down, my darling. I mean, they can be treacherous. And I'm thinking, oh, heck, you don't know if there's a stairway that, Yeah, I was bumped all right. And while I'm saying bump, do me a favor, if you're watching, and if you haven't yet subscribed and liked, I appreciate you if you would. So I collect myself. And I'm so in this particular situation, hi, Mima, in this particular situation, and I learned this a long time ago, if you're ever in a dark place and you're going down steps, make sure you rub the back of your heel. Like if you've got a step, make sure you rub your back of the heel so you can keep, knowing where you're at. Helps you be a little bit more steadier. So that's what I'm doing, because there's no light. And I didn't have a phone, obviously, weren't invented yet back 100 years ago. when I was there. So I finally get to the bottom. And believe me, there wasn't much room from that bottom step to that door that you open up. And so I opened up, and there I am near the kitchen. I turn around to close the door, and I see this of a dress go past the upstairs. Because it was still light out. The sun was out. It was shining. So I'm seeing this. Here, let me show you like this. That's as quick as it went. Just like that. Don't you love how I have the props? Hello. So I thought, okay, well, I'm not here to do an investigation, because I'm thinking to myself, Zell, this is an opportunity. And then I'm thinking, well, I've got this chick lady waiting outside that wants me to buy this house, but she won't come in. There's an issue. So I go downstairs. I shimmy my way through the rooms. And remember, I wanted to go through this door. But then I was standing in front of this door, and I hear a door unlatch. And it was this one. There's a little door right here. You see this? And I thought, I'm so sorry, Miss K. This can be very dangerous. Very dangerous. So I'm standing in front of this door, and I hear this door. You know, these latches are they're not very sturdy to begin with. They're just, I mean, it's there to keep your friends out, pretty much. So I thought, okay, all right, somebody's wanting to lead me somewhere, but I'm not going to do anything. I go through this door, and it takes me into the oddest room that I've ever seen. There was a desk in there, and the room was huge. It completely threw me off. I would have never guessed, with this very small door, that you open it up and it's this huge, high ceilings, huge room with nothing but bookcases and this desk that was sitting in the middle. And I thought, oh, how cool is this office? How cool is that? Fireplace, just cool. So there was a chair. I sat down in the desk just to get myself a little acclimated. And I hear some steps. And I thought, oh, maybe she got brave enough to come in. So I got up, just walked moseying to the door because I'm still looking around. I put my hand on the side of the bookcase and it was loose. And I thought, oh, I hope I didn't do that because, you know, this stuff is old. I hope I didn't. So I'm looking at it. And as I did that, this bookcase did a little jolt. And I thought, holy mackerel, there is a hidden door. Something is there. So I'm standing there. I thought, what am I going to do? So I went to the front door. She's standing out there. And I said, I don't think that I did this. And you may not know this, but one of the bookcases in the big room moved. And her eyes, and I said, not on its own. I just was feeling around as I was going out the door. And that was like, it had some give to it, but the whole bookcase giving, moved. Hello. And she looked at me like I was completely daft. I mean, seriously, she looked at me like like I was getting ready to shapeshift. That's how she looked. Her soul was leaving her body because at this point, that was all she could take. And she said, "What do you want to do?" And I said, "I want to go back in, but I wanted to tell you because I don't want you to think that I'm damaging it." She goes, "You can't damage this house." Okay. So I said, "All right, I get it. Okay." I said, "So can I go back in and explore a little bit?" And so she looks at her watch. I said, "Well, if you have to go." She goes, "No, I've got about 30 minutes yet. If you can just, she was trying to hurry my crack up, basically. So I'm like going back in there because I can't wait. I'm so excited and I want to move. I go back to this door and it's locked. And I thought, oh, okay. So then I go to the next door because it had clicked, the lock clicked. I opened up this door and it was weird. It was like this long, you know what, my darling JMS? That's exactly what this is. I do have my own show here, Telly, but thank you. I know exactly what you mean. This was a long, narrow closet that went the whole length of that great big room. But I noticed that there were gaps and some light was coming in. I'm thinking, what is this? So I'm walking through there. I get to the end and I can see into this big room from those little gaps. And I'm thinking, oh, heck no. Oh, heck no. You mean they're taking people in there and they're going to spy here? What were they doing? And what were they into? Hello. Hold on just a minute, please. This is the Shaggy Noodle. And he is purring like crazy. Say hello, Shaggy. All right. So I'm thinking, okay, something is up. There's a backstory. You'll figure it out here in a minute. This is for Jerry. This is Jerry loves this Shaggy Noodle boy. So I'm thinking, okay, there's something going on. Because this door almost looks like a false wall. You would not be able to see it. So I went to go back into this room and this room unlocked again. The door was unlocked. Now I thought, maybe, oh, can you hear him purring? Oh, are you good? He's hugging everybody. He's hugging everybody. He's hugging everybody. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. I know he's a baby. So thank you. Hold on. There you go. Well, you know what, my darling? I've been offered that and I turned it down. Because I ain't making nobody any money. I'm making YouTube enough. So that's where the gig is going to be. So, okay, my darlings. I go back to this. I go back to the room. I shimmy that bookcase. And there was a lever on the top. And I thought, how on earth am I going to? So I'm moving this chair around. I couldn't move the desk. So I moved the chair around, got on standing on. I could have wiped out and that would have been end. I would have been the one haunting this house. I get up there and there's some papers on top of the shelf. And I thought, first of all, the first thing I thought was, well, nobody dusts. Nobody dusts around here. And then I'm thinking, oh, get over yourself. So I moved this, and it looked like a file room. It had drawers built in. It had drawers built in. So I don't think it was a safe room. I think it was kind of like sort of a safe. But there were these papers that were on top of the bookshelf, and those were probably a good 12 feet, probably high, 12 feet. So yes, they did not use shaving cream in that house. It would still be dust free. So I'm thinking, oh, I need this house. Now, back then, my darling, this was in the 80s. This house was $157,000 back then. Now it would be, hello, do you have 2 of them? I will steal them today. Hello. You know what I mean. It was a steal is what I mean. I don't steal anything. I think you know what I mean. So 157,000. I could have probably picked this joint up for 135. And that's what I'm thinking. Oh, 135 is going to get me where I need to go because I need to be putting some money into this joint. Just as I climbed down and had those papers, I hear this crying all over again. And this house viewing for me to purchase it, buddy, turns into an investigation. And I'm thinking, oh, heck, I've got 30 minutes. I didn't have a watch on. I thought, well, she'll come and get me. If she doesn't like it, oh, well, she can't take a joke, right? Hello. So I go back over to the desk because it's still light. The windows are there. There's no electricity here. Go. What are we doing over here? Huh? Eating my hair. Stop. Sorry, everybody. This is a new thing for this man. Let's just eat on mommy's hair. So I go over to the window, put these papers down on the desk, and my darlings, these are letters from the Civil War. And I'm thinking, holy mackerel, nobody has seen these. Now, this was in the 1980s, so about 100 years. They've been up there, covered with dust. I'm hacking like a crazy woman, but I got to see these letters. And it talks about this woman being there, and the man who built this house was an officer, but he didn't want to get married because evidently there was a child on the way. And he said it in a very kind way, but he was talking about evidently talking to his parents about going to war and faking his death so he did not have to come back and marry her. Because, you know, things like that happened back then. And I'm thinking, no wonder she's bawling. So as I get into the letter reading, I hear Mrs. Chick come on the front porch. She comes in, hello, hello. She's irritated because I'm happy. No, she's irritated because I did overstay my welcome there. And I said, well, you can come on in. And I told her, I said, I found some letters. Well, all of a sudden, she became interested and I became happy because we were putting the pieces to the puzzle together. And it was these letters who talked about, I have a plan. And I thought, uh-oh. And he said, I have a plan that I will be able to come back. But the unfortunate part is she won't be there.
if I have to go through marrying her, then I have a plan. And I'm thinking, oh, I hope you're steaming your hot dog buns down there in the hot place, pal, because I know what's up. Now, just to give you a little context, I'm allergic to cats too. That's why I get the fuzzy nose every time. Let's hope that I don't. So let me give you the context of this house. It was not in a neighborhood, even though it was. The houses were not built closely. There were woods, trees all around. That's why I liked it, because I like my privacy. So if I want to go on my front porch at 4:00 in the morning, I don't have my nosy neighbors like upstairs come down and looking to see what I'm doing. So I'm thinking, oh, okay, what's going on here? So she said, what do you think we need to do with these letters? And I said, I think you need to take them to your office. I think you need to call the Historical Society. I think you need to, because they need to be preserved. I think you need to make sure that, because there's some historical reference in there, that this man is a lieutenant in the army, and there needs to be, they need, regardless of the content, because we didn't get through them all, because on the top of this bookshelf they were all scattered. And she said, well, I wonder if there's more behind the bookshelf, because I just left it open. And we found a few things back in there, but these letters, oh no, they were very damning. Pardon it, professional friend. They were. And you just kind of wonder if somebody, because I have this vision of somebody coming in the house, and if they would have seen those letters during this time frame, they may have arrested him. Even though he didn't say that he did anything, there was a reference of he had sort of kind of a plan. And, hey, have I always said, if I weren't honest enough, I could have just taken those letters and skippity-doo-dah right out of there. But I have a rule. And the rule is, especially in these types of circumstances where you're hearing doors and footsteps and seeing a chick and you're hearing crybaby and all this other stuff, you don't take anything. You leave it. You don't take anything. But in this particular case, there was some integrity that went with it historically. And since the realtor was dealing with an owner who I think was family, an elderly gentleman who had this, I told him, I said, I think this is important, and I think you need to do it. We went outside and we're looking through the letters, and there was one little letter in a lady's handwriting, and I know it was her, from Elizabeth, who was talking about how sad she was, that she felt that the lieutenant loved her, and soon they would be a family. So she wasn't saying, hey, do the right thing. She's being very eloquent about it, but she also knew during that time, you didn't do this sort of thing. And she said, I have given my life to you. I will, I will be glad to be the mistress. I will be glad, blah, blah, blah. So I'm thinking, okay. So we left. I went home and I thought, oh, heck, I've got to find some things out. I went to the Historical Society the next day, talked to the lady. I was there. And you know me, I took a fresh composition book, righty, all this stuff. The reality is the story is very sad. However, there was enough there in the story that I called the realtor and I said, look, I'd like to buy this house. But I'm not, there's a stigma that goes with this house. And that's according to the Historical Society. There's a stigma that goes with this house. But there's one thing that I need to find. And she says, what's that? I said, I'm not going to tell you. I want to go and I want to see it myself. So a gentleman from the Historical Society who was just giddy with being thrilled to be able to get into this house, because you couldn't get in unless you had a qualified buyer. And I'd already given my letter of approval. Got up. We got up to this painting. And I said, sir, could you do me a favor and take the painting down? And he looked at me and goes, why? I don't know. And I said, what are you going to do with this painting? It's not like somebody has claimed it. I'm not wanting to take it. I don't want to buy it. We're going to hang it up. But if you will do me a favor and please take down the painting. So reluctantly, he and the realtor, cut from the same cloth, took down this painting. Now, this painting was a lot more huge. I had to make it a little smaller so it would fit in the frame of my background. But this painting was huge. They took it down, and I just happened to have a little something that I could pry the back of the painting off with. I just took it with me. I don't know why. It just came across for me that day, that little urge. Give me a second. Thank you. And I can tell you what, I keep looking around for this little spider because I'm like, I think he's gone though. I'll make sure that I give him a proper sending him off to the, hi there, Bad to the Bone Paranormal. Welcome in, welcome in. So yeah, it wasn't a crowbar. It was like a little penknife, just a little one. Swiss Army knife, really, kind of like a little. And then I took a John Wayne with me. And for those of you who knows what a John Wayne is, if you know, you know. So we took it down, and they were not happy with me. I said, look, call the police. What are you going to do? There's something here. And I looked at the Mr. Historical Society man, and I said, and you know it. And he looked at me, and it was like his face went white. And I said, mm-hmm. So we took a little bit of this back of the painting off, because you could tell there was like a sheet of something over it, and then there was the painting. There was a little note. There was a little note in the back of that painting. And the little note, I can't really remember what it said right now, but I can get the gist of it. And it was pretty much, to the person who finds this note, know that I am gone. Know that it was against my will. But also know that I will remain here around this house. I allowed love to overshadow my best. It wasn't interest, but it was something to that effect. May we all rest in God's peace. E. And I handed that over to the Historical Society man. And we just all kind of stood there. I said, she's here. She's here. And he said, yes, she is. So we called the sheriff. The sheriff comes out. We tell the story. And I'm going to tell you the story in a minute. And they decided to get cadaver dogs and go around the house. And wouldn't you know it, in the back where there was the little wooded area, this beautiful golden retriever mix. If you would have seen her, you would have thought that she was just this. You would have never guessed. But my darlings, it's my understanding that this dog could smell a cadaver 16 feet deep. That is something. The trainer that had this dog did a great job. That little dog, I loved on that little fellow, or little girl rather. I loved on that dog till I thought these people were going to be so mad, but she was just adorable. But I've never seen, this is just so interesting. I've never seen anything like this in my life. When that dog got the scent, she turned into, it was like a mask. She turned into an animal with a purpose. She knew the assignment. And they came out and they found a body. Here is the story. Here is the story. This young lady met the lieutenant while he was in another area of Virginia. Her father was also in the military, but her father didn't have a good reputation. But this lieutenant didn't know that when he first met Miss Elizabeth. They went out a few times and then the inevitable happened and she became with child. At first he was very happy until his superiors called him in because he lived in this house. And the idea of having this door beside this big, long door, evidently that smaller door was more covered. The lieutenant would take other military members, have dinners, etc., etc. And then afterward, they would go in and they would discuss things. They would talk, but somebody from the regiment would go in this little door in the hall and would peep through into that big room and listen to what was going on. And this lieutenant on purpose would leave the room to either get more refreshments, whatever the case, and he would be going in this room and he would listen to what they had to say. One day, they started talking about Elizabeth. They started talking about how they knew that she was expecting and that it was the lieutenant. They also started talking about how they thought her father, I don't know why I'm whispering, but it just seems like it goes well with this, how they thought her father was a spy. Talk about, hello. And thank you, because you guys are my grifters. I'm a grifter. I just had to put that up. Somebody told me to put that up, so thank you very much. Hold on. Somebody just told me something. Thank you. I'm not paying attention, Captain. Thank you. I just saw it. Thank you. So give me a second. Somebody needed something and I needed to see it. Okay. Give me a second. Okay. So anyway, sorry about that. Needed to take care of something. Where am I? Right there. Okay. So they started discussing things, pardon me. They started discussing things about how they thought her father was a spy. They thought he was a spy for the North. So there was a collective decision in order to use this situation. The lieutenant decided that he was going to marry Elizabeth. And then someone, and because, hey, it's no different back then than it is right now, only they don't have Twitter and they don't have the internet to be yucky and sharing stuff. Someone who was in that room felt bad because they knew Elizabeth loved the lieutenant and nobody really liked him. But he was the lieutenant. Nate, I loved when Nan on your show and said it is a reverse grifter. She is a reverse grifter, and we just love Nan. Hope you're watching, Nan. Love you. So he decided he was going to marry her. And someone from that hidden door went to her father and told her father what was going on. Well, back then, those types of offenses you could get, done away with. So they were very cautious, and he told Elizabeth, and she didn't believe it. They even told her about the hallway door, and she didn't believe that. Until one day, she was there at the house because they had gotten married. She was there at the house, and some people came in that wanted to see the lieutenant. He took him in the door, and she could hear the door lock. She knew about that room and went in there and heard the lieutenant plan to get rid of her and said, if I end up not having the guts to do away with her, I will fake my death. I will go to another regiment, and I will carry on from there. And they had it all planned. He had it all planned with, all of his people and everything else. So that's when she decided, because she was expecting, that's when she decided, when they left, Horsey, she knew they were going to be gone for a while. She wrote a note and put it back behind the portrait. Her mother had died when she was a young girl in childbirth, when she was giving birth to her brother, Elizabeth's brother. So she grew up with her father, and she was very close to him. So now she put this little note in behind her portrait. And the next day she sent word to her father through courier that she put a note behind the portrait. And then she wrote a letter because she knew that he kept these important letters on top of the bookshelf. So she wrote a letter up there and said, I know what you're doing. And I have placed something somewhere that have told the truth. Well, while she was in there, she did not hear the horses. I was going to say the horses pull up. Hello. She didn't hear the horses pull up. She didn't hear the horses ride up. And he caught her putting that letter on the top of the shelf. He immediately sent word, and they unalived her father before he got the note. He came back. They came back. It was like over a couple of days. He came back. Now I'm going to tell you, my darlings, okay, well, we're not going to talk about this. We're not going to talk about in cases right here, but I understand. And I get it. He came back and unalived her. So the body that was found by my little sweetheart golden retriever mix was Miss Elizabeth. And they could tell that she was with child. She was buried in the dress that was in this portrait. Now, I wish I could have been there. Of course, they're not going to let me go there because there's a forensic unit there. Hello. But I saw a picture, not of her, but kind of, sort of, and it was the same dress as this portrait. So it turns out that the owner of this home was a direct descendant of the lieutenant and was disgusted at what had happened. But these things happened. I mean, it's no different than what it is right now. Hello, can I just tell you? The only thing different is the media. But he did it because he thought that her father was a spy. He thought then there was going to be trouble. And unfortunately, he made some very unfortunate moves. No, my dog, no, I said she was my dog because she loved me and I loved her. Because I was just, I know I made the handler mad because I was just hugging on her so much because she was just so adorable. So the end of the story is the lieutenant, they were in one of these battles, and I think it was in a battle of near Chattanooga, Tennessee, that was Chattahoochee or something, I don't know. And he was captured. He was an officer, and man, oh man, it wasn't pretty, under my understanding, but he got what he deserved. Pardon me. So it turns out this house was left to the lieutenant's sister. And then from there, it was handed down into family. No one, when I looked at this house in the 80s, no one had lived there Had to be 30 years. Pardon me, 30, maybe 40 years. The house had sat empty. And it was in pretty good shape, I have to tell you. But at this point, I decided not to buy this house because I felt that I would be battling sadness constantly from the crying and everything else. So what I did do is I went to another home that I bought with my husband that was close to Fort Monroe in Virginia, that happened to be, of all things, I was able to take my 3 kitties, Tippy Canoe and Tyler too. We fell upon a house that was actually the great-granddaughter of President Tyler, whose husband, she met this young man. They got married when they were 18. And when I went to buy the house, she was something like in her 90s. So she lived in that house all those years. In fact, they had slaves. Unfortunately, that's what it has back then, but they built the basement, and that whole house, that's the house where the vampire came up to the front porch. That's the house where my grandmother went into the basement. That was a whole other thing. So I passed on this house. I don't know if it's still standing or not. I've tried to find it. I don't know. I'm not going to put a lot of energy in it. As far as I know, they took the portrait of Elizabeth, and they've got it hanging in some museum in Virginia, and it's on loan by the family, where they'll take it back for like 3 months, and then they'll take it. So they took it to someone who could restore historic paintings and so forth. And then they have it on loan, and they loan it out to different. But that's the story. So welcome. And this is going to be fun. Now, I'm going to tell this story. It's kind of long. And we're going to get through it. But we'll see this guy right here. Hold on, my darlings. I got to mute just for a second. Okay, I'm back. All right. Hello, welcome. This is, you know what? I'm going to put the trigger warning up on this one. Give me a sec. Little trigger warning, because sometimes these things can get and sometimes they're unexplainable. Okay. 5 of us a few years ago, and I don't know, my darlings, the background, this is a real photograph. This here. This guy, or I don't know where he is, this monster looking fellow, I added. You'll understand why. The raven I added. You'll understand why. But if you take a look at the background, now I don't know if it's me or not. Okay, somebody tell me. Put a 1 in the chat if I am pointing to the guy. Put a 1 in the chat so I know what direction to point. Put a 1. I don't think I am. Put a 1 in the chat if I'm pointing to the guy. Do you see me pointing to the guy? This guy right here? Put a 1 in the chat. Okay, good, good, good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I just want to make sure I know what I'm talking about, which sometimes we don't know. Over here, you may have to really focus in. There is a cross. This is in the state of Tennessee, and this is in an area where nobody really knows, and nobody really goes back there, and you're not really supposed to go back there. But yeah, you can see this cross. The interstate runs right around in here. So you can see this graveyard and the little statues. So this is a real photograph. He is fake. I added him, and he is fake, but I added him too. You're going to see. So, oh, this is usual for Tennessee, where I've been before. They always stick these graveyards up and around, and the crosses along the interstate. Yeah, especially when you get closer to Nashville, and from Crossville and Nashville on up and around there. All right, my darlings, here we go. There were 5 of us. We decided to visit this cemetery. This cemetery is old, as you can see. Some of the stones date back to the 1700s. There were reports of people getting lost for hours in this cemetery. It's not that big, but you can see there's steps in this graveyard. Pardon me, in this graveyard. There are steps all around, and there are places to hide. There are broken mausoleums, like you can see on this side. This is a picture that I actually took because there was so much going on. I just didn't know. It's huge. This is huge. But there's a lot of trees around on this side. There are a lot of trees, and it's like some like this, not mountainous, but hilly. And it just seems like it goes in waves. And most of the graveyards, cemeteries in Tennessee go in waves. They sell up lots, they bury people. Then they decide they want to sell more lots, they bury people. So they're in sections, they go by years. I think many other places are like that too, but this one especially. So let me get a drink, my darling. And shout out to the Mid-Tennessee Paranormal Group. I do watch it on the Talkie Tick. And by the way, if you watch the Talkie Tick, it is saved. TikTok has been put into the hands of U.S. investors, so it's not going anywhere. All right, so we decided to go up here, and this is taken just as the sun was starting to come down, just when the sun is starting to set. I wanted to get a lay of the land, and I always go first to do some type of evaluation, to watch, to see. And especially, you don't know, in the hills of Tennessee, you can step on something and be gone just like that, because there are so many cavernous caves, holes, things, crazy. So I wanted to make sure that there was a path. Now, many times what I'll do is, if there's dead grass or something, I may pull up a dead grass and lay it across the steps, so I know I've been there before. Because when it gets dark, my darlings, wow. And it's not like it's like pitch black dark. So 5 of us, 2 men, 2 ladies. 3 men, 2 ladies. Sorry. Hello. Remedial math course. So we come here. I do my grounding, lay of the land. I've got my iron. I've got all kinds of things. Don't wear earrings. And by the way, thank you again to who sent me the little ghosty earrings because they're adorable. And so as I went on, and the other lady kind of hung with me. She's not experienced. She's learning. That's fine. They were with a group. And so I would go out with them. I'm very careful where I step because, the graves most always face east. So if you ever get lost and you end up in a graveyard, you know the lay of the land because this is east. Okay? So now we're walking around, and you have to also be careful because there are black bears in the state of Tennessee. There can be panthers. There can be bobcats. There are wild animals. There are snakes, cottonmouth. Yeah, those are dangerous, and they chase you. All kinds of things. So I always wear my cowboy boots only because I wear the ones that are higher up in case something is, whatever. So we're walking through there, and it was just a little darker than what it is right now. And this yell was no animal. It was a scream. It was loud. It wasn't a growl. We just all stood still and we walked around because the one thing you want to do is when you're out these places, you want to be aware because, as I always say, I'm more concerned about the human realm than I am the paranormal. So just a minute, something just banged behind me. Did you hear that? And that's not a cat. Hello, whatever you are. So we hear this awful scream, this awful yell. And it wasn't just a right? It was like, what? It was like a whoa thing. And it was loud. So we stood there because, of course, we want to see, is this a call of the wild? Is something set loose? Is there a person there? Is this you don't know if it's a gag. You don't know any of these things. So copperheads, absolutely. Copperheads, cottonmouths, absolutely. So, and I'm answering Martha. She put in about the snakes. So we stood there, and literally things got quiet, except for this guy. He lands on top of and he looked like a raven. He did not look like a crow. And there's a big difference. You can tell a raven by their throat, mainly, and by their calls. A raven is a type thing, and a blackbird is more of a caw thing, right? So yes, now I'm going into. So he's sitting up here doing that thing that they do, and for a raven to do that, that's like it's time for you to be aware. And he's calling his buddies. It's time for him to be aware, but he was always alone. And he would follow. So if we would go up this hill, he would make sure that he was like right here. he would follow, he would stay close to us, but not close enough to where we could see where he is. Keeps getting darker. We have flashlights. We have cameras. Some of the guys have the recorders, and I have a Polaroid camera. Which I love, by the way, on going on paranormal investigations. You gotta have a Polaroid. All of a sudden, one of the men, his name is Mike. We called him Mick. Don't ask me why. Mick looks at us and says, "We have company." Now, just a little time out. If you go out on an investigation with me, as a rule of thumb, I always say when we go there, do not mention each other's names. Like, don't yell across the cemetery, "Hey, Zelda," or "Hey, Mick," or "Hey, Betty," or you don't use everybody else's name. Why? Because sometimes it's dangerous. If somebody else is there, you don't want them to know who you are. And secondly, if you're talking to a real entity, they'll say your name without you having to say anything. So he says, "We've got company." So we're all kind of looking around, and we see this dark figure. Now, we all looked, I mean, you could tell we had flesh. You could tell that everything, because I always wear the black anyway, but everybody else was. But you could tell that we were human. And we just kind of stood still. There was a guy that was walking, and he was walking way up in here. And he was walking around just like this, head to the side, and walking very slowly, very zombie-esque. And so we're making hand signals to each other, doing the, be careful, watch out, thank you, I'm here, don't, those things. Now it's getting really dark. You can't see hand signals anyway. So now we've got the buddy system. But now in the darkness, without flashlights, we can see a guy walking around. He had eyes just like this, and you could see them. They weren't normal eyes. They were just sunken nothing eyes. We decided not to put our flashlight on because doing that kind of thing will inflame something, and you just don't want to do it. Think about the old B movies, Frankenstein and all this, and welcome Petey to the stage. And hello, ow. Okay, so now we're all I'm getting scared. I want you to know at this point, I'm getting scared because you don't know if somebody's playing around or if they're in costume or what they're doing. And you don't know if they are armed. You know what I mean? You don't know what that's all about. So we gravitate closer to each other. This dude is like, it's almost as though he sees us, but he's not paying attention. He's walking up and around here. Then he goes back over here. And of course, my thoughts, the one movie that scared the absolute scheissele out of me, Night of the Living Dead, hello, because it looked like that. And I'm thinking, okay, The one thing we didn't want to do was make any type of quick movement. You don't do any of that. You're always very careful, always respectful. And for me, you're in a graveyard anyway. It's just for me a tradition. You're just respectful. But some of these gravestones, and this is why I took a picture of this. Do you see the markings on this? There were some weird markings on these gravestones. So I just kind of thought, okay, something is here. And one of the other men were supposed to do the research, because before we go out anywhere, and if I am invited by a group, I hate to say this, that sounds a little on the snotty side, but I expect, if a group invites me, I expect that group to have their homework done, meaning you make sure you get all your history, your genealogy, your folklore, you talk to people, you find out what's going on, and if you need to, if you're going out to a graveyard or anything else, you call the sheriff's department and you say, look, we're going out on a paranormal investigation. We're not vandalizing. Here, this is my idea, and hello, my ID, and it is, I'm responsible for the group. We're not armed, blah, 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 blah. And they're very grateful when you do that, because you don't want to have a sheriff's officer come up and startle you and then have, high noon happening, right? So you make sure you do all your homework. What evidently everybody else thought the everyone was going to be doing it, and nobody really did know to do anything. And I'm sitting here thinking, oh, this is great. And they're not that experienced. And you know what? I get it. I made huge mistakes, and I've told you about those a few weeks ago. The haunted house with the portal, all that other, you just go out, you're young, you just want to do this. Hello. Well, now I'm thinking, oh, heck, we better get out of here. So we're all standing there talking. And I'm sorry, this one is annoyed because he keeps smacking his tail and he's hitting the mic. So if you hear that, my apologies. I'm trying to hold it. But look at this. Look, I don't know if you can see it, but his tail is just being a little turd. He's mad because I won't let him kiss me there. Hello. There you go. So see. All right. So we're all standing in this group. We all kind of have our backs to each other. We're looking around, making sure that we keep an eye on this guy. He's roaming all around. And we wouldn't see him for a few minutes, and then all of a sudden he would appear again. We're getting ready to leave. We turn around to talk, and the girl is gone. She's gone. She was there. She's gone. Where is she? And we're looking at each other, and the one thing we don't want to start doing is yelling for her. Because if this thing didn't see us, we don't want to draw attention and have it coming, because could we defend ourselves? No. And throwing a rock at this thing probably would not suffice. So now on top of this guy, and we've got little Kaka up here. Well, that's not a good name for him, is it? Little Raven Boy. A little Raven Boy up here going around, clucking the whole time. Now we've got somebody who's lost. And to me, on a paranormal investigation like that, and I've been through it, when somebody goes missing, it is scary and creepy. So they're all kind of looking at me like, what do we do? What do we do? And I'm thinking, oh, shoot, right? And I'm saying a couple of words, probably, that I shouldn't have said. And I told one of them, go down the hill, because we were up and around here. You had to go down the hill. And remember, I put the grass. I said, follow the grass. So I put the dead grass, just like this thing right here. I would pluck it up and lay it across these steps. So we knew That would be the way to go. I said, follow the grass. You go down the hill. You see if there are any other cars here. We will be okay. We're going to make our way down there, but I'm not leaving this spot because that's where she moved from. You're going to have to call the sheriff's office and tell them that we have somebody missing. And you need to go, and you need to go quickly and try not to make a sound. We did have cell phones back then, so that was a, hello. So he goes down the hill. He's very good at that. And you can tell, all of us are filled with anxiety, wondering where this lady is. I call her a girl because to me, everybody's younger than I am. And so everybody is a girl, everybody. You know what I'm saying? I had to be at least in her late 30s, had a family. So, you're thinking, oh, heck. In the meantime, the guys are kind of looking around because I told them, I said, you need to look, pardon me. I said, you need to look and see if any of these steps are weak. You need to gently push on the gravestones. You need to see if anything is out of place. Could she have fallen in somewhere? Could she have gone somewhere? And we're whispering. All of a sudden we turn around and this guy, like if I'm right here, this is how close he was to me. I froze. Not so much in fear, maybe, but it was, oh gosh, I cannot run this thing. I wouldn't try because look at all the obstacles that you've got. You can get hurt. If you start running in graveyards and cemeteries and everything else, look out, you're going to get hurt. And that's happened before. I've had scraped leg, even walking through at night. You can get scraped legs, scraped knees, scraped ankles. You can step on a gravestone that's old and not really there anymore, and you can turn your ankle. Just stuff. And all of a sudden, this bird comes and sits there, and he starts clucking. He starts clucking again. And this wee little bird, out of nowhere, I'm not kidding, he was wee little, comes and swoops this thing. Now, I'm not kidding. It just came and went whoosh, right like this. And it turned its attention toward that bird, and that thing turned around. I have chills telling you this. It flipped me out. I'm standing there watching because I'm thinking, I can't keep my eye off this dude now until something happens. In the meantime, the other man comes up and says, I called the sheriff and they said they're about 45 minutes out. Okay. We're here for at least 45 minutes. Okay. So I looked at this raven and I don't even know what I had in my pocket. Something in my pocket. And I held them out and I said, these are yours. These are yours. And I put him down. I didn't want him to come to me. I put him down. And he knew. He went over to the step and then he hopped over and he ate those and that was it. It was like he was around. And ravens do that. They're intelligent. They're very smart. So he's cucking. He's doing this little caw-caw thing, cucking, clucking, blah, blah, blah. So we're all walking around. And I told him, I said, look, I'm going to stay right here by this gravestone right here. And I want you to take 10 steps this way, 10 steps this way. We're calculating it so nobody gets lost. We have flashlights, but we don't want to turn them on because we don't want this. And seriously, we didn't know if he had any buddies because we kept seeing it going up through and around here. And then it would go over here toward the woods, and then it would come back again. So I said, I'm going to stay here because I'm going to keep my eye on that thing because it's not going to come up on me again. That's scary. I'm going to tell you, that startled me. That startled me. Having that come this close. Hello. And the weird thing is that he would walk up and down these steps. He knew this thing, knew this cemetery like the back of his scrawny hand, because he didn't have any problem navigating these steps. He didn't have any light. He didn't have anything. I don't even know if he had any eyes. He didn't have anything. He was just going up and down these steps, walking around. It was the most bizarre thing that I've ever seen. And seriously, I thought it was a gag. I really did. And I was a little concerned that maybe these people had told somebody that we were going out and they did this on purpose. So it would be, because those things happen. You get set up and then it's a good gag and you just don't know what to do. So I'm standing there. I can hear these guys whispering, 1, 2, counting their steps off, going in 3 different directions. So one guy went up this way, one this way, and then one that direction toward this broken down mausoleum. I'm standing there. He was walking. He wasn't floating. He was literally walking. You could hear him going up and down steps. You could hear this grass crunchy, crunchy underneath his whatever he had. Crunchy. So we're waiting. And I'm thinking, daggone, what's taking those cops so long? You get to that point where you're thinking, holy mackerel. And I was not about to leave without this young lady because, totally uncool, but certainly we just don't know if she's safe or not. We're standing there, and this guy is walking up through here. All of a sudden, I felt this hand on my arm. Now, I want you to know that embarrassed me. It embarrasses me to tell you, but I can tell you this. Grabbing my arm like that, I left out a scream of the banshee. Seriously, a scream of a banshee. Because I was all ramped up anyway. I was more worried about her than this. But I was like, oh my God. And it was this girl. And I said, oh my God, where did you come from? And she said, where did you guys go? I said, what do you mean, where did we go? We've been here the whole time. We've called the sheriff's office. And she said, you guys just disappeared. I've stayed right here. I said, have you heard us talking? Have you? She said, no. I've been right here. I said, you've not been right here. I've walked around this tombstone 20 times looking for you. And she said, almost, Mama J's. Maybe now would be a thing. And I said, oh my God. What? Where were you? And she goes, I'm right here. So we went through this. I'm right here. So I'm looking at these guys putting a flashlight up to and pointing to her. And they're like, and they were mad. They seriously were mad. And I can understand that because they thought that she was pulling a joke to scare us. They were so mad. And she was the fiance of one of the guys. And he was, and I said, look, hello. Not the time nor the place. I don't want to get into this. Now we've got to wait on the sheriff because one thing we don't want to do is get mad, have a sheriff's office mad at us thinking that we're prank calling them. We waited and we waited. Finally, down here on one of these roads, we saw this Mayberry RFD light, red light going. No siren, no nothing. Coming up. Hey, what are y'all doing? I heard you got somebody lost up here. That's exactly what he said. One of the guys said, yes, sir, I'm the one that called. We thought our teammate was lost, and we were told it would take 45 minutes to come out. And we're so sorry that we called you. It must have been a mistake. It must have been, because didn't want to be in trouble and make that look like, hello. And all of a sudden he says, well, this ain't no mistake. I said, what? And I said, can I ask you a question, sir? Yeah, you can ask me whatever you want. And he's out of the car now. Now, it's his time to shine. He's out of the car. He's got this little brown uniform on. He's got this little hat. Got a little brown uniform. He wasn't any bigger than a minute. And I'm thinking, oh, here we are. Hello. And I said, sir, we keep seeing this person walking around. They're dressed all in black. And he says, oh, yeah, we know who he is. Okay. I said, who is he? Well, ma'am. And then after 25 minutes of, he says, we have other people that come up here and seen him before. And when people come out here, this guy just roams. We know who he is, but we ain't got no idea of who he is. And me being the little sarcastic so-and-so that I am, I said, sir, we're not tourists. We live here. Because, I have to tell you this, when you go into some of the tourist places in the great volunteer state of Tennessee, because I am Midwestern by birth and Southern by the grace of God, they put it on. They just really go for it. They do that. So he looked at me and goes, well, yes, ma'am. So I figured, okay, this is him. Okay. He and his 27 children, I'm sorry, but my mind is just going in that whole direction. And I said, well, sir, can you explain to me or to us, our friend here went missing? And he says, oh yeah, let me come and show you. And he takes us right up here. He says, she went missing right around this place, didn't she? And this girl, and I'm just, at this point, I don't know what's scarier, this guy or this sheriff's accent. And this girl says, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I did. He said, well, that's where everybody else goes missing too. In fact, sometimes when you go missing right around here, you may end up coming out around the woods. Where did you? And then he's proud. Where did you come out from? Did you come out from here? Did you come out from the woods? Or where did you come out from? Sometimes they come out down from the Mausolem. By this time, I'm thinking, Holy Mother of all heavenly earth. And she says, no, sir. I came out right here. I was yelling and screaming, trying to figure out what is going on. Then I hear it. Have you ever heard of the Bell Witch? And I'm like, oh, here we go. This guy, wait a minute. Okay, here we go. And I said, yes, I've heard of the Bell Witch, sir. Because we were not close, but proximity. He says, well, it's said that blankety blanky blank Bell Witch was up and around these here parts. And she did a few little things up and around here because there were people that were after her that, wanted to take care of her. So she put a few things they called curtains. Curtains? Yeah, they put up a few things that was called curtains. And if you stand in the right place, you just hide behind that curtain. Oh, here we are. So now it's turned from a paranormal investigation to a 3-ring circus. And I said, sir, come on. I'm hungry. I want a piece of peach pie and a coffee. Said, is this true? Or is this something, what do you know about this? He says, oh, that there guy that you see that's walking around here, the one that's dressed all in black, he's the one that she put out here to guard. He guards her. He guards the cemetery. He walks out here all the time. People get lost all the time. They call us, and then all of a sudden they appear again. And I said, let me guess. They got behind the curtains. Yes, ma'am. They got there behind them darn curtains. And that witch, she did that. I said, really? Okay. He said, well, she's buried down yonder. I said, wait a minute. That witch is buried in here? Well, she's not buried in here. This here is a Christian. What did he say? It wasn't a graveyard, wasn't cemetery. I'll think of it. This here's a Christian area, something like that. This here's Christian. She wasn't. They buried her down over here, down over the hill. I said, sir, can you take me there? You sure you're wanting to go? I said, do you have a sidearm with you? Yes, ma'am. And at this point he was huffing because he was so proud. He was just like leading the pack. I felt like we were gonna see Scooby-Doo and the Mystery Machine pull up all of a sudden. So I said, sir, have you ever come close to this entity? He said, I seen him. I seen him walk up and around here, and I don't pay no attention to him because I don't want him coming near me. And I said, okay, that's smart. And I said, what about the raven? He says, oh, yeah. She put that there raven, and she keeps that raven here in this cemetery. That raven keeps this guy from going out from all here. So the bottom line is, sir, the raven keeps this guy from going outside of the graveyard. Is that what you're telling me? Yes, ma'am. Okay. I'm buying what you're selling. Okay. I'm buying what you're selling. Hey, look, it's a Friday night. Let's go for it. All righty. Well, here, let me do this. I have to call over to the station, tell him that I'm here, and tell him what I'm doing. So if anything happens to me, you understand, they got to call my wife. Yes, sir. Please take your time. So we go up these steps. And I said, there he is over there. He was over right around the ear. He says, yes, ma'am. We're just not going to look at him. I said, why is he here? Who is he protecting? What, don't you think that he would be walking around her grave instead of the Christian graves that are here? Well, ma'am, you'd think that he would be. But from what I heard, he's going to be walking this here hill until the day that the Lord comes back. Okay, let's go. Let's go. So he's got this big sheriff's department. Goodbye, darling. Got this big sheriff's department flashlight. You know, the ones that if you ever got boinked on, it would hurt. And it's one of the long black, you know. Could have been Union County. So we go up over here, and there were some other stairs. So in the meantime, I'm holding on to this girl like there's no tomorrow because I'm thinking, girl, you ain't going to get away from, you aren't going to be ducking behind any curtain again because when I'm ready to go, I'm out of here. So she's hanging on to me too. It scared her. I'd be scared too if all of a sudden because she was upset thinking that we just vanished and left her. Oh, how horrible. We go up, he takes us up and around here. Yeah, that's a mag light. That's right, Jerry. He goes up and around here. We go up behind here, up and around, down past the woods. And on the other side of this wooded area, it's steep. It's almost like a drop off. And I'm thinking, oh, here we go. I didn't come to hike. So we maneuver our ways down there. And there were 7 graves. Gravestones, markers. The markers didn't have names. They didn't have anything. But you could tell clearly they were markers. And we went down there, and I'm trying to take Polaroids. And they were coming out totally white, not developed, totally white. So I knew the energy is like, hello. The other guys are trying to take pictures with their cell phones. We get down there, and this, you know, officer, not so bright. I would call him not so bright, okay? Officer not so bright is what I called him. So Officer not so takes us around there, and he says, ma'am, don't get too close. I said, what do you mean don't? He said, you, ma'am, don't get too close. I'm going to tell you, we don't know what's buried here. And you don't want to take nothing home with you. I said, oh no, you're absolutely right. And I said, do you know who's buried here? He said, it ain't who, ma'am. It's what. And that right there gave me the chills more than anything of the whole night. The whole night was anxiety. You know, I just wanted to get in my car and buzz off. But when he said that, it ain't who, it's what. I thought, oh, shoot. Now, it's not over. It ain't over. We're all standing around here looking, because here's the thing that most people forget in investigations. You got to keep looking up. You want to make sure, look, I did that, and poor Sammy looked up. She's mommy's chicken little. All right. You got to keep looking up. You've got to be in a position where you recognize your surroundings anytime you are in, because honey, that's when things can happen, when you do not look around you. And you got to look up, you got to look all around. All of the sudden, time out. I told you. No. All of a sudden, we heard the worst, crashing, banging, carrying on. And it was this guy. It was this guy. Came down over the hill and fell down into that ravine. Just fell. Ooh. And we're just all standing there. And this cop, Officer Not So, has his hand on his side arm. Like, I'm thinking, oh boy, I hope those bullets are silver, pal. We don't have a chance. So it's laying down. It fell on the ground. It's laying down. All of a sudden, it gets up. It just gets up and starts walking. Just starts walking. I don't know what in the heck. At this point, I'm thinking, where are we? I'm looking at Officer Not So. And I said, what do we do? Because it started coming to, he's making his way. Can't run because look at him. Hello. Can't run. But he starts coming toward us. I didn't know what to do at this point. I didn't know what I should do. This girl who's with me starts screaming, which is, hello, okay, it's over at that point. I'm looking at her saying, stop screaming, stop that. These guys are like nervous. I'm looking at the cop and he's looking at this that's inching closer and closer. Hello, my darling. Look who's here watching. Hi, my darling. Hi. Welcome, and thanks for being here. You're getting in the scary stuff now. I love it. Thank you for coming. Now, I'm going to tell you something, my darlings. Just for a brief moment, I'm doing great, honey, and I hope you are too. Thank you. Just for a brief moment, I'm standing there thinking, should I wipe out the back of my pants? What should I do? So I'm looking at this police officer, the sheriff officer, Not So. Officer Not So. And I said, what should we do? Because, you've got a sheriff's office there. You got a sheriff's officer there with you. So, he looks at me and says, ma'am. I'm thinking, here we go. Ma'am. He said, he's shaking his head. He said, all I can tell you, run. That's exactly what he did. All I can tell you, run. He didn't have to tell me twice. I haven't moved that fast since 1978. And up over this, I don't even know what got under me, over me, around me. Baby, I was hitting it. I came up off of that ravine. I mean, when I was done, I had no nails. Just so you know, because I was digging in. Going up this ravine. Boom, 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 boom. Because I'm thinking, ma'am, that's right, ma'am, run. It wasn't run, it was run. Oh my God. I come up off of here, and I'm not kidding. I don't know how I sprinted that long. I mean, this wasn't so many years ago. And I thought, no, I'm not going behind any curtain. I looked for all the areas that I marked, that I put, and I came down off those steps. In fact, this one here, I didn't even hit the steps. I stopped here and I just jumped, boom, down to the bottom, boom, running. Because I'm thinking, oh my. So we came now, and these guys are behind. The guys are looking at me like, and I'm like, hey, you don't have to tell me. I might be in this arena, but I'm not stupid. I'm not going to stand there and say, oh no, by the great. No, if it's time to run, bloody all, run. So we all make it. Here comes Officer Notso bringing up the rear. We get down to the bottom where our cars are. And that sheriff looked at me and says, ma'am, I would suggest that you don't come back here. I said, you don't have to tell, you don't have to worry. So these people are acting now like nothing is going on. The three guys and this other young lady, they're coming over to me and they're like, well, do you want to get together? I said, do you just know what we did? And of course, I am just like soaked from running like a daggone crazy woman. And I said, no, I'm not going out again. Y'all didn't do your homework. Y'all didn't do your homework. You put us in harm's way. Somebody gets lost. You don't know the legend behind this place. We don't even know what that thing is. And it could be a real person. We don't know because I've never seen anything like this before. Where are you going, sister? I said, I've never seen anything like this before. And I won't go out with you again. What you've done is irresponsible. You could put people in harm's way. Let alone, we've got a sheriff's officer out here who, if he gets spooked, could start, it's the Wild West. No, forget it. I'm not going out again. Not going out again. So they left kind of in a huff. And the sheriff's office, Mr. Not So, is standing there with me. And I said, sir, do we need to make a report or anything? He says, nah. I said, so what really is this place? What is this? And he says, well, legend has it, it's the Bell Witch. And she conjured him up, but he was getting loose. So she made this raven go around and keep him in this graveyard. I said, they were supposed to have called you and told you we were coming out here. Oh, ma'am, nobody called. If they would have called the sheriff, he would have said, oh, no, don't y'all go out there. That's dangerous. Ain't nobody going out there in years. He said, this is the first time I've seen this. When me and my brothers came out, and then, we get into the family tree. When me and my brothers went out there years ago, we saw the same guy. I said, did anybody get caught in a curtain? Did anybody? No, ma'am. We's careful about that sort of thing. We were most interested in this mausoleum down here that got torn down. I said, well, what happened about that? Well, they had some shady characters be buried in that mausoleum. And before you know it, they told us that we all, the townspeople, had to stay away. They were going to tear that down. They were going to tear down this whole cemetery graveyard. And then somebody told us that they just wasn't going to do it. Cost the city too much money. Cost the county too much money. So they banned anybody coming here. I said, well, what happens to the people, the families? He says, ma'am, look at the gravestone. There ain't nobody alive to come and visit these people anymore. The last person that was buried here was in 1958. Well, who's the caretaker? Who takes care of this? Oh, there's somebody that volunteers to come out here every now and then. But as soon as they see old guy, they leave. I said, are you ever going to do anything about it? Is there a pastor that's going to come by and bless the? Nah, there ain't no need to. You just stay away. And the raven keeps him in. So, thank you, Aunt BB. So, my darlings, you know me. And I happened to be dating somebody in the law enforcement arena at that time. So I called him, and of course, he didn't have an accent like not so. So I called him, and I start telling him what's going on, and he's laughing. He said, so tell me now, you want to go somewhere and meet for a piece of pie and coffee? Well, yes, something like that, because I've got to tell you what's going on. And I'm a little freaked out, and I got to go home. He goes, no, that's fine. I'm off duty. Let's go. So we sit down in this all-nighter, and I begin to tell him. And he sat there and cried. He was in tears, laughing at how I was telling him what was going on. And I took this so seriously. And I said, why are you laughing? He said, the way you tell this and the way he said, I know this poor officer. He is the nicest man that and so generous and kind. And the way you talk in his accent is exactly how he talks. And when I was told him, it's like, it ain't what's buried here, ma'am, or Nate, who's buried here, ma'am. It's what. And he was howling in this place. I mean, the whole cafe was sitting there like mesmerized, trying to listen to us talk. He had his head like this, laughing so hard. Because, I mean, he knew he was very respectful of what I did, and I was very respectful of what he did, and, whatever. But I told him, I said, do you think there's I'm here to ask you this. Do you think there's any truth in this? And he said, years ago, I went on to a call very similar. And he said, all I can tell you is this. It was a bunch of kids. They went up there. Their parents called in because the kids were supposed to go out to this cemetery or graveyard. And they'd only been, they had a curfew, and they were past their curfew. And he said, the only thing that I can tell you, he said, I believe you. He said, I'm just laughing over this story and how you're telling that you ran so hard up that ravine and you came out of there. And he looked at my hands. I had 0 nails on. They were lost in the cosmic unknown of this graveyard. No, my officer was not one. He was not in Mayberry. No, I couldn't have done that. No. He was a lieutenant, very good looking. And so anyway, I said, so what's the deal with this? And he said, all I can tell you is this. I always thought this story was bunk because I've heard it before. And he said, why do you think they put the crosses out here? He said, there's crosses, and it's true. There's crosses all over. And he said, we're close to the Bell Witch. We're close to those caverns. We're close to all that. And this area is just rich with all of that. And he thought, he said, I always thought it was bull. He said, until I went up there and I took the father of one of the boys up there with me because we hadn't heard from him. And he said, these boys are football players. They're big. They're high schoolers. They're football players. And he said, we pulled up And they came down crying out of that graveyard. I said, why? What happened? He goes, one of them got lost. One of them was in the woods. They were all trying to find out, and they kept seeing this guy walking around. And he said, I didn't believe it. And he said, so we kept those boys down to the car. They were drinking water. So the father looks at me and says, I don't know about you, but I got to see this for myself. And he said, so they walked up, and he said, it wasn't dark. It was going to start getting there, but it wasn't dark. He said, we walked up past on these stairs. We walked up through. And he said, all of a sudden, I feel this on my shoulder. He said, I turned around, and there the father had his mouth open, like in disbelief. There was this guy walking around, was he moaning? And he said, I stood there. He said, what are you going to do? You can't shoot it because you don't know if it's somebody gagging you, and he said, we just watched. He said, this thing walked. I said, that's exactly what I saw. And he said, and then it would just disappear. Yes. And then it would come back. And he said, and then this raven came up. He said, that bothered me. This raven acted like it knew. And he said, I'm going to go ask the sheriff's deputy about all of this tomorrow. And I said, I would appreciate it. And I showed him the Polaroids that I took down by the ravine. And he said, well, I'm going to tell you this. He said, there were 2 girls, high school girls, that were lost about 5 years ago, that the rest of her group that she was with, they went down over that ravine. And then when the rest of them came up, those 2 girls were never found again. I said, oh my God. And he said, yeah. So he said, I'm laughing because of how you're telling the story. I'm not laughing at the story. He said, because I believe it. And he said, that Bell Witch stuff and all that stuff, he said, I never believed that. He said, but at this point, what do you do? I said, I know. It's like you can't explain it. And I said, Officer Not So said that this witch conjured him up. And he said, what do you think? And I said, well, I've been in New Orleans. And I've been close to that zombie island stuff. And I knew of a woman that was kind of the Marie Laveau type. I met her years ago when I was there in New Orleans. When I met her then, there were 5 women living together. She was the oldest, and her daughter, who happened to be 87 years old, was living with her. And then her daughter, who was in her late 60s, and so on and so on. And there were like 5 generations all living together in this little hut. And they told stories about, what do you call them, zombies, that these witches would conjure up. Did you, Amy, you little dear, that you would conjure up and see, just a minute, I heard something click. Was that you, Amy Law? No. Hold on. Okay. Nothing. But I know you're going to say, okay. So anyway, that's what Officer Handsome told me. Then, so a couple of days later, he called me. We went out. I don't know what. I was always big on going for pickups. Picnics. Hello, picnics. And he was always, oh, okay, Amy. Thank you, honey. He was always, oh, I get it now. Thank you. He was always on duty. So I would pack a picnic and we would go somewhere and eat. And he knew how I was. So he would take me to these, because in the state of Tennessee, you go to some of these areas and there are abandoned cabins, there's just, yeah, pick up Zelda picks up. Yes, I pick up the officers like one, hello, right? Hello. And he would, so a couple of days later, it was Sunday. And I said, you know, I'm dying to ask you, what happened? Did you talk to Officer Not So? That's probably not so nice to call him that. He was a nice man, but you know. And he said, I did. And he said, I want you to know that he said, there's a really smart lady. He tried to do that accent, but he was not as good as me. But he said, there's a really smart lady that came out there with these dumbbells. He called those other ones dumbbells. And quite frankly, I thought the same. He said the dumbbells were out there. They didn't call the sheriff's office, and this poor woman, he said, I seen her run up the, he says, I seen her run up that ravine. She looked like a cat going up the side of a mountain. I'm so embarrassed, but boy, oh boy, you don't have to tell. When this little fella looked at me, he says, ma'am, run. Okay, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing with you. So now I'm embarrassed. Miss Holmes, I know that Will lives in Tennessee. I'm from Tennessee. I'm gonna be moving back, maybe sooner than y'all think. Y'all, now I'm gonna start talking like this. So Officer Handsome and I had this nice talk, and he was telling me about some of the calls that he had in this area about things that happened that were not explainable. Things that you would see, like ghost horses, soldiers, things like that. Officer Not So. Yeah, Not So Bright. It's Officer Not So Bright and Officer Handsome. I was dating Officer Handsome at the time. Listen, Kelly, I did not have time to stand and say, I wonder if I should be wiping out the back of my pants. Baby, I cut and run. I'm not kidding. And I have a rule about that. Or you don't run and you don't scream and you don't, but I broke my own rule then. I scattered up there like a cat. So he said, yeah. And I said, did Officer Barney 5 is what I called him to my Handsome, because I didn't want to say Not So. I said, did Barney 5 say that he said, oh yeah, he saw it. He said he saw it. He said nobody can explain it because nobody wants to get near it. And he said, that's the legend. That's the lore. And seriously, it walked just like this. And of course, then the bad jokes. I told him this is why I don't become a zombie, because there's just too much walking. Who wants to be moaning and walking that much? And then he's laughing because I think that's the one thing that he loved about me is because I made him laugh because, it's a very stressful job. So I made him laugh. And I said, I wanted to look at him at one point and say, didn't your mother ever tell you to pick up your feet when you walk? This guy was howling. He was laughing so hard. But it's one of those things, my darlings, that it's unexplainable. And that's, again, why I've always said, if you go out with someone else, if you are a guest, make sure somebody does their homework. Now, I will tell you, this is why 98% of the time I do not go out with anyone else. Because you just don't know. Ernest T. Bass, it's me, it's Ernest T. That's right, that was about right. And he's a shuffler. He shuffles around. Shuffling, right? Too much walking, too much moaning, right? Who wants to walk and moan that much? But the reality is this, my darlings. Always be careful. If you see a beautiful cemetery, you're out in the country, you want to just stop, okay. Stay close to your car. Don't venture into the back of the cemeteries because usually in the back of the cemeteries and in the graveyards are the oldest graves. And you don't know what anybody's done back there. Plus, you don't know what you're going to find. Because in a lot of these cemeteries, what I have came up against, sometimes there's a lot of people that go back there and try to cast, and they're trying to do these ritual type things, the S rituals, which no, you don't mess with. Don't mess with them. I would like to go back and see this little fellow and see if he's back there again, but I won't risk it. When law enforcement tells you don't go, and I wonder, could it be why they didn't call law enforcement? Because they knew they weren't supposed to go? So could it be that's why? Could it be? Pardon me. I got to get rid of this on my phone here. So there you go. Meemaw Joe, Lady Zelda, you are from Ohio. I am too. Have you heard about the headless man in the cemetery? I have. I am from Ohio, where we have washcloths, wash rags, Ohio, where if you have people that come over, you don't say, did you eat? It's Jeet. Yeah. So I was born in Ohio and moved and lived years in the state of Tennessee. Then my son and I did a little other excursions elsewhere, and I'm ready to go back. And when I go back, there's a couple of places that I'm going to be going. And my darling, Miss Nan, if you are still out there, we may be going a couple of places. 2 places that I want to go. One is in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, which is the Titanic Museum. They have a lot of reported things there, and I have no doubt. The other place is the Ripley's, believe it or not, in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. So that should be a lot of fun. And those are just 2 places. So we will be going through. But yes, do I believe this? I don't know what it was. I can't explain it. Do those things happen? Yes. Yes. Oh, okay. Miss Holmes is city folk. I'm from the country. But yes, my darlings, this stuff exists. And if you see it, it's like, there are times, and I thought, should I tell this story tonight? And I thought, yes, I'm going to, because you know what? Sometimes you just have to think, There are things that are not explainable. There are things in this world that we cannot understand. Understand. For those of you, you know that. New Orleans, they have a lot of things. When I was there twice, and it's one of those things now you don't know. For me, that energy, you don't know if it's real or not. There's an influx of the vampire energy now that's going on. And it's not the vampire historian vampires that I like to hang out with. It's those thirsty blood vampires. So I don't mingle with that. There's the one. I'm going to tell you what, the wannabes, Ghost Adventures. That's right, Jess. The wannabes, to me, they're sometimes more dangerous than the real thing. Because most of the real vampires stay out of sight. The one that I've got the interview scheduled with, he stays out of sight because there is such a difference. When I was there and I stayed in the French Quarter, there was a problem. They shut the hotel down that I was in, or the bed and breakfast thingy that I was in. That was frightening enough. It was a haunted bed and breakfast because I wanted to go there and stay up all night, so I didn't get any rest. And something happened within the hotel, which was an unaliving. So they shut down the hotel. I ended up having to leave. I got in my car and just left the area because it's like, oh my gosh. But yeah, there's a lot of this stuff that happens. I'm not going to tell you, pardon me. I'm not going to tell, I may go back here. I may go back to see if Barney Fife is still there. We'll see. I don't know. I may go back just to see now if I could get a picture of him roaming around. Because that would have been, that was one of the craziest things that I've ever seen. Officer Handsome, well, he rode off into the sunset, and so did I. But it was a nice time. He was a nice man. We just had different outlooks, and I cut him loose because I had other things to do. I always love to go into these, and I was with my German friends, and we were having a good time. Now, near Niagara Falls, they have a lot of tourist traps. This place is not here anymore. And for good reason. Now, over here, if I can say hello, knock, this is a door. And then there's the rest of the room. It's a little smaller than I made it, but anyway, here we are. So we decided, well, okay, Zenjen, I know other creators have watched other movies together, but I'm monetized and I'm not going to get a copyright strike because they take your money, and this is my job. And based on that, my darlings, I will put up this little thing here because you know I am a grifting psychic. I am your favorite grifting psychic, so don't forget me. Okay. Near Niagara Falls, wait, hold on. Somebody is trying to. There we go. Near Niagara Falls, they had a huge wax museum. And those are the days. And I know you're all commenting, but I'm going to tell you, I love watching your comments, and I get so distracted. I'm not going to get, because I love talking to you, and pardon me, and I'm not going to be able to talk. And thank you so much, Nate, my darling. Okay. So we're just getting started on the story. Remember this room. So there was a wax museum, and this place was huge. I don't know how they could have, I mean, it was spread out. It was huge. I just don't even know how did they get so many wax figures in there? But they did. So the people that I were with kind of chickened out because the place was kind of, you see how like little dingy, a little sus. You know, it's one of those things that you go in and you just don't know if you're going to come out with both kidneys, right? You just don't know. And so I thought, okay, I'm going in, I'm game. So this other fellow by the name of Herb, German fellow, he and I went in. So it was all nice, just nice and beautiful. And it was, different historic scenes, different things. And it was, and I thought, oh, this is pretty mild, right? Pretty mild. And the next thing you know, starts getting a little darker, starts getting into the crime, Jack the Ripper type stuff. Now, that's older. That's that's whatever. It works. Jack the Ripper, all these things. Then it starts getting a little darker, like local crime, like things that, pardon me, things that you wouldn't want to put in a wax museum. Sus things. It was a little on the disgusting side. Then as we morphed into this, and there were other people in there, we weren't the only ones, but as we morphed into this wax museum, the next thing you know, it kind of separates, gives you an option to go one way or another, like you're taking the scenic route and you're supposed to all end up at the same place. Well, of course, I wanted to take the scenic route. So did Herbie. So we're walking through. The other people went on. As we entered into the other direction, there's a sign. Enter at your own risk. And I'm thinking, oh boy, they're setting us up for a good one, like every haunted place, And I'm thinking, oh boy. As we're going through, they had a fog machine and little bits and pieces of fog coming in and just moseying through, getting more intense, getting more and more intense, thicker. Next thing you know, it's getting a little tough to see. And those dry ice machines, those fog machines, you can imagine, because you hear me now, I was struggling with the breathing stuff. I was struggling with that. So we're going through there. I'm clearing my throat every 10 seconds. And I'm thinking, I want to just blaze through here, dust right through. But they made it so that you had to walk through scenes. As in, like, you would walk through scary stuff. And it started morphing into the horror. HORROR, the horror, haunting, paranormal. You didn't have a choice. You couldn't go around it. You had to go through it. And I thought, oh, here we go. I'm going to have a jump scare. And I wasn't very happy about this. Well, Herbie said, I'll go ahead and go front. And I'm like, oh, I appreciate that. He goes, I'll warn you if there's anything. I'll go ahead and go forward with you or in front of you. Thank you. Gentlemanly. That's fine. So it wasn't supposed to be a haunted house. It was literally supposed to be a wax museum, but it had props. Of course, they were all glued and nailed down. No, you couldn't do anything with them. But now the fog starts to clear. And if you see a little window like this, you had to look pretty hard. But you could see somebody standing behind a curtain on the other side. Now that kind of stuff gets to me. Okay? He didn't leave me. No. It starts getting to me because I'm thinking, who, what, I watched that, what was that, Vincent Price about the wax museum or something. No. So we're going through and it just keeps getting worse. Hi, my darling Candy. It just keeps getting worse and more intense. And the colors, because you can set a mood with colors, with certain smells, so I'm just kind of feeling not well because I'm thinking this is so sus, it just does not feel good. So we're walking through, and all of a sudden, Herbie is in front of me. We come to this room right here through this door. All of a sudden, Herbie goes out the door on this side, and it closes behind him. And I can't get out. And I am sitting here thinking, and I'm yelling, knocking on the door. Well, you could hear a little bit, but the door was solid. So I go over to this window, and I'm thinking, hey, I'm no fool. I'll climb out that bloody window. If I can scale up a side of a hill with a zombie in the graveyard, this window ain't nothing, right? So I couldn't, it was just like a false window. But you could see when you went up to it, you could see that there was a little door that somebody could stand in there. And I'm thinking, oh, heck no. I'm a sitting target. The door's locked. And I thought, okay, I'll go back out another way. So I went back out this door. And you can imagine going through. It felt like I was going backwards. Now, I'm hoping that this was all a part of it and that Herbie went on and maybe got a worker and said, look, Zell is stuck somewhere and we need to go get her. So I go out this door. And there was another door. And you know what it takes me? It takes me to this window, only I'm on the outside looking in. And it was very confusing because they had this fog machine and they would start it. And then they started having this music. And I was totally disoriented. And I'm going to tell you, I do not like that at all. Nobody does. So I work my way back, find this door, and I come back in. I want you to know this, and it is so weird that when I came back in, I saw someone else standing, and it was a reflection of me. Now, it was different. It was like I was standing there on the outside looking in. So whatever they did, they were able to capture me on some type of device and then have me looking in at me. And I'm going to tell you what, wiping out the back of my pants wasn't an option at that moment, but I sure felt like it. So I thought, oh, heck no. So I'm looking around because I'm thinking, I need something. Maybe there's a flashlight, maybe there's a real candle, maybe there's a hammer that I can take with me because hello. And I'm thinking, what is this? Creepy as can be. I'm not kidding. Seriously sick for somebody to do that kind of thing. So I couldn't find anything. Everything is nailed down. Drawers are nailed shut. Table, everything. I mean, even the tablecloth is glued on the top of here, so nobody can take anything. You just sit in there and you feel like a sitting duck. I go back out this door. I remembered where I went the last time, so I went the opposite way. I was going wrong way, and I thought, well, maybe I'll bump into some people that are here too, and then we can go through this together, and at least I can say, look, if you go through that door, if you open up that door, hold it and allow the rest of us to get out, right? I mean, that was me trying to think logically through this. So I'm walking through, trying to be careful and not make a sound because I thought I'm not going to let anyone, I'm trying to walk in the shadow part because they had these overhead lights, like lamps that were way high up and like very dimly shining down and lighting the way. So your eyes had to adjust to all this dimness. So I stayed out of that. I went to the side. I stayed out of that. I thought, I'm not going to let anybody know that I'm coming back through. I come back up through this, where they had these piratey type something display, piratey type display. So I'm standing there and I thought, okay, I'm just going to stand here in the corner. I'm going to catch my breath. I'm going to let my eyes acclimate. And, because the one thing you don't want to do is close your eyes and then hope that your eyes acclimate because it kind of gets worse. I'm standing there and I feel and I thought, okay, I'm not even going to look. I'm not even going to give whatever it is the time of day. So I'm hearing all this, and then on this side, my hair. So I turn around quickly because I'm thinking somebody's got to stand. Nothing. Nothing was there. Nothing. I turn around and I look dead at this wax figure, which I thought was a wax figure, who had this little sword standing there. So I'm looking around thinking maybe I can find somebody. Oh no, I looked at him, and what does he do? He's standing there with his little sword. What does he do? He's standing there looking like this, and he turns right around and looks at me, and he takes this sword. I'm telling you, I cut and run. I didn't care. I cut and run because I'm thinking, because here's the thing. The people in this world scare me more than the ghosts and the goblins and the paranormal. And I ran until I could not. I mean, I wasn't flat out running a race, but I was like scooting through, believe me, and had no phone. And it wouldn't have worked in this joint anyway, I'm pretty sure, because it was like very intense on the inside with lots of building materials and bricks. And, you could see behind the scenes, there was a lot of things going on. And I'm thinking, oh yeah, right, Captain? Back now I would be like cutting. I would have a new definition of cutting and running these days. Back then, I was in a little bit better shape. So I get back to this place, and I'm trying not to panic, because one thing you can do, my darlings, no matter what, if you can control your breath, you can control anxiety and panic. If you ever want to throw yourself into a panic attack, start breathing shallow and hard. And guess what's going to happen? Your body is going to react. And that's one thing I didn't want to do. So I'm like, okay, stay calm, Zell, stay calm. And I kept trying to think, where the heck is everybody else? Where are all the people? What's going on? Where are all the people? So I come back through, and I'm winding my way through, and I end up behind the scenes. That's how dark and crazy. I ended up behind some of these scene things, and I thought, I've just got to stand here and wait until I see more people. I bet I was there in an hour. And I kept thinking, what if they close and I'm in here? What if they what if they close? What happens? What happens to me? Do they turn the lights on? Do they have an announcement? Do they say, well, we're closing now? You know, some places, well, we're closing now, blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you, my darling. Let me put a star here, there, Mama Bear. I know I was in there an hour and a half. And I thought, I've got to just wait and stay. So then I start hearing voices. And I thought, okay, maybe this is somebody coming through. Now, I'm going to tell you what, this wasn't a place like Ripley's, that's run more professionally. This looked like a place that, I can say it, that somebody would grab you and put you in a van and never see you again. That's what bothered me. That's what I was scared of. And then I started thinking these crazy thoughts. Maybe if I bang on something, maybe if I do this, maybe if I do that. And I'm thinking, no, the only person that's going to get hurt is me. So then I decided, because nobody was coming, then I decided, well, I can navigate through here because I can remember the scenes as we followed them. So I needed to go through behind the scenes and remember what scene I came to, where and when. Oh my. Some of these things behind the scenes had spare parts to the wax figures. So you would run into an arm, a hand, a foot, a head. The head was my favorite one. I mean, coming into that. The weird part is the further that I went on, there were chains with these wax figures hanging from the chains. I'm telling you, it's a wonder I didn't come out of that joint in a straitjacket. I was bothered by this. And I kept thinking, surely to God, I mean, how can you get lost in a place like this? Surely to God, there is an exit. Because you know how sometimes behind the scenes, like when you go into the back rooms and warehouses, you see an exit sign with the door. There wasn't one. So then I start thinking, what if there was an emergency? And so I start thinking, that's my mind. The 3 a.m., did Jesus ever eat a grilled cheese sandwich type thing? So I'm really getting deep down and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what if there were a fire? What if there was an emergency? Where would people go? There are no exits. There's no signs. There's no, because most wax museums I've been in, you'll come up to different scenes and then they'll have a little sign that says exit with a little arrow, nothing, not one thing. The hanging wax figures. And I'm thinking, oh, heck. Could these, and then my mind, could these wax figures be real people that got lost in here? You start going down that, did Jesus eat a grilled cheese sandwich type, oh my heck. So I'm sitting there I'm sitting now at this point because I'm exhausted from anxiety and I'm thinking, oh my God, this is so horrible. All of a sudden, the lights came on. And I'm telling you, I had been in the dark so long. It had to be like an hour and 45 minutes, maybe even 2 hours, maybe. Gramir, I know you get it, don't you? And these big overhead floodlights come on. I thought I was going blind because you can imagine I was in the dark and then all of a sudden it was like click. And talk about looking like it's in a different perspective. Totally different. Still sus, but totally different. So I'm just standing there thinking, okay, what's happening? Who's, because at this point I'm expecting big men with masks. And I'm kind of hiding back in the, stepping back behind some things. Then all of a sudden I hear Herbie, Zelda, where the H did you go? Zelda. And I'm hearing him angry. You effing people, blah, 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 blah. And I start laughing because, anytime anybody starts that, I don't know what it is. If you take me anywhere and if there's an argument or anything, when there's this big exchange of these words, I laugh. I don't know what it is. It's just weird. I know, but I'm laughing. So they hear me laughing. And he comes up and finds me and I'm like, where were you? And he said, this is the most weird place. I said, where is everyone? And he said, they're outside. We're frantic. We've got the police out there. They're looking at all the exits. I'm like, really, sir? What exits? I could not find. I've been all over tracking like a bloody cat in this place trying to find. And I said, this is scary coming through here and then seeing myself in that window because it was like a full body. And obviously they were recording people, which is not cool. Pardon me. Very uncool. And the fact, first of all, hello. There's a lot more beautiful, provocative women out there than, hello, me, all black, summer, winter, spring, fall. you would think that I would be the last one that they would be recording. That's what, I'm always never dressed, And I'm thinking, holy moly. So we finally make it outside. And there's all these people, the Canadian police. And I'm like, what are you standing out here for? Why didn't you come in and get me? You're standing out here. And Herbie and another couple of people came in to get me. You're standing outside waiting for me to surface. Were you thinking that I was in there stealing something? Or maybe singing in the rain or something? What? I was so angry. I was yelling. Yes, it was the RCMP, that's for sure. Standing there like, duh. I was so mad. And so, I wouldn't let this go. Everybody that was coming up, I said, don't go in there. I've been stuck in there for 2 hours. If you want to be stuck in there, don't go in there. I was like a wild. I would have been, it's a good thing they didn't have social media back then, because you would see me on record outside of this wax museum going, don't you go in there. Being that Karen, being that person, don't you go in there. I was lost in there and they never came out and got me and blah, 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 blah. And I said, look, there's some dude in there dressed up like a pirate that had a sword that looked at me and came at me. Now, that's all I needed to say, because then the Canadian police, the RCMP, decided that I was kind of a whack job. And I said, look, if you're recording everybody else and you can see me out this window, surely to God, you can see this. And I will take you right there where that guy is. And I was so mean. I was mean. So finally, they turned on all the lights. We went through and we went to that scene with the pirates. And guess what? There was no pirate with a sword. And I said, oh, yes, there was. And to me, that was somebody playing around and didn't want to get in trouble with it because they knew that I was lost and they knew that that would be a liability on them. Think about this. What if I would have cut and run and would have gotten, what if I could have gotten hurt? What if I would have fell? What if I would have needed medical attention? Because there were nothing but those big cables that you had to walk over and, all kinds of different things. What if? And of course, wait a minute. Hello. Did Jesus eat a grilled cheese sandwich? Was it a donkey or was it an ass that Jesus rode in on? Just needing to know. I know it had to be somebody from there pranking. And because you know how mean and ugly people can get when they think that somebody is scared. I wasn't scared. I wasn't scared. I was bothered. I was concerned. I don't have a big fight or flight. I don't have that, somebody breathes in my, because I've taught myself, even through investigations, and you'll see this when I get my channel, my streaming service. Hello, yes, wait, hello. I am just so full, aren't I? Anyway, it wasn't Herbie. Herbie was outside petitioning for me, calling the police, pushing people to come in here and making the biggest, huge scene, my other friends. And I'm going to tell you something. You've never lived until you've seen a bunch of German people that speak broken English, because when I was with them, my German was klave klos bulja, which means about as clear as beef broth. And so it wasn't hard for us to communicate. We had a fantastic time. And, it was always eating with this group of Germans, which I loved. It was always, let's go get a coffee and cake. Okay, I'm in. But I want you to know, Guten Gott im Himmel is what it was, right, Mitchell? Guten Gott im Himmel. That means good God in heaven. And I'm telling you, that to me was the funniest thing. Seeing these Germans upset, trying to speak. That's probably why they didn't go in. They probably didn't understand, because there were people running this that were of a certain particular belief. I'm going to say it that way. So there was definitely a mismatch of energies on there. And then there's this American that is up there having a good time. But that bothered me, and we never did find out what that was all about. Never did. We wrote letters. We had people writing letters. It was about 6 months later they shut down and went to wherever else that they decided to open one of these up again. So the next time I see a sus museum, I won't go. Now here's another museum story, and I'll tell you that really quickly. So now here is another story, another wax museum story. Good old Herbie. He was a good guy. Herbie. We used to call him, after Disney, remember Herbie the love bug? He was about, let's see, how old was I when this happened? I was about 30. Oh my heck. How many years ago was that? I was about 30, and he was 51 or 52 at that time. So, he was taking life pretty seriously. Very smart, very intelligent. So that's right, Maeve, tomato soup with grilled cheese. I love that. I'd have tomato soup if I had any tomato soup, and I'd have grilled cheese if I had any grilled cheese and bread, but I don't buy that stuff because I'll eat it. Okay, here's the next story. Wax Museum, Gatlinburg, Tennessee. I love you too, Grimier. Gatlinburg, Tennessee. This was back in the day too. I had this thing where I just could not get enough of these museum type things. So it was always Ripley's Believe It or Not, and all these other, but in Gatlinburg, they had not only the Ripley's Believe It or Not, but they had these scary museums too. Like, you do these little things, whatever. So my sister and I decided that we were going to go through a couple of them. And I think I told you the story about the one a few weeks ago. But this one, I didn't tell you. So you go in, and it's in this little, because Gatlinburg, there's really not anywhere to build out. So you've got to build up. So they try to put businesses on top of businesses and, whatever. So there's this little doorway that leads up this. And it's, it's advertised. It's there. So anyway, yeah, listen, dolls, museum figures, hello, no thank you anymore. So we go up these steps. My sister was ahead of me. So they basically tell us when we go in there, now they say, now, we're not going to take your names. We don't want to know your name. Okay, I wasn't going to give it to you anyway. Thanks. It's not like we're going to date. Hello. So we go up these steps and we're sitting in this room. In fact, let me show. Bad girl Zelda was not prepared. Just a minute. As my son used to say when he was little, I was not repaired. So I'm not prepared for this, but here we go. Next scene, please. Maybe. Why aren't you going? Oh, it is going. Hello. I'm so sus about things. Let me do it at the right place, Zelda. What are we thinking? What are we thinking, girl? Let me put it in the right place and you'll see it. Is it going to change for us? Yes, it will. There we are. There you go, my darlings. This is the next scene. And this is what it looks like. You see this? Little chair up front and scattered chairs. This right here, my darlings, is my pencil work. I was not able to get it looking better than it should, like these other scenes. So forgive me for the roughness. See, that's what it looks like on the other side too. So it had a desk and it had this overhead creepy light, things on the wall, and you just go in there and you sit. You pick a couple of chairs. Well, my sister and I wanted to sit together. I know, an anomaly, once in a while, whatever. And we wanted to sit close to each other. We tried to move our chairs and you couldn't. The chairs were bolted to the floor. Okay. So, of course, I'm sitting in the one. She's sitting in the other. There were more chairs than this, but I didn't want to fill up the whole room because I wanted to show this. Hello there. Welcome and come on in, my darlings. Welcome, welcome. We're just telling little spooky stories. And if you've been here for the first time, thank you for coming in. Much love to you. This is kind of this help I'm haunted. We're having scary stories and we're just doing a lot of fun things. So, yeah, oh no, on the bolted chairs is right. So we're sitting here. This guy comes out here in a cloak and sits here in this chair. He's just sitting there, feet flat on the floor, both hands on each knee, and just sitting there looking like this, turn his head. Now he's got this dark black cloak over him. I'm not bothered. I'm in black too. So I'm thinking, okay, I fit in. But he's got this hood that comes up. And you can't really see his face except for here and here. Clean shaven, but you could tell it was a man. He's sitting there and he's looking, and you start hearing these weird sounds. And of course, they're piping them in, and it's all to get you scary and, blah, blah. So I'm taking in the whole room. I'm thinking, okay, what's going to happen now? And nothing. You're sitting there And then all of a sudden, these players come out on this little platform, and they start putting on this little play-like thing. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, it's going to be one of those things. Okay. So during this whole thing, this cloaked fellow gets up and he does this. He doesn't point to me, he points to my sister. There was a part of me that just went, yeah, but. And she was mortified because she was sitting there thinking, what is it? What is this? And I'm sitting there watching, and I'm watching these. And I mean, we're sitting there now because you can see our faces are like sus. He does this to her. And she's like, no, that's okay. No. And he gets a little, he kind of moves a little forward and he goes, well, by this time, she's getting scared because you just don't, this was weird. So the next thing you know, she's sitting there and going, no. He gets up. Now I'm sitting here. She is sitting here. He gets up from here and walks down off this platform, and he's standing close to me, and he's going, and evidently he didn't know that she and I were together. He gets close to me, and he's standing there, and and you can see his little face right here. And he looks at her, and he takes his little hood back, and you can see his little face, and he goes, you come here. And she's like, no. So she comes up here and tries to sit on this chair with me. Well, hello. There's not that much room on these little spindly chairs. And he looks at her. Now, listen, this is all for the aesthetic of scaring somebody. I can't even tell you that I'm about to say what I've said, but okay, I will. Because if pushed, I'm sitting here on this side, she's sitting on the other side. All of a sudden, these bookshelves start moving, like moving away. This one moves back. This one over here moves back. Things start rattling, and there are some more men coming out. These people over here were scared to death. And I'm sitting here thinking, okay, I can probably take two of those guys, going through my brain like I'm Mr., Miss Big Stuff. She's crying, and I can feel her. She's like shaking at this point. She was so scared. Well, this was a pretty big guy. So he's standing there, and he goes, get up here now, or I will take you up there. She couldn't even talk at this point. She was like this. And he went to grab her, and I grabbed his wrist, and I said, look, pal, I'm going to tell you something. You need to stand down a little bit because I used to date Chuck Norris. What do you think's going to happen? There was a man sitting over here who was busting it, and I was very serious. And this man looked at me, and he goes, well, you think you're so tough, you're going to come along. And I said, oh, no, I don't think so, pal. And then, it was like this standoff. What is this about? My sister's sitting there, shaking like a dog pooping razor blades, right? She's like, and I'm sitting here thinking, oh boy, I made a mess of this. So I stand up. Now I'm going to tell you, my darlings, I'm no little frail chick. I'm 5'10", and I'm kind of built like an old Hollywood model. Okay. Jane, what's her name? So she gets up. My sister gets up and she's shaking. And I said, come on, we're going. He says, he looks at one of these guys. He says, lock the door. They're not going anywhere. And I said, listen, pal, I'm going to tell you. Once I'm going to take you out, because at this point I was scared. And I was like, at this point, when I'm done taking you out, I'm going to start taking your buddies out. Do you understand what I mean? You're out of shape. I will kick your... Now, I don't talk like that. But this, like, scared me. Not Jane Mansfield. Who was the one who used to do the Brazier commercials? Who was in Diamonds, Our Girl's Best Friend with Marilyn Monroe? Who was that? I can't think of her name. Jane Russell. Jane Russell. Hello. So now you've got this big girl. And I said, don't even come near me. Don't even come near her. This is not a spooky. This is an intimidation. And we are leaving. And if you try to stop me, I will trash this place, you and everything around it. You watch. I'm going to walk right out of here, and I will be calling the police the moment I hit the sidewalk down the steps. And I looked at these two. Must have been a husband and wife or something. They were together. And I said, are you coming? We're leaving. My sister, I pushed her out. Now remember, we did not talk about anybody's names. We didn't show our identifications. We didn't show anything. We're getting up and we're walking. Now the exit is, as you're looking at this, the exit, you would have to go not back there, this way, this way. That's how the exit would be. So it would be like I'm facing the exit. So we all get up and we're going to the exit. I make my sister go first. That other lady with this man, I'm going to tell you, I was scared to death because I thought, oh, I've got a big cake hole, but what if I have to do something, right? That's another thing. But it was so overwhelming to see her shaking and so upset like that, right? So we get to the top of the steps, and that man, the other lady, she turns around, she goes, Jeff, where are you? I'm scared. Go down to the... So he goes around me, and I'm the one last. Thanks a lot. We get to the top of the stairs, and I hear, this is what I hear. See you around, Zelda. I don't know how that happened. I don't know who these people were. That was the first time we were ever there. It was the last time. We went down to the police department. We made a police report. I knew people in the where you got your business licenses in the Chamber of Commerce. I went there the next day and said, look, you gotta go down. This place is a fire hot. I just did it. Hello. I went all out. I was a real Karen in a bad way. I did not know these people. Didn't know because, I'm not that social. And being in downtown Gatlinburg, there absolutely was no way. And when I hear this voice, see you around, Zelda. And of course, me with my big attitude and pie hole, I turned around and I said, maybe you will. Just maybe you will. And that look on that guy's face, I don't know how he knew. There was no internet then. There was no way. I was not working for Psychic Friends Network at that time. There was no way. There was no way, nothing. When we got down to the steps, I mean, I thought I was going to have to take my sister to it just like freaked her out so bad. And with all of this stuff moving and this guy, it was supposed to be, there was this time where they would have these, not like a panic room, but it was kind of like this, the intimidation rooms is what and we just thought we were going to get haunted and see some ghosts and an old bag of bones rolling around and maybe a couple of Frankensteins, and somebody would come over and I'd be lucky enough to get bit on the neck. That's kind of stuff. We just thought it was, oh no. It was very much intimidation. We got down to the street level and this couple, they're like, we're going to go for a drink. Do you guys want to come along? And I don't drink. I'm not a drinker. And I said, well, I wouldn't mind a cup of coffee. You know me. Hello, let's go somewhere where we can get a snack and a cup of coffee. And my sister was like, I can't go anywhere. I had to take her to the restroom down by the convention center in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. They have these really nice bathrooms. And pardon me. Oh, somebody just sent me a Venmo. Thank you so much for your generosity. Don't forget you're a grifting psychic up here now. So, oh yeah, I remember Frankenstein by Edgar Winter. Oh my gosh, what a great song. So anyway, she wanted to go to the restroom. That girl, I had to walk out of the restroom and just let her have her moment because she was, it was very frightening for her. It was scary. It was scary for me too, but it was all this adrenaline popped up and I'm thinking, hello, if we have to fight our, everybody was kung fu fighting. No, 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 that cat was fast as lightning, right? So I thought, but after we got out of there and after I thought about it, and we did later on go out to eat at a really nice place on the strip called Calhoun's in Gatlinburg, my favorite place to go. The Peddler, the Calhoun's, and the Park Grill. Always beautiful places to go in Gatlinburg. So we went to Calhoun's. We sat in the bar area. We sat near the window so we could see people walking back and forth. And wouldn't you know it, the guy that was from this place who had the hood was walking down the street. He didn't have his cloak on, didn't have his, and I thought, well, this guy is a peanut. I could have taken him, and it just made me mad thinking that he was going to try to intimidate two women. And, but I guess it could have been our fault because we just really didn't know what we were getting into or anything. But I would certainly like to know. He must have gotten off work because we were sitting there. And my sister looked and she said, oh my God, isn't that the guy? And I'm like, it is the guy. Should I go out and kick him in the knee? Big stuff, Zelda. Don't worry, I'm all talk. So, but when it's family, when you love somebody, when you care, it's like I was in protective mode when you're seeing, because my sister and I looked like we were from two different litters, right? Completely different, don't look the same, shorter, built differently. So when you see someone like that, just having this horrible reaction, so frightening, so frightened. So then the next day we went into another museum. glutton for punishment. We went into another museum. They had another one. It was like a Hollywood wax museum. We'll take a break now. Welcome, welcome, welcome to each and every one of you. Hello, my darlings. Welcome. Where Debbie says I would have kicked him in the knee and somewhere else. Well, you know, there's an old saying, wah, wah, wee, kick him in the knee. Wah, wah, wass, kick him in the other knee. That's usually my thing. No, he didn't see us. He didn't see us. He was walking outside of the restaurant. He did not see us. So that was his gig. Wait, there's a program that just came up. There we go. So I don't know. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Coming in. You're not late. You're just in time. Why don't I put the chat up here on the screen? Because I know that each and every one of you love to see what everybody's saying. And there are some of you watching on TV, iPad. And while you're watching, please do us a favor. Hit the like button. Because you know what? I got to brag on this again. Your girl is up to 12,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. And you know what that is? It's because of all of you. And I want to thank you so much for each and every bit. Yeah, don't forget, look up. That's right. You got to look up. Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate it. Give me a second. Okay, there you go. I keep hearing these. See, I got my earpiece on so I can hear what's going on. That was a fast. Well, listen, I was hanging at the 11,000 mark for a long time. And then all of a sudden, skippity-doo-dah. Okay, before I get into this next story, let's go through your chats and all of this good stuff because I certainly don't want to forget you. Story time. All right, so we went to it was new at the time. We went to this other, I think it was 2 days later because she was still kind of shaken up. So we shopped and ate and did whatever, but we decided, and you know, you can't go through these things in the daytime. You have to go through at night because it was one of those things, right? You just have to go through at night. So we went into this Hollywood wax museum. The problem is we waited too late. So we were told we got a half price ticket and we told that we needed to put, get us in gear. We had to get in gear and get going. Pardon me, something just came in. And, oh, thank you, my darling. Sharon, bless you, my darling. Sent a Venmo. I might be able to have some Waffle House delivered with that. Anybody here like Waffle House? I do. I could sit in Waffle House and watch them make cheese and eggs with raisin toast and apple. Oh, it's not applesauce. What the heck is it? Apple butter. Hello, I've made it enough in my life. Okay. Thank you, my darling Sharon. Thank you, my darling. That's so kind of you. Thank you. So we decided to go in this joint. They gave us half price. And see, you see this? I see you on my screen, and now I get distracted because I love being here with you and I love talking. So I'm not, I just love to be here. So anyway, okay. Went through this haunted house. They gave us half price tickets. We put a gear in it. A gear meaning we hurried up. So we hurried up. We went through. And lo and behold, we got to talking. Now this was a place a lot cleaner and a lot brighter, and very, very nice. And it was professionally done. It was nice. So we're walking through and we're thinking, you know, oh, this and this. Sam, no, come over here. Oh, Sammy, knocking my lamp down, thinking, no, Mama. Come over here, sister. Sis. Come on. Be a big girl. Be a big girl. All right. I'm glad you made it back. I missed you. We're walking through, we're having, you know, conversations, and we lost track of time. So we're now the only ones in there. Why does that always happen? We're the only ones in there. And she looks at me and she says, if you look at these wax figures, does it look to you like they're moving? Well, that's all anybody needs to say to me. And I'm like, no, I'm not looking at them. So then I start looking at them. And I swear, this one blinked. And she saw it too. Now, sometimes I think they put this stuff in these mechanical, you know, I think they do that. So we're walking through, and I'm going to tell you something. We started hearing whistling, and there was no one else in there. Just a little whistle. Now, for me, being the grifting psychic that I am, and there have been, and time out, I will tell you, during some of my video readings, there will be, and my son cannot whistle. There will be a whistle. Okay, Kendra. Okay. Hold on a second. I'm trying to chat a screenshot from your video of you claiming Charlie Kirk came to you and how it bothers you, how he was taken out. I 100% agree. It did bother me. I'll tell you about that in a minute. I'll go into more detail. And then Tuesday night, I will tell you. There you go. Okay. So anyway, see, hello, Zelda, stop. So now we're in this. Now we think we're seeing these moving. Now there are some times when I do readings here, you will hear a whistle in a video reading. And one time I did a video reading, and the woman who I was doing it for immediately writes to me and says, that's my husband. I recognize the whistle that he did. That is my husband. A whistle is a huge indication that there is energy activity, energy activity. Wax Museum. Now, we went back to the Wax Museum, and when we were already there, we didn't go back. Hello, I got distracted. We were in the back. We were in the Wax Museum, and we hear this whistle. Now, it was a faint whistle. It was not, you know, like the song from Mayberry IFD, right? It was just a faint, like, you know, just a, with me, I do the thing. So, as we go now through here, my sister looks at me and she said, did you just hear that? And I said, yeah, I thought it was just me. Now, my sister does none of this. She has none of this. I don't know what happened. It just passed over her. She has nothing. And I said, well, the fact that you've heard that, maybe that there's somebody else in here. So what do? We decide to double back. You would think that I would learn. So we're walking backward through the wax museum. We didn't see anybody. There was nobody. And then there's a little announcement coming on. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hollywood Wax Museum, located in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, will be closing in 10 minutes. Please make your way to the exit. Thank you. So we go through, okay? We go through, and now we're hearing it again. And I told her, I said, I'm starting to get on nerve. Let's just go. We get close to where we knew we were going to be going. I mean, we could see it in a distance. So we could see the exit door. And she stopped. She said, look at this one. It just looks so real. And just then, the arm moved. The shoulder. Just this. My sister grabs onto me. And I had this really cute, it was black. It was like a crocheted sweater, like really loose crochet over a black tanky top type thing. It was in the fall, but it was a beautiful day, so it was enough. My sister grabs me by the shoulder. And that crochet sweater, I was so mad because it just flew into nothing, right? She just pushed it completely out of the, and I was so mad at her. And she's like, oh my gosh, I gotta be running. She's like, I have to be running. I can't stand this. Just then, we hear the whistle again. I turn around, and there was another wax figure that was standing in a different position, I swear. And my sister saw it. She grabs me and starts to scream. Running. I mean, flat out running. My sister is not a runner. She was never athletic. She was that night. And I hadn't moved like that since 1978. We get up to the door, and the door was locked. We couldn't open it. You push on that little thing in the middle, you know, where it goes click, click. Nothing. It wouldn't open. We are in there pounding on the door. Let us out, let us out. My sister is frantic. I'm turning around looking to see if anything is coming our way. Museum, wax, human, whatever. We get there, and finally somebody opens the door. And they're looking at us like, there's two daft women coming out of this wax museum. What's going on? We came bolting out of there. And my sister looks at me and she goes, how dare you want to come back in? This was not my idea. But how dare you want to go in there, Zelda? So we come out there, we come around the front of the museum. I said, look, I've got to talk to this guy. We go around to the front of the museum. And no, nobody grab me. I don't like people touch us. No kidding. I am not a hugger. I don't like that. I don't like to be touched. I was like that when I was a baby. I was born that way. Let me cry on my own. I'll go in another room. Don't touch, nothing. It's bad. For some people, I'm not into that type of thing. So anyway, I go around to the front and I said, look, I got to ask this guy. So I asked the guy, I said, listen, is there somebody whistling in there? And his face went as white as this towel. He said, you heard whistling? I said, yes, sir. And I said, not only that, we saw, and I said, you're going to think that I'm really weird, but we saw this shoulder on this one wax guy. We saw the shoulder on this one wax guy. He just looking at me. He said, I'm so sorry that you had to go through that. And I said, well, I got one more thing to tell you. There was another wax guy that looked like it was moved. So was there somebody else in there playing? And he was just white. He couldn't even hardly talk to us. And I said, what's the matter? And he said, you're not the only person who's seen this. I said, so what's going on here? And he said, well, you know that this was a battleground. I know all the stories about Gatlinburg and how, you know, back in the day, it was a very rough and tumble, and a lot of people, you know, Wild West type things. They're getting, you know, pew-pewed and all this other stuff. And I said, what's the deal? And he said, we don't know. He said, we're about ready to shut down. I said, is it that bad? And he said, it can be. And he said, especially when there's not that many people that come through. And he said, we've got cameras in there. And I said, can we see the camera? And he said, I'll tell you what, come back tomorrow and we'll both look at the camera. And I said, how about this? I'll come, what are your hours? And he told me, and I said, how about this? I'll bring you a little bit of lunch. And if you let me sit and look at the cameras, just when we're there, I don't want to look at anybody else. I'm not going to impose, but just when we were there, I want to look at the cameras. And he said, you got it. He told me where he wanted lunch from. I told him, that's fine, put in the order. I picked him up lunch. The next day we went. My sister couldn't stand it. So that's cool. But I was sitting there watching. We were sitting there watching. Now this is a worker, the manager of the Wax Museum, sitting there watching. And you know what we see? Orbs flying all over. And at one point we were walking through, and you know they had these big dark black curtains that was hanging, and what they were, you know, they were just there to hide the poles to hold the building up, and, you know, structural things. So they hung these dark black curtains. We'd see a curtain move, and he was just sitting there like, and I said, oh my gosh, this is so cool. I want to go back in. We wouldn't let me go back in. And he said, there's so much stuff like this that happens there. We get people that tell us this stuff all the time. People can't stand it. And I said, well, okay. Then it is what it is. But I waited until the very end. The moment that we heard the whistle, you could see a slight movement of that wax figure. And I said, see, if I'm lying, I'm dying. There it is. He said, okay, this is it now. And I said, what about that other wax figure? He said, no, that's all right, ma'am. He said, thanks for lunch. I'm going to get in trouble if I'm showing you this. Well, I know what it was. It scared him because at night he was the one that had to walk through and make sure that no one was there. Nobody dumped any cups or put any trash in there or anything else like that. That was it. Literally, that was it. And then there was another spook house. I always called them a spook house because, you know, back in the day, they were spooky. So they were spook houses, ghosts. I know the line. I told my sister, I said, no. No more wax museums, no more intimidation rooms. Sorry, everyone. Sammy sheds just enough so it bothers me. And that was it. That's the scary wax museums. My darlings, I've been places. Scary places. And you know, we don't know. Some of these things, just like the zombie in the graveyard, we just don't know.